Chapter 53, Testing. After a brief moment of lamenting about the underperformance of Siri, Edward continued his testing. He took out his wand and directed it at his left hand. Sectum sempra, he said calmly, then a powerful cutting force came out of his wand and severed his left limb. Blood started to pulsate out of it, but Edward remained calm throughout the entire process. A few seconds later, a powerful flame appeared in his severed hand, then a few minutes later, a brand new one was regrown back. Meanwhile, Edward had a calm look on his face while analyzing what just happened to him. He realized that many of the Phoenix's abilities came from a separate fire dimension that they have sole access to. By traveling through that dimension, they can then teleport to anywhere in the world from there. That fire dimension is also full of life force, hence the reason that they can heal almost every injury. As for their ability to rebirth after death, it is very simple. They leave a copy of themselves in that dimension. That copy contains all their information. From their knowledge, souls, ability, etc. Once they die or are about to die, they can just transfer their consciousness back to that copy and bring it to the material world. They can repeat that process as many times as they want, as that dimension is full of endless vitality. The only way that a phoenix can die is if they decide that they no longer want to live. Of course, that only applied in the Harry Potter world. And Edward has now access to that fire dimension. Another advantage that his bloodline modification gave him was a very terrifying talent for the manipulation of flame. After testing these abilities, Edward moved on to the others. Siri, let's initiate the strength and agility test. Following this order, a long black cube appeared in the room. Edward walked over and picked it up over his head. Then, after activating the enchantments, the weight of the cube started to increase without changing its volume. Edward held the cube over his head for more than 15 minutes. By the end of that time, he was sweating profusely to the point of drenching his clothes. After the 15 minutes mark, he threw the cube on the ground. Boom! The ground in the white room shook after landing. A few cracks appeared in the place it landed, but soon afterward, they were magically fixed. Siri, what was the maximum weight that I lifted? Sir, according to the calculation, you lifted 1,263.894556 kg, replied Siri. About 1.4 tons, not bad, thought Edward. His strength did not come from giants or trolls, but from the phoenix's ability to lift a great amount of weight with their tails. He modified his life code to treat his limbs as a phoenix's tail. The next test was his running speed and reaction speed. All of them have broken through the human body limits, so Edward was satisfied. After finishing with this test, Edward then said, Siri, the next test is the Muggle firearm test. Yes, sir. Following this, a pistol appeared in front of Edward, then fired point blank at him. After more than 10 shots, the pistol stopped and Edward looked at his skin. There was not even a trace of being injured, and he did not even use magic. Just his ordinary skin had such a defensive ability. Next step, he ordered. Following his order, a machine gun appeared this time and fired point blank at him without hesitation. After the gun emptied its clip, Edward checked his body. He was bleeding as his skin was broken, however, the bullets did not travel deep inside his body. Soon, they were removed and he healed himself. Edward was satisfied for now with his defensive ability without any magic. Next, he ordered. This time, no guns showed up, but Edward knew that something was coming. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly he apparat a few meters away ahead. As for the place he was in, a bullet from a sniper rifle passed by the position of his head. This time Edward was testing the Thunderbird's ability to predict danger, and he was successful. Not only did he acquire this ability, but their ability to create thunderstorms as well. However, he decided to test that ability later when he returns to Earth. Edward then closed his eyes as he waited for the next step. Following this, another rapidly traveling bullet from a sniper rifle headed straight for his head. This time he did not dodge. When the bullet reached a few centimeters from his head, a powerful shield suddenly appeared and blocked it without Edward doing any gestures or spells. The shield was instantaneous and activated on its own. This shield was the only modification that he made on his soul. Enchanted a very powerful spell on his soul that would activate on its own when he is in danger. This way, Edward can prevent being assassinated by powerful ordinary weapons or even sneak attack by other wizards. Although he could predict danger, this was not guaranteed, demonstrated by the fact that Thunderbirds are captured all the time. Additionally, this spell can even block the Avada Kedavra curse. After many years of researching that curse, he realized that this was dark magic that instantly destroyed a specific vitality or life force inside a person's body, a life force that anchors the soul to the body, thus killing them without even leaving a single mark. So, he designed a counter-charm that protects that special vitality in the body and prevents the Avada Kedavra curse from destroying it. Of course, he tried to bring a person back to life that was killed by the unforgivable curse, but he has not succeeded yet, as he could not recreate or mend that special anchor of the soul and body. Even after adding vitality to a person that was hit, it still failed, as this vitality was very special. So, his research on the curse has not stopped. Unfortunately for him that he has so many research subjects at once, that this one was not his main priority. The last test that Edward made was actually on his soul. After his modification, his already powerful soul became even more extraordinary. As a result of this, spiritual magic like legilimency, occlumency, memory charm, imperious curse, and other magic related to the soul became even more powerful. After repeating all the other tests many times again to gain a better understanding and control over his newfound magical abilities, he began his next important project, creating a philosopher's stone. If anyone is wondering why Edward did not use a certain bloodline like unicorn or metamorphomagus, there is a reason for that, which is explained in the later chapters of the story. Pick-up line: my vagina is a Horcrux. Will you destroy it? Next chapter title: Exchange. Chapter 54, Exchange. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there, and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstapy_________________________________________________________________________________________before Edward began his creation of the Philosopher's Stone. He went back to Earth to check on things. It turned out that more than a month had passed during all his experiments and body modification. So, he spent some time sending letters to his family, friends, and acquaintances to tell them that he was all right. However, one letter, in particular, surprised him after reading it. Then, with a smile, he accepted the invitation. The next day, Edward dressed appropriately in his charming black suit. Then, using the flow powder, he teleported to a certain location. Scene break: Edward appeared in front of a fireplace. He looked around to notice that this house's architecture was French. There were very old paintings hanging around. Seeing that they were not moving, they were Mughal paintings. At a glance, Edward identified these paintings from the 14th century. Considering the owner of this house, he was not surprised. Soon afterward, he saw an old man walking from one of the rooms. The man walked very slowly. However, Edward did not care about this. What he cared about was the appearance of the old man. He appeared decrepit. This person was so old that he looked like even breathing could kill him. He was very skinny, so skinny that even the blowing wind could destroy his body. Edward looked at the old man while thinking to himself, I guess even my youth potion could not help him. Then, Edward shook the old man's hand very gently before saying, Mr. Flamel, it is an honor to meet you. I have to say, I was quite surprised to receive your invitation. "Oh," replied Nicholas Flamel. "Didn't you ask Dumbledore to give me your address?" "To be honest, I did not expect him to do it," replied Edward calmly. "Then, you do not understand him as much as you think. Dumbledore's feelings towards you are very complicated. On one hand, he looks forward to your accomplishment and the great changes that you can bring to the wizarding world, while at the same time fears that you will travel the same path as him, Grindelwald and even Voldemort. You know, on both occasions, he blamed himself for not stopping these two in time. So, he fears making the same mistake a third time." Edward frowned for a moment after hearing this, then he replied, "Well, maybe I have been looking at the professor through biased eyes. Let's not talk about this, Mr. Flamel." Nicola Flamel nodded and invited Edward to sit down. Then his wife, Perenelle, who was also a very old lady, came in and served tea. While doing so, she kindly smiled at Edward before saying, "Your youthful potion makes me feel at least 100 years younger." Edward smiled back before saying, "I am glad that it is of use to you, madam." Then, the two grand alchemists have a little chat before getting into the real reason that they decided to meet, exchange ideas and knowledge. "Mr. Flamel," said Edward, "I have a way for us to quickly exchange knowledge if you do not mind. However, the process will be a little painful." "Oh," replied Nicholas with a look of intrigue on his face. "Go ahead." He was not afraid of Edward doing anything to him. As long as he lived, Nicholas was no longer afraid of death. More importantly, ever since Edward walked into his house, he could feel that this young talented magician broke the first limiter. From what he heard from Dumbledore, this person was using bloodline modification to do so, meaning he most likely succeeded. Although Nicholas did not know what power Edward received after his transformation, he was sure that it must be very powerful. So, even if he activated all the enchantments in his house, he didn't think that he could do anything to Edward. Since he was powerless and defenseless the moment Edward entered his home, he did not need to suspect his motive. Edward nodded after receiving Nicholas' consent, then he took out a crown from his bag which has an undetectable extension charm and placed it on his head. Nicholas Flamel, as a powerful alchemist, instantly realized the wonder of this crown. After staring at it for a few seconds, he asked, "Is that?" "Yes," replied Edward. "Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, well, one I made myself after copying the original." Nicholas Flamel then sighed at Edward's luck to find such a magical piece of alchemy wonder and his talent for being able to replicate it. Meanwhile, after Edward placed the crown on his head, he said, "Are you ready, Mr. Flamel?" "No problem." Then Edward took out his wand and placed the tip on his forehead. A white line came out of his forehead and headed straight for Mr. Flamel's head. Without hesitation, the old alchemist allowed the white line to enter his forehead. Soon, he found himself inside a room that was separated into two. On each side of the room were countless bookcases filled with books. However, one side of the room was extremely large compared to the other. Then, knowledge of what is going on entered his mind. According to the information, he was in a place referred to as the Mind Palace. The smaller side of the room represented all his knowledge over the past 600 years, while the large one was all of Edward's knowledge. For a brief moment, Nicholas Flamel was flabbergasted. "My 600 years of accumulation is nothing compared to a wizard in his 20s. After sighing to himself, he soon noticed that Edward had also appeared inside this place. Then he said, "Mr. Flamel, here lies not only your knowledge but also your memories. So, if there is something you do not want me to see, you just have to hide. Now let's begin." After Edward said these words, one book inside of the room from each side flew from one side of the room to another. Following this, the pages of the books started to flip by themselves. Once they were done, both Edward and Nicholas Flamel felt like another piece of knowledge was added to their minds. Following the principle of equivalent exchange, Edward traded one book with one another, while focusing more on alchemy as he knew that this was the specialty of Mr. Flamel. Of course, this method was not completely accurate as no one could evaluate the preciousness of certain knowledge. So, just like that, the two grand alchemists exchanged not only their knowledge but also ideas and experiences. Underscore 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 two things. First, I decided to change Edward's height to 1.93 m or 6 feet 3 as being over 2 m was too high and easily noticeable. Second, I plan to finish the Harry Potter world during this month of August, or early September at the latest, so you guys can look forward to Edward's adventure in the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood world. If you can, it's better to rewatch this anime like I am currently doing, or watch for the first time if you never have. As one of the greatest anime of all time, you should really watch it if you have not. Pick up line, I don't need to say oxio to make you come. Next chapter title, Philosopher's Stone, 2, Chapter 55, Bright Future. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstape_____________________________________________. Both Edward and Nicholas Flamel did not know how much time that they spent in their mind palace exchanging knowledge. All they were focused on were the books that kept flipping through on each of their sides. These books did not just contain the knowledge that these two great alchemists read, but their experiences, experiments, and memories of alchemy and magic. So, while ignoring the passage of time, these two men indulged in the process of learning. Unfortunately, at least for Mr. Flamel, his knowledge reserves were soon empty by Edward. So, he had nothing to exchange, so he could not learn anything more. So, after Mr. Flamel opened his eyes in the Mind Palace, he looked at Edward's side of the room and he sighed. He imagined what kind of secrets were hiding in these books. Once in a while, he will choose to look at some of Edward's magic research instead of alchemy, and he was truly shocked. Some of the discoveries there truly marveled him, even the ones regarding the dark arts. Of course, Edward did not show some of his most powerful knowledge like the life code. After repeatedly sighing to himself, Flamel noticed that Edward had also opened his eyes, so he nodded to him before leaving the Mind Palace. He knew that Edward would not give him access to further knowledge without anything in return. Scene break. Nicholas Flamel opened his eyes in the real world. He wanted to check how much time had passed, but a terrible headache suddenly assaulted him. He screamed in pain as he felt that his mind was suddenly cramped with countless information. His wife tried to rush to his side, but her old age prevented her from moving too fast. She looked at Edward before asking, "What did you do to him?" She was truly horrified. 2 hours ago, both her husband and Edward suddenly closed their eyes, and they have not moved much ever since until now. Meanwhile, Edward only winced for a few seconds before waking up. "So," he explained, "this is the repercussion of the magic I just used. Although only 2 hours passed in real time, we have spent months inside our minds rapidly exchanging knowledge. However, you do not need to worry, the reason I used such a rude and rough method was that his soul is powerful enough to bear it." Although Pernell understood that her husband would be fine, she still had a worried look on her face. Noticing this, Edward took a potion from his bag and handed it to her. "If you can trust me, you can feed him this and he should be fine in a few minutes." After taking the potion, Pernell hesitated for a brief moment before feeding it to her husband. Less than 5 minutes later, Nicholas Flamel stopped wincing in pain and he opened his eyes while massaging his temple. His head no longer felt painful, on the contrary, he felt calm and his mind very peaceful. All the knowledge he just learned from the Mind Palace was part of him now. After a few minutes of silence, Nicholas sighed again before saying, "I guess the title of the greatest alchemist belongs to you now." Edward just smiled calmly but did not say anything, including rebuking him. Then, the two chatted briefly before Edward left with a smile on his face. Scene break. Nicholas Flamel sat in front of a mirror while talking to someone else on the other side. It was his old friend, Dumbledore. He explained to him his recent experience or encounter with Edward. After a brief silence, Dumbledore asked, "So, what exactly did you see inside this so-called Mind Palace?" "I saw knowledge beyond both of our imaginations. I finally understood why this Edward is such a talented wizard. It is not because of his innate talent, or because of his willingness to study the essence of magic, it is because of his strange ideas. Many times we think that our ideas are stupid or have no basis. But he is different. Not only does he have many strange ideas that I have never heard before, but he always has some kind of feasible plan that allows him to turn these crazy ideas into reality." Dumbledore frowned after hearing this. "Nico, what exactly did you see to make you act in such a strange way?" His old friend was always composed, so he had never seen him like this. "It was a blueprint," replied Nicholas Flamel. "A blueprint of the greatest alchemy wonder that I have ever seen in my life. No, I have never imagined it was ever possible." "Can you be more specific?" asked Dumbledore. "It was a floating city." "A floating city?" "That's correct," replied Nicholas Flamel with a newfound vigor on his face. Using a giant philosopher's stone as an energy supply, Edward designed a city that could float in the air. No, it was more than that. The floating city had a state-of-the-art laboratory for magical research. It was filled with so many enchantments, anti-gravity, shield, atmospheric control, and many more. The floating city also had a very terrifying weapon system that included things like magic cannons and even alchemy golem. According to the blueprints, this city was also designed as a spaceship that can travel throughout the cosmos. According to the blueprint, if such philosopher's stone could provide a vast amount of magic power, the entire city should be able to operate anywhere in the galaxy, and even beyond it. Nicholas Flamel stopped talking for a moment, sighed before continuing, although this was only a blueprint and Edward's note indicated that his current abilities were from enough to create such a magical wonder, I truly believe that he will succeed one day. And I would like to see that day arrive. Both Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore became quiet for quite some time after this conversation. Both of them were marveling at what it would be like to witness such a sight. How much progress would wizardkind progress as a civilization if they ever managed to create such a magical wonder? As for Dumbledore, he started to reminisce about the conversation he had with Edward during his professor interview. He realized that Edward was not just talking nonsense when he said that he had a plan to turn the wizarding civilization into a truly unique and powerful one. Then, he sighed. No one, not even himself, knew whether this sigh was because Edward gave up his plans, or because of it. Underscore 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 underscore. First of all, I have changed the title of this chapter, so sorry about what I said previously. Second, I have also decided to change what I said 2 chapters ago. The Ava Kedavra curse does not kill the vitality inside the body, but a very special form of vitality that anchors the soul to the body. The anti-curse that Edward invented only protected that special vitality or anchor inside the body. As for the people who were killed by the curse, Edward could not revive them as he did not yet know how to recreate that anchor or fix a broken one. Pick-up line: want to have a Tri-Wizards tournament? Well, not really Tri-Wizard, I was thinking more like 1 wizard, 2 witches. Next chapter title: First Step in Creating a Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 56, First Step in Creating a Philosopher's Stone. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord. https://discord.gg/princess_tape___________________________________________. After Edward left the Flamel's house, he did not immediately return to his base on the moon but went to visit his Aunt Amelia and little Susan. He spent a few days with them, then he talked to his aunt about the limiter and the possibility of her breaking it herself. However, Edward was not prepared to use bloodline modification but decided to design a potion that allowed wizards to break the limiter. In a year or two, his aunt should reach the level of magic power needed to break the first limiter, 25 times that of an adult wizard. The potion should be ready by then. As for little Susan, she was far from that level yet. However, with Edward's careful guidance and many potions, she should reach that limit by the time she reaches adulthood, which would be even faster than Edward himself. Hence, she will greatly benefit from having a powerful older cousin as a teacher and predecessor. After spending time with his family, he visited all his lady's friends, even Soleil. It was then that he learned that her husband discovered their affair. However, after hearing that it was Edward was involved, he did not dare to do anything. Nevertheless, things have been very strange at home for Soleil. Edward did not care about that. Although a bit heartless, he had warned Soleil long ago about the fact that there was no future between the two of them. One could argue that in the beginning, they both were using each other. Soleil wanted someone that could cure her daughter's blood curse, and Edward was fascinated by her beauty and let lust take control of him. Now, although both of them have developed some level of fondness with one another, it did reach the point of getting together, at least not for Edward. After his escapade in the realm of lust and pleasure, Edward started sending letters to his pen pals both in England and internationally. Conversing with these authorities in different magical subjects always inspires him, not to mention that it is always beneficial to have powerful friends all over the world. Although his knowledge far surpassed these people combined, he did not underestimate them. After all, he was not omnipotent or omniscient. In certain fields, these people are more capable and even outclass him, as he did not focus on them. Once everything was done, then Edward proceeded to make his first Philosopher's Stone. Just like previously stated, after analyzing the stone that Nicholas Flamel made, this stone was condensed magical energy. So the first step in creating one is to find a place with a large quantity of magic power. One of Edward's experiments was to determine whether magic power existed freely in the environment in the Harry Potter world, just like many other magical worlds he read about in his past life. Unfortunately, the answer was negative. Edward once speculated that if magic power existed in the environment, wizards in this world would be way more powerful than they are now. As they have to rely on their magical powers to cast spells, the power of the spells was hence greatly reliant on the wizard itself. But if magic power existed in the environment, wizards would be able to use said magic power in the air to cast truly powerful spells. Although magic power did not exist in the air, it still existed in certain places with great concentration. To be precise, it existed in ley lines nodes that travel underground throughout the entire world. In the nodes, vast magical powers existed underground. As such, certain magical or historical places are built on ley line nodes, for example the British Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts Castle. The magic power in these ley line nodes powers up the magical constructs in these buildings. Edward even discovered ley line nodes on the moon and built his laboratory on the most powerful one. This discovery was also one of the reasons that he believed that the Harry Potter world used to be a high magical universe. His current theory is that these nodes are used to produce large amounts of magical powers into the environment. However, for some reason, they are currently sealed or recharging. Unfortunately, Edward did not find any evidence of a seal in these nodes. The second step in creating the stone was the large number of souls needed to bind the magic power. Scene break. Edward walked to a special room. Inside the room was full of diamonds the size of marbles or bigger. He walked over to pick one and looked inside. There he saw something lying in the fetus position with its eyes closed. Those were souls of muggles. Edward had long predicted that he would need souls to make a philosopher's stone, so he was prepared beforehand. So, he traveled throughout the world and was present during most major wars or conflicts between 1985 to 1991. Once some Muggles die, he would collect their souls and store them for future use. As for the reason he used diamonds, it was because he discovered that they could store souls for a long time after being magically processed. The large quantity of diamond was because he controlled a few mines in different parts of the world, especially Africa. Edward mostly collected the souls of grown men and women, while leaving children aside. He even buried a few of them that did not have the capability. Edward knew that his act was hypocritical, however, he still did it like this relieved his guilt. With a wave of his wand, a 100,000 diamond flew around and followed him to another room. According to his original estimate, the number of souls needed should have been half or less of that. However, after his exchange with Nicholas Flamel, Edward discovered one downside of the Philosopher's Stone. Using the elixir of immortality with so many souls will have side effects due to the grievances of all these souls. After all, no one would want their afterlife to be disturbed, let alone used as magical material. This is one of the reasons that Nicholas Flamel's body is so weak and brittle. It's not just because of long time aging. Additionally, these grievances could even affect a person's soul after long-term exposure, going as far as greatly reducing the magical ability of a wizard. This is the reason that Nicholas Flamel is not the most powerful wizard that ever lived in this world. With more than 600 years of constant growth, his magical prowess should be far beyond any wizard's. After knowing the problem, Edward quickly came up with a solution, and he was finally about to test out whether it was possible. Do you guys think I went overboard with the diamonds? Comment your opinions and ideas regarding this matter, and I might change it. Good news! Author San's first novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor finally reached 1 million views, and this means so much to me. When I was in a very dark place in my life to the point of taking Truck Kun's job from him, this novel basically saved me. It gave me new goals and purpose in life. So, if you enjoy my writing and is a fan of Xiangxia, then go check out the first 40 free chapters. If you are interested and like what you saw, then keep reading, comments, and leave a positive review. If not, then I appreciate the views. Pick-up line: can I Slytherin your Ravenclaw? Or would you rather Hufflepuff my Gryffindor? Next chapter title: The Second Philosopher's Stone in the World. Chapter 57, Second Philosopher's Stone in the World. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there, and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape_____________________________________________. Edward entered a room filled with beakers with different color solutions in them. The room looked like a chemist's room. Then, he started mixing a bunch of different solutions. The difference between his room and a chemist was the fact that his beakers and test tubes had different ancient runes inscribed on them. Every time that Edward mixed a solution, these runes would light up. Furthermore, once in a while, he would mutter an incantation before and after mixing the solutions. After everything was done, the result of Edward's solution turned into a crystal clear stone similar in size to Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. This stone was the container of the magical powers. After this was done, Edward proceeded to process the souls needed for the stone. His first plan was to purify these souls. Unfortunately, he does not have any knowledge regarding this subject, and the ones he does have proven to be useless. Edward once tried to purify a soul by using the magic he learned from some Buddhism monks in India, Taoist monks in China, and some voodoo priests he met from some places in Africa and the Caribbean. And even the ones he learned from Native Americans located in the United States. Unfortunately, This purifying magic was not created to remove all the negative factors of a soul, but to allow grieving spirits to move on to the afterlife. These magics were even proven to be ineffective against wizard ghosts. Even trying to modify the life code of these souls has proven to be useless, thus showing to Edward that his understanding of this magic is not as deep as he imagines. He still has plenty of room to grow and learn. So, Edward focused on another solution, using a similar method as his mechanized mind spell. He stripped the souls of their intelligence, will, mind, spirit, and all their memories and emotions, essentially turning them into a blank slate. The result of that was these souls were indeed more pure, but it also dramatically decreased their strength or power. Hence, the number of souls needed to create the Philosopher's Stone was also dramatically raised. "What a waste," muttered Edward after seeing the amount of soul left after his little operations. "Fortunately, this experience has greatly improved my understanding of the soul." After repeating this soul operation more than 100,000 times, Edward then focused on the next part of the process. He went to another room where a lake was located. The lake was blue with specks of grey light flying around it every few seconds. He first places the previously created crystal in the lake, then controls the lake water to enter the crystal. This lake water was in fact magic power liquefied. Edward had made countless before creating this lake. Unfortunately, the water dispersed into the environment once leaving a few meters from the lake. And no matter how he tried to store it, it was virtually impossible until today. After the crystal absorbed the vast magic power, Edward waved his hand and countless souls were floated inside the room. However, unlike previously when they were in the shape of a human, this time they looked like floating clouds. With his wand, he controlled these souls to enter the crystal or stone. Afterward, countless ancient runes that were carved in the crystal were lit up one after the other, then a magical transformation took place. The souls perfectly bound the magic powers inside the crystal, turning it into something solid. Edward did not have to use ancient runes as he could simply enchant the crystal. However, according to his research, using runes instead of normal enchantment improved the quality of any alchemy items between 40 to 60%. This is the reason that even when teaching his students, he taught them to use runes in their enchantments even though most alchemists do not. After 3 days, the magical transformation of the stone ended. The result was that Edward's Philosopher's Stone was blue instead of red like Nicholas Flamel's. After that, he tested the stone by turning any metal into pure gold. With it, Edward was able to witness the highest level of transfiguration magic, permanent change of any object. In Muggle scientist terms, this was essentially the ability of matter manipulation on a subatomic level. Then, he proceeded to test out the elixir of immortality. After drinking it, Edward found that his soul's power was increased by a mysterious force, then his body was washed over by a powerful magical power. After testing himself, he realized that his cells had broken through the Hayflick limit on how many times they can divide. It was then that Edward realized that this stone was not only a magical wonder but also a scientific one as well. After these simple trials, Edward walked into another room. He stood in front of it for a few seconds muttering to himself, "I need a room with the highest level of defense that all my knowledge can create." After that, he entered the room holding the blue Philosopher's Stone in his hand. Inside the room, there was a complete replica of Hogwarts Castle. Without hesitation, Edward pointed his wand and said Bombarda. A white light flew from his wand and hit the tallest tower of the castle, then boom, the entire tower was destroyed. The debris left from the explosion fell on the other parts causing even more destruction. If this was the real castle, this level of destruction would truly be catastrophic. So, Edward nodded in satisfaction with his power. This version of Hogwarts was a perfect replica as it even has the same protective enchantments. "Siri, provide me with another castle," said Edward out loud. Following this, the destroyed castle was soon replaced by a new one after a few minutes. After seeing this, Edward nodded in satisfaction to his room of requirement. For it to be so powerful, Edward improved many of the enchantments and dedicated a ley line node specifically for this room to draw magical power. Edward then removed his smile, and with a serious look on his face, he held the stone in his hand. After concentrating, he started to channel the magical power inside his body. He felt very powerful energy enter his body and grunted. If it was not due to his recent body modification, he reckons that his body would have exploded with so much energy running through his veins. With a little effort, he pointed his wand towards the castle and said, "Bombarda, again." A massive light came out of his wand and headed to the castle. Boom! A large and powerful explosion occurred after the light reached its target. A cloud of dust more than 20 meters could be seen, followed by a terrible shockwave that spread in the surrounding area. A shield suddenly appeared in front of Edward as he experienced the power of that spell. He did not move his eyes as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Soon after, he saw the result of this attack. The entire Hogwarts castle was destroyed with few remaining debris left. The protective enchantments were also annihilated. As for Edward, he finally realized the power of the stone he created. Unlike Nicholas Flamel's stone, which is full of grievances from the souls inside, his is pretty pure, meaning that it is easy to control the magic power inside and use it. And Edward knew that this was not the full power of the stone, as more power could be drawn from it. The only reason he did not do so was that his body could not bear it. However, alchemy items had a higher threshold than humans, so he could easily create powerful magical weapons at the level of nuclear bombs and more. Additionally, the previous test was using a simple exploding charm. If he used elemental spells that have a wide range of attacks, or the fiend fire spell that can burn anything, this would truly be terrifying. After sighing for a few seconds, Edward left to proceed to his next plan. Underscore 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 pickup line. I don't need to look into the mirror of Aries to know that you are everything I desire. This one is corny instead of dirty. Next chapter title, 1926. Chapter 58, 1926. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there, and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape_____________________________________________. After finishing testing his stone, Edward headed to the room where he housed his Gate of World. After entering, he placed his hand on the gate and used his magic power to activate it. Then the door opened from the middle, revealing a grayish-black veil in the shape of a door. Edward stepped inside. There, he found himself in a white corridor with two doors with labels on top of them. One said Leisure Room, while the other said Core. The Leisure Room was essentially a vast space that held a large mansion that could probably house more than 100 people. Without hesitation, Edward walked to the door labeled Core and placed his hand on it. Then another female robotic voice said, "Scanning begins." This voice was different from Siri's. Fingerprints match, eye skin match, physical appearance, 60% match, magical powers, unknown, bloodline, unknown, soul fluctuation, unknown. Detecting intruder. Activating counterattack. Following which, countless spells seemed to be activating around Edward, whose mouth was twitching non-stop. He forgot that his paranoid side took over him when designing the security measures for the gate and made so many precautions. Now, due to the fact that he had just gone through a bloodline modification, his body had changed tremendously, hence the reason that the AI of the gate did not recognize him. So, he hurriedly said, "Activate code, GFU 2949 Ifurgner 37480 T3FY73Y493B7Y537Y3598753Y834U8459635Y7 Hover. Processing. Code identified. Granting the highest level of authority, the creator/owner. Welcome Mr. Bones, any commands? Rescan all my body parameters and use them as the new security protocol. As you command. Then Edward spent the next hours rescanning and registering all his parameters, face, height, bloodline, magical powers, and soul. Only then did he enter the core room of the gate. Inside the room was another white room about 29 square meters, this room full of writings all over the floor and the walls. Some of these writings were ancient runes, while some were enchantments. After his entrance, Edward started to modify the enchantments in the room while adding a few others. Then, in the very center of the room, he placed the blue philosopher's room. Blue energy line suddenly appeared from the stone traveling throughout the entire room. "Sir, massive energy output is detected," suddenly said Morgana, which was the name of this particular AI. "I know. Detect to see whether any of the enchantments are malfunctioning," commanded Edward. Scanning. Problem detected with enchantments number 6, 67, 167, 534. Edward proceeded to fix the problematic enchantments so they can use the magical power of the stone to function. The next step in his action was to test the entire gate, but there was still something else he needed to do. After spending a few days making a special ring, Edward then activated the gate. Scene break. Edward was standing in the core room with a holographic image in front of him. Through it, he saw that the gate was time rapidly going backwards. His laboratory on the moon started to be destroyed or returned to its original state. After traveling to more than a year, Edward found that his gate was buried deep underground in the moon. After an unknown amount of time, the gate of wonder stopped, and Edward had a frown on his face. The gate can travel through time, but not space-time. It seems that my understanding of these two forces is not enough. If I want to perfect this gate, I still have a long way to go, thought Edward to himself. Morgana, did you record all the phenomena that occurred during our time travel trip? Yes, sir. All energy fluctuation, life form, or matter around us was recorded for you to analyze later on. Edward nodded before taking out the alchemy item that allows him to use the power of the gate remotely. He placed an invisible charm on himself, then he teleported back to Britain on Earth. After arriving in Diagon Alley, Edward uses legilimency on a passing wizard to read their memories. 1926, he muttered. This should be the time that the Fantastic Beast movie took place. Edward's first reaction was whether his presence could alter time too much, thus causing the disappearance of some future people. He knew that there was a high chance of this happening as there are precedents of people who tried to use the time turner to mess with time. However, he soon gave up thinking about this as he did not care. As long as his family is not involved, it does not matter to him, and if his family did become involved, then he will use the gate to go back in time to try to fix it. Of course, Edward did not know that his reckless thinking was a result of his recent increase in magical prowess. Soon after landing, Edward did a little investigation while recollecting his memories about all the information he had about the movie. He learned that Newt's commander had left for America a while ago, so he instantly apparat to a corner he once visited in New York. Unfortunately for him, he forgot that he was in New York 1926 instead of New York 1992. Luckily for him, he did not remove the invisible charm, so when he apparat in the middle of a crowd full of muggles, no one actually saw him. After stealing the wallet of a very wealthy muggle individual, Edward stayed at a luxurious hotel for the night. Before going to bed, he spent a great deal of time planning what he is going to do in this timeline and the benefit he can reap from the plot. The next day, after getting ready, he took out his own worldwide Marauders map. After recalibrating it, he discovered Newt's commander's whereabouts. Since the original version already had his name on it, Edward did not need his hair or precious item of his to track. Edward made sure to keep watch of all the people close to Dumbledore, including Newt's commander, even if he was a retired old man. Then, without much hesitation, he showed up to Tina and Queenie Goldstein, who were having dinner with Newt and Jacob Kowalski. After opening the door, Tina frowned as she looked at the handsome young man with blue eyes in front her. She asked with vigilance, "Who are you?" Underscore 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 underscore. There might be spoilers for the Fantastic Beasts movies if you have not watched them and plan on doing so. Pickup line: it's a portkaya. Once you touch it, it will take you somewhere you've never seen before. Next chapter title: Obscurus. Chapter 59, Obscurus. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/PNCES_TP____________________________________________. Tina Goldstein looked at the well-dressed young man in front of her. Although the suit looked very expensive, the style was weird and she had never seen it before. More importantly, she did not recognize the strange wizard that suddenly showed himself in front of her house. Meanwhile, Edward smiled, then snapped his finger. His clothes then turned into a style more appropriate for the 1920s. "Sorry about that, I just came from a faraway place. My name is Edward Bones, and I am here to see Mr. Newt Scamander." After frowning for a while, she let Edward inside the house. Normally, as a former Auror, she would never allow a suspicious wizard like Edward inside her house. However, for some reason, she trusted the young wizard that showed up unannounced in front of her house. Of course, this was a charming charm that Edward used to solicit trust in people he first met. Adding on to his handsome face, it was twice the result. After entering the house, he saw Newt Scamander, Queenie Goldstein, Jacob Kowalski and Newt sitting and preparing to eat dinner. He looked at Jacob before nodding his head, looked at Queenie who had a frown on her face after seeing Edward. "A very talented legilimens, however, Miss Queenie, it is very rude to peep into others' minds," said Edward calmly. "Since your occlumency is so powerful, does it matter if I try to take a peek?" replied Queenie with a smile on her beautiful face. "Since you are a very beautiful woman, I will let this go," said Edward with the same smile as her. Then, he looked at Newt Scamander. "Mr. Scamander, my name is Edward Bones, it is a pleasure to meet you," said Edward with great enthusiasm as he shook hands with him. Meanwhile, Newt had a puzzled look on his face. "Do we know each other? Wait, Bones, are you from the Bones family back in the UK?" "I am a very distant relative," replied Edward calmly. "Is that so? So what can I do for you? I heard rumors that you were writing a book about magical animals, so I came to talk to you personally." "Are you interested in magical animals as well?" asked Newt excitedly. Then, the two of them spent the next half hour discussing the issue of magical animals. At first, the conversation was quite cordial, but soon the two of them started arguing. The reason behind that: these knowledgeable magi-zoologists have different philosophies when it comes to certain issues. Edward believed that some magical animals were too dangerous and needed to use forceful means to tame them, while Newt believed that all animals no matter their nature can be taken care of using the proper method. However, force is never the answer. "It's nice to see that after so many years, Newt is still the same Newt," thought Edward to himself. He and Newt had the same argument countless times when he was at Hogwarts. Edward paused for a moment, turned his head to the other people who were looking at them in shock, smiled before saying, "I am sorry about our behaviors. Sometimes, we just get lost in things that interest us." Meanwhile, Newt, who did not have Edward's social skill, lowered his head in embarrassment as he looked at his cold food. Nevertheless, Queenie could feel that he was very happy today, most likely, happy to find a person with the same interest as him, and the knowledge to back it up despite the difference in philosophy. "It's all right, Mr. Bones, replied Tina as she looked at the already cold food. Edward, noticing the situation, snapped his finger, then the food of everybody in the room was heated up. As everybody ate their food, he focused his attention on the beautiful witch Queenie Goldstein as he started to flirt with her. He did not care about the ugly looks that Jacob was given him. "So, Mrs. Queenie, what do you do for a living?" "Just call me Queenie. I work in the work permit office, spending most of my days making coffee or unjinxing the Johns. It's a shame to let such a talented witch such as yourselves do such a menial job." Queenie gave a deep look at Edward before saying, "Most people see my beauty before they see my talent. You are a different kind of wizard, aren't you, Mr. Bones?" "You can call me Edward. And a lot of people have said these words to me," replied Edward with a charming smile on his face. "Mr. Bones, how do you feel about the rise of Grindelwald?" suddenly asked Tina. She finally noticed that something was wrong. First, she let Edward inside her house too easily. Second, Edward knew all of their names without any of them introducing themselves. Adding to that the way that he can so easily use wandless casting, this proves that this young wizard that she let inside her house is possibly very powerful. Meanwhile, Edward stopped talking to Queenie, looked at her big sister before saying, "It does not matter what I think. What matters is the fact that since so many wizards are willing to show their support to him, it showed that many people share his views and beliefs. This should be enough for different leaders in different countries to come together and discuss whether to change the status quo of wizards in this world. Unfortunately, we all know that such a thing will not happen. As a result, for the next few years, the entire wizarding world will be embroiled in war under the leadership of a powerful wizard like Grindelwald." "Grindelwald will be stopped," replied Tina, full of certainty. "You are wrong, Miss Tina. The only person that can stop him is Albus Dumbledore, but it seems that he has no intention of doing so." "Maybe he has his reason," suddenly said Newt. "Maybe he has. But this will change anything, will it?" replied Edward back. After that, all of them had a slightly joyous meal, with Edward spending the majority of time flirting with Queenie, and she, flirting back. Afterward, Edward said to her, "Queenie, this was the best meal I had in a very long time." Then he said goodbye to everyone and returned to his hotel room. There, he started to review all the benefits he got tonight. The main reason that he approached Newt was that he wanted to get his knowledge about obscurus, especially how he separated them from a person's body just like he did to the child in Sudan. During his brief argument with Newt, he briefly mentioned obscurus. Then, once the memories of that night appeared in his mind, Edward was able to get all the information from him. He had always wanted to do such a thing to Old Man Newt. Unfortunately, he was also very adept at occlumency. Edward guessed that after his experience with Queenie, Old Newt decided to learn occlumency. Of course, Edward could have still read his memory, but he could not do it so sneakily without him knowing, like he did today at dinner. After all, Edward still had to behave a certain way in society, giving his status and reputation. And forcibly reading a person's memory was not acceptable behavior. Underscore 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 a few words. First, I never planned to create an arc where Edward started to act arrogant and stupid because of his bloodline. The only reason that particular paragraph existed was to show that his sudden increase in strength made him more bold, more willing to ignore the original plot which he previously thought was a safe way to get benefit while hiding behind the scene. Second, this the second time that you guys have doubted this author's ability and showed no faith in me. The first being the time that death showed up. So, shame on all of you. Third, as I have already written 10 chapters ahead, there will be no person from this timeline as a member of Edward's harem or group. Pick up line, forget about Newt's commander, I've got a really fantastic beast to show you. Chapter 60, Obscurus, 2. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_________________________________________________________________________________ Credence Barebone had just finished a secret meeting with someone whom he trusted very much. However, when he returned home, he saw his mother waiting on the stairs for him. At first, he tried to explain or justify tardiness for returning home, but upon realizing that his mother did not care, he just handed her his belt and received a severe whooping. However, Credence did not cry or pleaded for leniency, he just bore it silently. At this point in his life, he was used to being beaten, it was nothing new. After returning to his room, he wanted to use a little cream that he prepared for this occasion when he suddenly noticed that someone else was in his room. Startled, he instantly screamed, "Who are you?" hoping to alert everybody else in the house. However, the young handsome man with blue eyes that trespassed in his room just looked at him with a smile on his face. "You know, it is because of jealousy," said the young intruder who was Edward himself. "What are you talking about? More importantly, who are you?" replied Credence while looking at the door for someone to come in. However, he was disappointed. "Your mother's hatred for anything magical. I once knew a person like her, her name was Petunia, and she had a sister that was a very talented witch. Unfortunately, Petunia did not have any talent for magic, so she became envious of her sister and often called her a freak of nature. Later, she took all her frustration on her sister's only son after her death. Well, I guess some credit could be given to her for even raising him for so many years. And no one will be coming as I have placed a charm in this room to prevent our conversation from being heard." Despite how he was acting, Credence was not afraid as he had something very powerful to rely on. So, after the initial panic, he calmed himself down, then asked, "You still have not answered my question. Who are you and what do you want with me? Who I am is not that important. As for the reason that I am here, it is to make a deal with you." "Deal? What deal? I have nothing to offer to someone like you." "Oh, we both know that is not true. As for the deal, I will teach you magic, in exchange, I want you to sign a magical contract for me." Credence frowned after hearing this, then he thought about it for a moment before answering, "I am sorry, but I have someone else as my teacher. So, I will not sign any binding contract without even knowing what it is for." Edward was not that surprised as he could read Credence's mind like it was a well-written novel. "So," he said, "are you referring to the promise that Percival Graves gave you? Unfortunately, you are gravely mistaken if you think that he will keep his words." "What do you mean by that?" asked Credence, a little agitated. "Percival is the kind of person that despises muggles or the gnomage, and without knowing how incredible your talents are, he will easily get rid of you after he believes that you have found what he is looking for. Of course, once he realized that you were what he was looking for, he would be more than happy to change his tune." After frowning for a moment, Credence then asked, "How do I know you are not like him? After getting what you want from me, you will also break your promise." "Well, I can say that I am the kind of man that always keeps his words, but that would not be nearly enough. However, the magical contract that we will sign will have a clause that states that I have to teach you a certain amount of magic for a certain period of time." Credence frowned as he pondered whether to accept this deal. Upon noticing his struggle, Edward smiled before saying, "You do not need to answer me right away. I can give you some time before making a decision. However, I still need to make some preparations so that you do not reveal our discussion tonight." After that, he took out his wand, and Credence took a step back. "You do not need to be alert. I just want to prevent you from accidentally or intentionally revealing my information to Percival Graves. Additionally, I can honestly tell you that even if you use your powers, you are still not a threat to me." Edward was not lying. Although the power of an obscurus is tremendous, he still has many ways to deal with it. A lot of dark magic like fiend fire and elemental spells are more than enough to deal with him. Not to mention that he can still run away with apparition if needed. With a wave of his wand, he placed a lock in Credence's memory just like he did to the Gryffindor trio and Hagrid when they were talking in the shack a few months ago. So, if he tries to reveal any information about him, he will instantly forget Edward. Edward placed a similar lock in his memory regarding the code he used to gain control of his gate of world in case something goes wrong. Only when certain conditions are met that he will remember this code. The reason he did that was in case he ever encountered a person strong enough to be able to read his memory. In that way, his gate will be protected, and almost impossible to fall in the wrong hand. Even if a person used polyjuice potions or a similar disguise to try to gain control of his gate, all the security measures will prevent that from happening. So, unless the person has the code, it is impossible to control the gate. If they try to use force, the gate is programmed to attack any intruder. And if that also fails, it will initiate the self-destruction sequence in an attempt to try to kill the invader. After preventing Credence from revealing his identity, Edward left to wait for the right time to appear again, and he knew that it was not long before Percival would reveal his true nature to Credence. Then, Edward will show up and offer his help again. By then, with the knowledge he acquired from Newt, and after studying Credence, he will have a deep understanding of the magical entity known as Obscurus. Underscore 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 pickup line. I'm not an animagus, but I'm an animal in bed. Chapter 61, The Power of Numbers. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape______________________________________________________________________________________________Edward returned to his hotel room, then took out a crystal ball. After activating it, he began to watch what was going on through it. He watched the entire plot of Fantastic Beast inside his luxurious and very expensive hotel room. This crystal ball is a form of divination magic. One of Edward's greatest failures ever since coming to the wizarding world is divination. When he was young, he tried using divination, but it was to no avail. So, he spent a lot of time researching this type of magic, but he seemed to be incapable of using it. So, Edward thought that he did not have a talent for this kind of magic. However, things seemed more complex than he imagined. During his first year at Hogwarts, he studied Professor Trelawney's bloodline and found the source of her ability despite how diluted her bloodline power was. Then, he tried to add that power to his life code modification, but even then, he could not use divination magic. As a last attempt, Edward tried bloodline magic. Bloodline magic is a new form of magic that he created while studying the life code. It is a very simple form of magic. It allows Edward the ability to use the magic of magical creatures without modifying his life code. There are many magical creatures with amazing bloodlines, but Edward cannot just use all of them. He knew that his bloodline modification had limits, not to mention the many other powerful bloodlines that exist in the multiverse or omniverse. So, he just used the best of the Harry Potter world, while leaving enough room for himself for future modifications. Nevertheless, he still wanted a way to use the ability of some of these magical animals. So, he invented a way for him to use their ability, bloodline magic. Unfortunately, the downside of this form of magic is that it requires material to cast. To be precise, Edward needs to use specially made gems that contain the bloodline of the animals he wants to use. Back to the problem of divination, even after using bloodline magic, he still could not use divination. After discovering the correcting force of fate that made the story of Harry Potter go back to its original trajectory, he knew that peeking in the secret of fate was not a simple thing and that there might be a reason that he could not use divination magic beside the simple answer that he did not have the talent. The only reason that he could use any divination spell at all was because of his exchange with Nicholas Flamel. And that was only the most basic of spells, like peeping at people from a distance. So, Edward spent the past few days spying on the main characters of this story. First, he watched how Newt was arrested by MACUSA, how he and his group escape, and how the groups managed to track down and capture Newt's Akami in a macy's. While looking at the entire situation, Edward sighed as he watched the interactions between Queenie and Jacob. So, everything went back to the original track after I left, he muttered to himself. He was briefly interested in Queenie after seeing her, but he did not pursue it any further as his fear of attachment got the best of him. He realized that Queenie was probably the kind of girl that he liked the most, free-spirited and kind-hearted. Unlike most other women that he has relationships with, he could foresee himself truly falling in love with her. However, given his grand aspirations to travel across multiple dimensions and the universe, love is not part of his plan. Of course, for a brief moment, he pondered whether to take her with him on his journey, but he decided against the idea. Forget the fact that he is from the year 1992, meaning that she would have to abandon everything, including her sister, to leave with him. On top of that, Edward does not believe that he has the capacity of having only one woman his entire life. He is essentially immortal and has a long life ahead of him, so he will meet and experience all kinds of beautiful women and wonder. So, he can't settle on only one woman. And to Edward, Queenie deserved a person that can heartily devote themselves to her. And Jacob is that person. So, after their little flirting banter during dinner in their first meeting, he never approached her and her sister again. Edward only left his hotel when Credence realized that he was right and that Percival Graves was using him all along. Then, he turned into his obscurus form and started wreaking havoc in New York. Scene break: Edward was floating in the sky of New York, invisible to both Muggles and wizards alike. With a calm look on his face, he watched how terrifying Credence's power as an obscurial was. His first thought is how would he deal with such power if he was ever forced to fight with it. Then, he started to create many countermeasures on how to either contain, escape, and kill Credence if they ever were enemies. Then, he started to think whether he could create a spell that allows him to instantly create an obscurus, then control it to do his bidding. If he succeeded, then his spell would be even more powerful than Grindelwald's Protego Diabolica. So, with a calm mind, he watched until the moment that the American wizards thought that they had killed Credence. After that, he watched how all the wizards banded together to fix the entire city of New York that was previously destroyed. It was an amazing sight to see. It looked like time was going backward. After seeing this, Edward was moved as he muttered to himself, "Maybe I underestimate the power of wizards of this world. With the proper guidance, they can do many wonderful things. Not to mention that they are a large group of supernatural people that can do a lot of destruction even without any proper training. So, if they were properly trained as an army, then they can achieve many things." After thinking about this, many of Edward's preconceived notions about wizards were changed, and an idea was slowly brewing inside his mind, an idea that could forever change the wizarding world. Afterward, he apparat somewhere, to be precise, he apparat to Credence's location. "I warned you, didn't I?" said Edward after appearing in a desolate and abandoned factory. "Who?" screamed Credence, then he saw Edward's handsome face slowly approaching him. He frowned as he did not like this strange wizard that seemed to appear everywhere around him. His demeanor reminded him of Percival Graves, a person Credence once thought to be his friend. "There is no need to be so hostile. I am probably the only person in your life that has ever told you the truth so directly. Ever since our first meeting, I have made my intentions very clear without any deception," replied Edward calmly. Credence frowned as he realized that Edward was right. So, after a few seconds of silence, he asked, "What exactly is that contract of yours?" Underscore 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 sorry that I did not post yesterday, but something happened to me. I started posting on royalroad.com. So, while reading the comments there, the people there tear apart my novel. I mean, I did not expect so many errors were in it. Now, previously, I thought that I was the kind of person that can take constructive criticism, but after this experience, I realize how massive my ego was. So, after the experience, I was not in the mood to write at all, and even pondered for a brief moment whether to quit together. Nevertheless, these comments have helped me realize how much I need to improve as a writer, and I am very grateful for the criticism. Now that I have placed my ego aside, hopefully, I will become a much better writer after this experience. Pickup line: you may be a muggle, but that body is magical. Next chapter title, Contract Chapter 62, Contract. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess________________________________________________________________________________________________________ The contract consists of 2 parts. The first of which is to allow me to study you as an obscurus, replied Edward calmly. Study? Obscurus? What is that? Asked Credence with obvious displeasure in his face. After all, no one would like to be treated as a guinea pig or lab rat. I forgot that you do not even know what you are and what your powers are, replied Edward. Then, he suddenly entered his professor mode and started to explain. When a young wizard or witch repressed his magical capability or is forced to do so through physical or emotional trauma, an uncontrollable dark force that is parasitic will be formed inside of them known as an obscurus, and said child will be known as an obscurial. As you can see from your power, obscurus is a very destructive dark force. In the past, when wizards were haunted by muggles, obscurials were a more common thing, but when wizards separated from muggle society, they became a rare thing. Most obscurial does not live past the age of 10, but you are different. I am guessing that because of your lineage, you are way more powerful than most of them, thus finding a way to not only survive but freely control such power. I am very interested in how you did such a thing. Lineage? Do you mean my family? Do you know who my real family is? Asked Credence with an agitated voice. I do know, but I will not tell you, replied Edward calmly. Why? Screamed Credence. Then, a powerful force came from his body and rushed towards Edward. However, the latter did not even move as a power shield cham appeared around him, then bounced the powerful force back, sending Credence flying away a few meters until he hit a wall. Edward then walked to him who was lying on the floor before saying, "Are you calm now?" With a pleading look on his face, Credence asked, "Why don't you tell me if you know? As long as you tell me, I will sign your contract." Edward had a pensive look on his face. The reason he rejected Credence was because of his usual instinct to keep the canon timeline change as little as possible. So, for a moment, he forgot that he did not need to care about keeping the original story as much as possible. After figuring this out, Edward started to think about the benefit that he could get from this situation. One of his plans was to study the power of fate and discover the reason that divination magic seemed to elude him so much. He also wanted to study the correcting force of fate that ensures that the plots of the original canon storyline always get back on track. Since there is a physical manifestation of death in this world, could the same be for fate, thought Edward to himself. Then, he looked at Credence before saying, "Fine, I can agree to your terms, but you have to sign the contract first, and you have to cooperate with my research. Before you agree so easily, be warned that you might be forced to live many unhappy memories of your childhood." Despite this warning, Credence did not hesitate to sign the contract that Edward handed to him. He did not even ask the second part of the contract that this stranger he met only twice mentioned before. He longed to know his origin, his family, so he did not care what he did to find them, to know them. After seeing him sign the magical contract, Edward nodded in satisfaction. "We can start in 7 days as I have some things to deal with first." "Can you tell me who my parents are now?" asked Credence as he held Edward's arm with a very firm grip. Edward then looked at this lost child in his eyes, and after seeing the longing mixed with despair in his face, he secretly sighed before answering, "Your real name is Aurelius Dumbledore, the younger brother of Albus Dumbledore, who is currently one of the greatest wizards alive, and soon will be known as the greatest white wizard of this century. I will tell you the details later. And I know that it has not been proven with certainty whether Credence is Dumbledore's brother, but for the sake of this fiction, he is. So, if you are particular about continuity, then consider this an alternate universe where he is his real blood brother." After that, Edward operated away, heading to a few other locations in the next few days. In his last stop, he appeared in a rundown inn. Scene break. After entering the inn, the smell of goat assaulted his nose, making him quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he ignored the dirt and smell of the inn and headed straight for the owner in the upstairs sitting, who was admiring a painting of a young child hanging to a place where anyone could see it. Although this person was in his 40s or 50s, he looked much older due to his unkempt hair and clothes. "Do you want to see her?" asked Edward out loud, an act which startled the distracted Aberforth. After hearing someone speaking next to him, he instantly stood up, took out his wand, and pointed it at the stranger that had his face covered. "Who are you?" he asked as he felt a great deal of threat from this strange wizard. His instinct was warning that this person was very dangerous, and the only time he felt such tremendous power was from his brother and that damn Grindelwald. "Me? It doesn't matter who I am, but you have not answered my question," replied Edward calmly. "Why would I talk about my affairs to a stranger that broke through my inn?" "That sounds fair. In that case, I will be more direct. I need you to sign a magical contract for me, and in exchange, I will let you see your sister again for a few hours. You can talk to her and say all the things you wished you had before she left." Aberforth became even more on guard after hearing this, so he did not lower his wand. He squinted his eyes at Edward before saying, "You must think for a fool that I would believe such nonsense." Nevertheless, Edward was not offended. With a calm and slow motion, he took out a small stone or gem from his pocket. "I am sure that your brother was not the only one who ever researched such a thing, am I right?" That's, the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows," stuttered Aberforth, who wished nothing more than to rush to Edward and confiscate it from his hand. Fortunately, his reason still got the best of him. The truth of the matter is that this stone was not the one that Edward has in the future, but the one from this timeline. He used the Imperious Curse to control the Gaunt's family to take the stone, and he will return it later and modify their memories. At one point he wanted to know what would happen if he brought this one to the future, but because he might have to deal with death if he did that, he stopped his plan for now. "Yes. With this, you can see her again and talk to her. I can do more than that. I can finally resurrect her," added Aberforth. "Unfortunately, that is not possible. At least the Resurrection Stone is not enough to do such a thing." Aberforth finally woke up from his delusion after hearing this, then he sighed melancholy. Nevertheless, after a few minutes of silence, he asked, "What's this contract about?" Underscore 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 pickup line. "If you were a Dementor, I'd become a criminal just to get your kiss." Next chapter title: Cruel Intentions. Chapter 63, Cruel Intentions. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, Go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess Tapi. Edward smiled under his hood before saying, "This contract is not about you, but your brother Albus." "Of course it is," replied Aberforth. "Most dangerous things that occur in the wizarding world involve him one way or another." "Nevertheless, please be more specific." "Well, I lust after your brother's knowledge of magic. However, knowing him, he would rather die than willingly hand it over to me. So, I have to become creative in finding ways to acquire what I want." "What, don't you just say that you are not his opponent, so you are trying to use me to get to him?" "Unfortunately, you are wrong, Mr. Aberforth. If there was a list of the most powerful wizards in this world, I would be first, your brother second, and Grindelwald third or fourth," replied Edward while thinking about Credence's power. "This obscurial might be ranked third given his ability and potential." Aberforth frowned after hearing this, as he could not tell where this person's confidence came from. Despite being estranged for many years, Aberforth knew how powerful his brother was. He knew despite his calm and nice persona, was a very terrifying wizard. And if it was not that because of the blood pact, his brother would have long stopped Grindelwald. After a brief moment of silence, he asked, "How am I signing this contract going to help you get to my brother? I could spend a lot of time explaining to you the power of bloodline, but I do not have a lot of time to spend, so, do we have a deal or not?" replied Edward calmly. If it was not that his magical contract had the restriction that the user had to sign it of his own volition, Edward had many ways for him to force Aberforth to sign the contract. Whether it was to use the Imperious Curse, influence his mind, or even straight up enslave his soul, he could do all that. Edward's morally grey character often shows up when it comes to magic and knowledge. Unfortunately, this contract had severe restrictions when it came to this. He had tried before, but the contract did not work. After hesitating for a while, Aberforth asked for the contract and Edward handed it to him. The first thing that the oldest of Dumbledore noticed was how beautiful this magical contract was. There were so many strange patterns on it which were glowing with magical lights. Then, he spent some time reading. The general gist of it was that his younger brother was to hand over all his magical knowledge, and in exchange, Edward will allow Aberforth to see his sister, Ariana, for a few hours in the next 3 days. Of course, there were clauses like to keep this contract a secret between the two of them, and other things. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with the contract, Aberforth had to make sure, as he was once played by the goblins of Gringotts due to a contract he did not immediately sign it, but asked, "Why is the time duration so short?" "You should have read the tale of the three brothers," asked Edward back instead of answering. Aberforth nodded. "Then, do you remember what happened to the second brother's wife after her soul was summoned from the afterlife? She was sad and cold, separated from him by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there and suffered," muttered Aberforth. "That is correct. By using soul magic, I can summon your sister without having any problem. However, she cannot stay in the world of the living for long. At least without the proper anchor," thought Edward to himself. Aberforth then sighed before signing the contract, an act which greatly relieved Edward. Little did Aberforth know that this contract was also signed by another person, his unknown little brother Credence Barebone, or Aurelius Dumbledore. The purpose of Edward doing all of this was truly to get Dumbledore's magical knowledge. However, this plan was not that simple. Edward knew that the headmaster would never willingly sign this contract. Edward's first plan was to go back in time when Dumbledore was young and easily influenced, then use the temptation of the Deathly Hallows to have him sign the contract. However, even with the Philosopher's Stone powering his gate, he could not go back so far in time. So, after realizing that he was in 1926, he created another plan. By using the power of bloodline, he will have the headmaster's relatives sign a contract bound to the Dumbledore family's bloodline. Then, Edward will have him pay it. And if the headmaster refused, although Edward could not force him to hand in his knowledge since it was not him personally that signed the contract, there are still major consequences. For one, his brother Aberforth will be a backlash by the contract and die. As for Credence, given that Edward had never heard anything about him in his time, he imagined that he was either dead or hiding somewhere very hidden in the world. Of course, Edward knows that Dumbledore is the kind of person that watched his brother die. To prevent Edward from becoming too powerful by gaining his knowledge, the headmaster might sacrifice not only his life but his remaining family. However, Edward was prepared for such an occasion. According to the hidden clauses of the contract, if such an occasion was to occur, Edward has the legal right to all the souls of the Dumbledore family including their dead parents, sister, and even Dumbledore's soul. Of course, Edward knows that a powerful wizard-like headmaster has control of his soul after death. This was the reason that he could show up to greet Harry Potter after Voldemort killed him in the Forbidden Forest. So, Edward's plan for this situation is to summon the headmaster's little sister, Ariana, and tortured her soul right in front of him. If the headmaster can harden himself to watch his family killed by not fulfilling the contract, Edward will not hesitate to become cruel and despicable. His plan was not just to call the headmaster's sister, but his mother and father too. He will torture them until he gets what he wants. Back to the current moment. After Aberforth signed the contract, Edward fulfilled his end of the bargain and called Ariana Dumbledore's soul from the afterlife, and let her reunite with her brother. Meanwhile, Edward was pulled into a dreamscape despite appearing to be just standing not far from these two. The person who called was of course Death. "You know, wizard, you should not mess with time," said Death in a plain voice. "Many people have done it before, I doubt that you gave them a visit. So why are you targeting me?" asked Edward calmly. "None of these people had the wit or strength to be able to cause as much damage as you can. Messing with time can do irreparable damage to this frail universe." Edward frowned after hearing this, then he said, "I can agree not to cause trouble, or at the very least, just be an observer, but you have to answer my question." After a brief silence, Death said, "What is it? Since you are the manifestation of the laws of death, are there any other gods like you?" "Like the physical manifestation of life and fate," responded Edward. Death became silent for a few minutes after hearing this question, then he answered, "There used to be. However, after the cataclysm, all the others were forced to revert to the laws of nature to keep the balance and function of this universe, and I am the only one left." "What is this cataclysm you mention?" asked Edward, who felt that he had come very close to the deepest secrets of this world. "I have answered your question, wizard," replied Death. "Now, keep your word or suffer the consequences." After that, Edward was kicked out of the dreamscape and woke up to find himself still in the Hogshead Inn, and only a few seconds had passed. To all my Patra.o.n.s members, sorry I have not posted for a while. So, I owe you guys 2 chapters that will be posted tonight. Maybe I should be posting this message on the website instead since I doubt you guys read this. Pickup line, you must play Quidditch. I know a keeper when I see one. Next chapter title, Blackmail Chapter 64, Blackmail. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/PNCS___________________________________________. After his little chat with Death, Edward spent the next hours waiting until Aberforth finished talking to his sister, then he sent her soul back to the afterlife. Edward did not stop despite the pitiful look Aberforth was given him. The next day, Edward directly teleported to some place using the house elf magic spell. The reason being that this place was one of the most secure places in this country, the Macusa jail. The highly guarded prisoner Grindelwald was shocked to see someone operate inside his jail cell, knowing how many anti-apparition enchantments were there. He knew that only the Phoenix and house elf might have this ability, but not a wizard. So, immediately, Grindelwald was on guard. Soon, he noticed that he was the only one who could see this unannounced visitor. With a calm face, he said, "So, who might I owe this visit to, gentlemen?" Edward did not immediately answer. Instead, he activated his magic core, demonstrating his massive magic power. Grindelwald felt the vast magic power from Edward's heart, then he muttered in shock, "You broke the first limiter." Edward smiled and finally spoke for the first time, "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald. My name is Edward Bones." Grindelwald frowned as he remembered that there was a pure-blood family named Bones back in Britain. "I have never seen such a talented wizard like you, Mr. Bones. So, what brings you to see me here?" "I am here because I require something of you." After saying that, Edward did not waste time and handed a magic contract to Grindelwald, who took his time to read it. The contract granted Edward access to all his magical knowledge and experiences. "So, Mr. Bones, what makes you think that I would sign something like this?" asked one of the greatest dark wizards that have ever lived, with a dangerous look on his face. With the same calm look on his face, Edward said, "I could threaten you with your death, but I am an advocate against capital punishment. So, let me show you the reason." After saying that, Edward took out his wand and started to enchant Grindelwald's prison. In half an hour, he placed so many enchantments in this room that would make anyone dizzy just by looking at them. More importantly, were the effects of these enchantments. They prevented Grindelwald from using wandless magic by locking his magic power, then they prevented his voice from reaching outside to prevent him from charming the people outside. The enchantments prevented anyone from using polyjuice potion to impersonate him. The enchantments will prevent anyone from entering this room except for sending Grindelwald's food. And if the leader of the Alliance tries to escape, these enchantments will lock his soul inside this room, meaning only his body could leave this room. In essence, these enchantments prevent Grindelwald from escaping using any means imaginable. Just by the enchantments, he could recognize, Grindelwald knew the meaning of Edward's. After a brief pause, he said, "I do not understand how a talented and powerful wizard as you has never been heard before. Before I sign this contract, I would like to invite you to my cause. With our powers combined, we could finally lead wizardkind to be free from oppression, free to be what we truly are instead of hiding like rats in a sewer. What do you say?" "You know, Mr. Grindelwald, I agree with many of your ideas. Unfortunately, I do not agree with your approach to accomplishing them. Even though you said that you do not hate Muggles, your actions are still rooted in the supremacy of wizards. You failed to see the true value of Muggles and what they can bring to society and wizard civilization as a whole. Not to mention that I can see that you have already started to let powers get to your head, and have started in a path astray from the ideologies that you preach." "What do you mean by the true value of Muggles?" asked Grindelwald. If it was any other person who said these words to him, he would have ignored them and tried to convince them that Muggles will only bring destruction to the world, just like his vision showed him. However, coming from a wizard as powerful as Edward, he is willing to listen. As for being convinced, that was something entirely different. Meanwhile, Edward wanted to tell Grindelwald about the wonders of technology and how if it was mixed with magic, how wonderful civilization would advance, but he did not do so as he gave Death his words that he would not interfere too much. So, he just shook his head before saying, "There is no need to say anything more. You can either sign this contract or spend the rest of your life in this life while your revolution crumbles without your leadership. I am sure that Dumbledore will not have any reservation placing these people into their places without your presence." Grindelwald frowned after hearing this, could he know the relationship between me and Albus? He then looked down at the contract in his hand, then signed it. Unlike the headmaster, he did not have the will to sacrifice his own life for the greater good. Maybe in his later years, after spending years in prison, he might have changed. For now, however, he was not that kind of person. After receiving the signed contract, Edward smiled gleefully, then he operated away after removing the enchantments in the cell room. He then spent the next 3 days fulfilling his end of the bargain with Aberforth, then he met with Credence to fulfill his other agreement by teaching him basic magic. Although Edward gave Death his word not to interfere, he had already signed a contract before that, so he was also bound by his contract. Of course, he could still find ways to break it, but he did not want to. Based on Death's words, there are a few things that he still wanted to observe. Meanwhile, while teaching Credence, he started to review all of Grindelwald's magic knowledge. Just like him and Voldemort, Grindelwald was a master of the dark arts and started experimenting with dark magic ever since he was in school. So, there were plenty of things to learn. For once, he learned that Grindelwald used the Elder Wand to break his first limiter. Through the power of law imbued in the wand, he was able to break his limit. Through this knowledge, he learned a little bit of the capabilities of laws. Of course, Edward was most happy to finally learn the dark magic, Protego Diabolica. He previously theorized that this spell was related to the Fiend Fire Curse, and he was correct. Grindelwald took that curse and modified it to a greater height. Not only did he increase its destructive power, but also granted it the ability to determine whether a person was loyal to them. Edward was very satisfied with this ability, as this would be of great help to the plans he recently made after seeing the power of wizards when they worked together when they repaired New York. Another thing that he acquired that made him satisfied and that would be helpful to his plans was Grindelwald's ability to charm people with his words. Through his memories, Edward learned mannerism, linguistics, persuasive speaking, and emotion manipulation, all the things that Grindelwald used to charm wizards to follow him in his revolution. Next chapter title, Wild Theories Chapter 65, Wild Theories. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/PensesTape__. After reviewing all of Grindelwald's knowledge, the contract did not cease to exist. No, Edward would not make such a rookie mistake, so the contract will not be invalid until he squeezes the first-generation Dark Lord to his last value. He knew that Grindelwald still had plenty of room to grow even when he was imprisoned. He did not believe for a second that Grindelwald did not think about magic during his time imprisoned at Nurmengard. More importantly, Edward wanted the memory of his battle with Dumbledore in 1945. This battle was described as legendary by the people who witnessed it, so Edward wanted to see it and experienced it. So, he planned to activate the contract again after returning to the present. After he was done, Edward finally took time to reflect on the brief conversation he had with Death, and all the information he received in just a few sentences. First, if he messes up with time, he will have to suffer heavy consequences. Most likely, Death will be able to break the rules of his non-intervention and deal with him. Second, there used to be many gods like Death in this world, but after suffering from something called the Cataclysm, they were either dead or forced to revert to the basic principles that govern realities of this universe. According to Edward's current theory, he believes that this cataclysmic event occurred about 12,000 years ago. The reason for that was that Edward had long noticed that this Harry Potter universe is very similar to his previous universe before he transmigrated. The only difference was magic, but the culture, history, and advances in technology were the same with different people. However, key figures like Einstein, Isaac Newton, Nikola Tesla, Hitler, and Stalin still exist, people that have impacted the world greatly. This fact has Edward theorized that the Harry Potter world was possibly just an alternate universe of Earth, but he does not have any proof to back that up. Back to the point. One of the theories he once read in his past life was the idea that 12,000 years ago, a highly advanced civilization existed on Earth, but was destroyed due to a cataclysmic event. However, remains of this civilization were discovered by the Mesopotamians, Babylonians, and Egyptians. Then, they built a powerful civilization and wonders that some scientists in modern times still could not completely understand or explain. Edward's theory was that similar events might have occurred in this Harry Potter world, that a powerful wizarding civilization existed 12,000 years ago and the gods like Death even walked the earth among them. After going through the cataclysm, this civilization was destroyed and the gods were killed, remains of it were discovered by later wizards, hence the wizards in the past were most likely way more powerful than currently. Edward believes that magic power used to exist in the environment in the past. But as time passed, the magic power gradually decreased, hence the reason that modern wizards are so weak. This theory also explains why ley line nodes contain magic power, but the environment does not. This theory can also explain Edward's other theory that the Harry Potter universe was a high magical universe but slowly weakened over time. Another proof of this far-fetched theory was the pyramids located all around the world. After connecting them in a certain way, they formed a strange pattern that looked like a magical array to Edward. After discovering this, he visited all of them during his 5 years voyage around the world. He discovered that they were located in the most powerful ley line magical nodes on this planet. On top of that, there are signs of very powerful enchantments in these pyramids. Unfortunately, these enchantments were mostly destroyed due to the passage of time, so Edward could not reconstruct them with the little remaining nor guessed the reason for the pyramid's construction. However, now that he has the Gate of World, once he increases its ability to travel back in time, he will visit all these pyramids again and recreate these enchantments and discover the secrets of the past. Anyways, he only promised Death not to intervene in the events that occurred in the past. He did not promise not to travel back in time as an observer and recorder of history. Another plan Edward made after summarizing this incident was to return the Harry Potter universe to its former glory. And the first step in doing this will be to reactivate these ley line nodes and ensure that magic power is returned to the environment. However, he had a feeling that things would not be as simple as he imagined. Nevertheless, he had plenty of time to realize his plan. Scene break. After absorbing the essence of Grindelwald's knowledge, Edward placed his attention on Credence, to be precise, on the obscurus inside of him and his ability to control it. According to their previous agreement, Edward had to teach him basic magical knowledge, and in exchange, Credence had to allow Edward to study him. So, during the next 6 months, Edward did countless tests and experiments on Credence. He even reviewed all his memories of when he first became an Obscuralian experience, which was very unpleasant to the latter. According to Edward's discovery, an obscurus is formed when a young wizard consciously or subconsciously suppressed his or her magic power inside the magic core. Then, all the negative emotions of trauma or abuse fused with the magic power, creating a dark and powerful parasitic force with tremendous power. In terms of Eastern ideologies, the obscurus is the negative side or yin of the magic power inside a wizard. According to his research, the reason that adults cannot become obscurial is that no matter how dark their thoughts are, they still have some level of control over it, but children do not. Additionally, after the age of 10, the magic power of most wizards or witches turns into a very stable and hard to control state, hence the reason it becomes more difficult for children after this age to accidentally use different magical abilities based on their emotions. This probability keeps decreasing as they grow older. Most obscurial do not leave past the age of 10 years old, but Credence was different. The reason for that was his powerful bloodline. Edward has to admit that the Dumbledore family is full of talented individuals. After analyzing his result, Credence's bloodline granted him vastly superior magical powers than ordinary children, thus his Obscurus was way more powerful than an ordinary one. Secondly, his bloodline granted him a very powerful soul, which then granted him a very powerful mind or spirit. What Credence did was to separate his mind into two. One was his original self, while the other is all the dark, negative, or unhappy memory or trauma that he suffered at the hands of his adopted mother. This second personality is also the source and origin of the Obscurus. Using his main personality or mind, he was able to control the second personality, the Obscurus. As a result of this situation, he was able to freely control this dark parasitic force inside of him. Of course, Credence did not have total control, as he was easily influenced by the second personality. Once his emotions got the best of him, the second personality would take control, hence the reason that he easily lost control after discovering Percival Graves' betrayal and went on a rampage around the city of New York. After analyzing Credence, Edward had an idea on how to create the Obscurus spell, but he still needed some much-needed data which he will try to acquire after returning to 1992. ______________________ A few announcements. I will be posting regularly from now. So, we are back to one chapter a day. Sorry about the irregular posting schedule, I was burned out and needed a little break. Adding to the things happening in my real life, it was just too much. Secondly, I will be writing another fanfiction, this time about Naruto. The MC of this FIC will be truly evil like Fan Yuan from Reverent Insanity. The first chapter will be dropped tomorrow, probably. However, the weekly release for that FIC will be irregular since I'm already writing 2 other novels. Finally, starting next month, my Patra.o.n will be charged in front. So, to the people who pledge, then read all the ahead chapters, then cancelled your pledges before you are charged, you can no longer use that tactic. And shame on all of you who did that. Pick-up line, are you a snitch? Because you're the finest catch here. Next chapter title, Operation Hormongandr Chapter 66, Operation Hormongandr. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess________________________________________________. After teaching Credence magic for the past 6 months, Edward did not immediately return to the future, but observe how the changes he made would affect the world, and also discover how the power of fate works. So, without any surprise, things went to their original track without Edward's interference. Grindelwald still escaped his prison in Macusa, Credence still met and developed a relationship with Nagini, Queenie still became of the Acolytes. More importantly, Credence was still convinced by Grindelwald to join his cause in an attempt to use him to kill Dumbledore. Even though he was already aware of his heritage, Grindelwald still convinced the naive boy that Albus Dumbledore not only stole his family from him but all the glory that should belong to him. As for Edward, he watched all these things from the comfort of his hotel through a glass ball using divination. Although he wanted to see the confrontation of Grindelwald and Credence against Dumbledore, he did not want to wait so long. He knew that this would be an interesting battle as Credence also broke his first limiter through the power of the Obscurus. He might be the youngest person to ever do so. According to his research, Credence's constant repression of his magical power allowed it to grow rapidly under the influence of the Obscurus. Then, when he reached the limit of 25, the Obscurus broke through that barrier or limiter for him. Oddly enough, it did not break the second limiter. After experimenting on Credence, he also discovered the mysterious power that prevented him from breaking the second limiter. Under his guidance, he had credence use his obscurus to try to break that second limiter, but it was no use. No matter how much power is used, it was to no avail. After that, Edward reviewed some memories he got from Nicholas Flamel. According to him, the grand alchemist used his stone to break the first limiter. However, after realizing that the grievances in the stone were affecting his magical power, he did not want to use this method for his wife. So, he studied another method to accomplish this task, which was a way for wizards to break the limiter through natural practice and hard work. A method he taught to a young Dumbledore after the latter graduated from Hogwarts and met Nicholas Flamel and became friends. Oddly enough, his method worked for his wife but did not allow him to break through the second limiter. Edward then summarized his findings in this matter to research it later, but then decided to just ask Death about it. However, knowing how the latter operate, he knew that without a proper reason or benefit, Death would never give him such knowledge for free. So, he has to find a way to entice him. Scene break. Edward was floating in the air, invisible to everyone present, while a group of wizards listened to a man in the center giving a grand and motivational speech. This person was of course Gellert Grindelwald. Edward watched how the events of the second Fantastic Beasts movie unfolded without intervening. After Nicholas Flamel used a counter-charm along with other gifted wizards to save the city of Paris from the Protego Diabolica curse. After that, he took out an alchemy item and used it to activate the power of the Gate of World to return to the small dimension inside. After that, he returned to 1992. As soon as Edward walked out of the gate, he felt the power of time enveloping him and rapidly aging him by 66 years. However, before that power had the chance to act, the ring that Edward made before traveling through time released a temporal aura that protected him from the effect. After a few seconds of constantly fighting this aging curse, Edward left his laboratory on the moon to start his grand plan. Scene break. An old man was standing in front of the garden watering his plants. Suddenly, some new memories that he did not have before appeared in his mind. I met Edward in 1926? Before he was even born? Is this rascal messing with time now? Muttered the old man. Soon after, an old woman slowly walked next to him before saying, "Newt, did you just have a random memory of Edward in 1926? Newt just nodded to his wife Tina. So, what do we do? Just ignore it. Edward knows what he's doing, and it has nothing to do with us," replied the old man calmly. Then, the two of them continued their slow-paced life. Meanwhile, a few people like Queenie and Grindelwald also received similar memories. Aberforth received a memory as well, however, he did not know Edward's identity as he covered his face during their encounter. As for the nomage Jacob Kowalski, he died of old age more than a decade ago, leaving his wife, Queenie, a widow. Scene break. After spending a few days going around the world, Edward was having dinner with his aunt, Amelia. "You rarely take the initiative to have dinner with me, so what's going on?" asked Amelia calmly with a stern look on her face. "Why do I appear so terrible in your mind?" replied Edward. However, all he received was a glaring stare. So, he went straight to the point of this meeting. "I've had a recent change in perspective recently, thus changing many of my plans. I have decided to conquer the entire world and take control of the advancement of civilization on this planet." Amelia frowned after hearing this, not because Edward's words sounded ridiculous, but because she was surprised by the sudden change. The truth of the matter, Amelia is one of the closest people to Edward, even surpassing his parents at this point. When he was young, because his parents were morally righteous people, she used to be one of the few people that he would talk about his dream of making the wizarding world into a very advanced civilization. And Amelia never treated her nephew as a kid talking nonsense, as she knew how talented and forward-thinking he was. Unfortunately, after his parents' death, Edward stopped talking about his plans and developed some sort of deeply hidden disgust at the wizarding world. He entered a deep state of depression after that, and it was Amelia who got him through it, it was even her who gave him the idea of using magic to find a way to revive them. Thus, when Edward told her that he was moving forward with his plans again, she was indeed quite surprised. After taking a moment to ponder about his words, she asked, "What do you need me to do?" Next chapter title, Laying the Foundation, Chapter 67, Laying the Foundation. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape____________________________________________________________________________________________before I elaborate on my plans, said Edward. "I will probably be the ruler of this planet as I do not wish to deal with these political nonsenses. As long as my goals and requirements are met, I will not interfere unless necessary." Amelia gave him another deep stare before saying, "So, you want me to do all the work while you enjoy all the benefits? Don't make it sound so bad. I will be more focused on advancing magic and technology, so my role is way more important in this situation as I will be the guiding light for the development of Earth's civilization." "Why do I feel like your level of narcissism has dramatically increased in the past few weeks I have not seen you?" asked Amelia. "Now that I look closely at you, you appear to be more handsome than I remember, and taller." If Edward was not sitting down, she would have already noticed the more than 10 centimeters increase in height. "One of my magical experiments was successful, hence the slight change in appearance, but this is not the time to talk about this. If you want, I will tell you all about it later. Back to the topic, if you are going to be the true ruler of this planet, there is certain knowledge especially from the Muggle side that you need to know." After saying that, Edward waved his hand and a small mountain of books appeared somewhere in the room. After looking at these books, Amelia said with a slight irritation in her voice, "I should remind you that most of our Bones family besides you were Hufflepuffs. So, what makes you think I will take my time to read all these books? Even if I did, how long would that take? Although these books are the most basics that you need to learn, do not be discouraged as I will give you plenty of help." He then took out a beautiful crown or diadem. "Is that?" asked Amelia in wonder. "Yes, Ravenclaw's diadem, said to have the ability to increase the wearer's intelligence. I made this one for you to increase your study ability and management ability. Nevertheless, you will not be alone. I have created a think tank with some of the most intelligent Muggles from different fields on this planet. Their sole purpose is to plan out the fastest way to conquer this planet and the best way to govern it. They will be both your teacher and advisors." Amelia nodded as she could imagine the shady things his nephew did to get all these people in one place. "What about your parents? What are you going to do with them?" After a brief silence, Edward responded, "You know better than I do. With the way their values are, they would never accept some of the things that I am going to do. Although they would still support me, they would not like it. So, I am going to revive them only after everything is done. By then, it would be too late for them to try to convince me otherwise. And if they want any form of status or power in this new world that I am going to create, I will be more than happy to give it to them. However, based on their personality, I imagine that they will just enjoy a relaxing life after being revived." Amelia nodded her head in agreement with him. "So, what is the first step of your plan?" "I am guessing it is to take control of the Ministry of Magic." "You are correct," replied Edward, then he took out a glowing tube, a green stone, and a contract. "This is the Philosopher's Stone and this is a potion that can increase a person's lifespan made from the stone. I will supply enough of it for you to draw in people, and further strengthen the loyalty of the ones that already follow the Bones family." Amelia's eyes shined. "So, you finally succeeded? I thought you said that the stone was red." "This one is very special as I added the youth potion to it. Thus, not only can it grant immortality, but also eternal youth. Amelia nodded calmly despite the excitement in her eyes, then she continued asking, "Did you dilute it?" "Of course. This one can only increase 5 years of lifespan, and appear 1 year younger. Enough for people to feel the effect and want more." "That's fine. I'm guessing this paper is a contract that forces people to be loyal to us. However, you should be aware that using force is not always the wisest method." "I know that," replied Edward. "Human beings are inherently rebellious. Force them to do something, they will fight back. However, convince them to do something willingly, then they will not hesitate to sacrifice their lives. This contract only allows you to discern who is truly loyal to you and who is just pretending. That way, you can easily determine who to trust after the people sign it." Amelia nodded, then the two of them discussed the next step of action. "In that case, we will begin a week later," said Edward, before leaving the mansion and operating somewhere else. Scene break. A burst of flame appeared in a dark and creepy fortress, and from the flame, Edward walked out leisurely without being harmed in any shape or form. Then, he slowly walked in a certain direction. As he went further into the fortress, an eerily cold that seeped deep into his soul could be felt, and soon, the reason for this phenomenon was discovered: Dementors. Hundreds if not thousands of them. After feeling the exuberant emotions from Edward, they all rushed to meet the uninvited guest who dared to trespass into Azkaban. Many of them were excited at the prospect of finally having a proper meal. After sucking most of these prisoners dry, these Dementors were not happy with their daily meal, so they were very excited at the prospect of sucking the soul of this new prey. As for Edward, despite being surrounded by so many Dementors, had a calm look on his face. He took out his wand and waved it. A patronus charm did not come from his wand, but a dark light that enveloped all these Dementors. Following this, all of them aligned themselves in 2 separated rows while leaving the middle road empty. They looked like well-trained soldiers at a military parade, and Edward looked like their army commander. Although Edward admitted that Dementors were indeed truly foul creatures, he did spend a lot of time studying to understand the soul. His research came to new heights when he discovered manuals and books written by both Rochidian and Echristes. These two were some of the most dangerous dark wizards that ever lived, and some of the research that they conducted made Voldemort's Horcrux look like child's play. Echristes used to live here in Azkaban, and this place was his magical experiment laboratory. He is the creator of Dementors. After discovering his inheritance, Edward realized that many of the dark things he did were quite cute, especially when he saw how Dementors were created. As for Rochidian, he created a way to control Dementors like they were his slaves. Oddly enough, both these ancient wizards were very narcissistic and wanted their knowledge to be passed on to later generations, so they created maps to guide people to find the place they left their research. However, these guys were still twisted, dark wizards. The place that they left their knowledge was full of terrible traps and enchantments. While going through these traps, Edward saw the bones of so many people. He even wondered how many maps did these people leave behind and whether this was just a twisted game for them to kill wizards of future generations. Luckily for him, these guys did leave much of their dark arts research and even used magic to preserve them for a very long time. After controlling the Dementors, Edward headed straight for a particular cell. He looked down at the crazy and disheveled prisoners on the floor, then said, "Bellatrix Lestrange. The first chapter for the new fanfic is up, so you guys should go check it out, and tell me how you feel down on the comment section." Next chapter title, Right Hand Man Chapter 68, Right Hand Man. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and Naruto fanfic and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/pnsastp____________________________________________________________________________h. A deranged smile appeared in her mouth before saying, "Are you sent by the Dark Lord?" "No," replied Edward. "Tisk, in that case, I do not need to care about you." After that, she muttered ever softly to herself, "Only the Dark Lord has the right to be this handsome. When he comes back, I will gladly torture this pretty boy and enjoy making many cuts in his face." Of course, Edward heard her as she was not as quiet as she believed. However, he did not care about her words. What he cared about was her mind. After taking a tour there through legilimency, he truly understood what the term crazy meant. Bellatrix's mind was full of thoughts of killing, torture, and an unnatural devotion to Voldemort. With a frown on his face, he walked inside her cell, pointed his wand at her before saying, "Rezero Codex Vita." Instantly, he started analyzing Bellatrix's life code. After deciphering the ancient runes that made up her bloodline and soul, he realized that there was an actual reason for her madness. After countless years of inbreeding, the Black family bloodline has become broken beyond repair, even affecting the soul. The mind is the link of the soul to the body. By affecting the soul, the mind is also affected. No wonder whether it was Sirius or her Aunt Walburga, they all possessed a fierce and dangerous temper. In her case, the madness reached beyond imaginable. As for Bellatrix, she was looking at him with the look of an animal wanting to pounce on its prey. Unfortunately, she discovered that she was incapable of moving, so her plans of trying to bite off Edward's hand to take his wand proved useless. After analyzing Bellatrix's life code for a while, Edward muttered to himself, "I can deal with her bloodline problem later, the problem now is how to make her loyal to me." Her affection and loyalty for Voldemort have been so deeply imprinted in her mind that it even affected her soul. After pondering for a brief moment, Edward used a comma charm on Bellatrix, then, with a wave of his wand, a transparent figure looking exactly like her appeared from her body. It was her soul. Then, Edward started to modify her memories, weaving a complex and intriguing tale. According to Bellatrix's new memory, once she was young, she accidentally received a prophecy. In this prophecy, she saw a vague figure standing in a floating city with countless figures standing behind him. This figure fought countless unimaginable beings, countless demons and gods, and was victorious. Among the people behind this vague figure was her who was standing right next to him and many other families in the wizarding world. After receiving that prophecy, she searched and waited for that person until she met Voldemort. With his unmatched power, Bellatrix believed that he was the hidden figure in the prophecy, so she became loyal to him. She devoted her body, soul, and entire being to him. Then, when Voldemort died and she went to torture the Longbottoms for information, she accidentally learned that Voldemort was a half-blood. She became devastated and outraged because the only thing she knew for sure about the hidden figure was that he was a pure blood. Knowing that she served the wrong person, she decided to punish herself by spending years in Azkaban. She was also waiting for that hidden figure to show up. Since she was by his side when he fought the gods, then they will eventually meet. Nevertheless, she did not want anyone else to notice the change in her behavior, so she displayed loyalty to Voldemort to the outside. Of course, none of these things happened, and Edward was just using Bellatrix's obsession with both pure blood ideologies and Voldemort to guide her to be obsessive and undyingly loyal to him. There was an easier way for him to get her loyalty. He could forcibly rewrite her own will. During his travels, while in the southern part of Haiti, he learned from a Haitian dark wizard how to refine zombies. This dark magic was similar to Inferius, except for the fact Inferi are created from the body of the dead, while zombies are created from living people. If Edward wanted, he could modify the zombie transformation and make it into an obedient slave that follows all his orders. The problem with that is the fact that people with no will of their own have no creative ability, just blindly follow orders. That is not what he needed Bellatrix for. so, to get her loyalty willingly without affecting her thinking ability, he went into so much trouble. Of course, this was not enough to reassure him. After finishing modifying her memories directly through her soul so that these memories would never actually be discovered as false, Edward placed her soul back into her body. Then, he pointed his wand at the dark mark on her forearm. A white light came from his wand and entered the mark. Following this, the dark mark changed from its previous design to an Ouroboros with a pyramid inside. Inside the pyramid was a lotus with a single eye at the center. The Ouroboros represents infinity, the pyramid stands for rebirth after death, the lotus symbolizes wisdom and the eye stands for truth and knowledge. The whole design is a representation of Edward's limitless pursuit of knowledge through intelligence and wisdom after he was granted a second chance at life. After the new mark was replaced from Bellatrix's hand, it started to move around in her skin before disappearing. Afterward, it appeared deep in her soul. This is the backhand that Edward left on her in case someone powerful enough to remedy her soul again and erased the memories he so cautiously planted. Edward was never arrogant, believing that his plans were infallible. As a person who will one day travel across countless universes and dimensions, he can imagine the kind of powerful being he will encounter. There is no doubt in his mind that many of these people have that ability. So, he placed a backhand on Bellatrix in case such a day arrived. Then, he can still forcefully control her through that method, or instantly kill her in case she betrays him or someone tries to get information about him from her soul. A few minutes later, Bellatrix opened her eyes with a look of confusion on her face. However, after seeing Edward's face, the hidden figure that she could never see suddenly became very vivid to her. She instantly got up from the floor, before saying, "Lord, I finally found you, after so many years, you finally came to see me." After that, she looked at her ragged appearance with a frown, then she knelt on the ground. "I'm sorry that I am not presentable in front of you, my lord." Edward looked at her actions, then nodded in satisfaction after reading her mind. "Get up." Bellatrix followed the instruction. "Open your mouth," said Edward, and she did not hesitate. With a wave of his wand, her teeth turned white and clean. With another wave, she was cleaned up and wearing proper clothes. Bellatrix could even smell a lavender scent coming from her body. "You are now more presentable," said Edward. He placed his wand inside a small pouch that was hanging inside his coat. Oxio Daniela. The Oxio charm cannot summon people, but this one was modified by Edward to be able to do so. A woman that looked exactly like Bellatrix was taken out from the pouch, however, she had a dull look in her eyes as if unresponsive to any external stimuli. Edward had used the Philosopher's Stone to permanently change her appearance for her to take Bellatrix's place in Azkaban. After placing Daniela in the cell, Edward handed his arm to Bellatrix, then with a burning flame, he disappeared from Azkaban. In this short visit, he acquired an army of Dementors that only followed his orders and right-hand women that can do all the dirty things or experiment that his fleeting morality will not allow him to do. Well, I understand that the plot of this chapter is a little too convoluted, but I do not know any better way to do so without totally changing Bellatrix's personality. I could not just write that she was impressed by Edward's talent, then decided to devote herself to him. Or he just used Imperious Curse. So, bear with it for now. The second chapter for the Naruto fanfic is coming tonight, at a very late hour. Maybe. Next chapter title, Devilish Side Chapter 69, Devilish Side, re-edited. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstapy_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore_underscore after leaving Azkaban, Edward teleported himself and Bellatrix using the World Gate's power. Of course, she did not know the exact location but just found herself inside a very large space with many differently labeled rooms. Edward had her waiting for him in the lounge for a few hours before meeting her again. Then, he handed a necklace to her. Immediately after wearing it, Bellatrix found her mind completely calm and indifferent, extremely logical. The majority of her aggression and sadistic nature turned into an extremely logical one. This necklace was enchanted with a version of the mechanized mind spell specifically designed to rein in her madness. "I need you to learn the mechanized mind spell as the necklace is only temporary," said Edward. "My lord, no problem. I will learn this charm as soon as possible so that I can help you lead the pure-blood family to glory and greatness." However, Edward shook his head. "I need you to get these nonsense pure-blood theories out of your head as soon as possible. In the new world order that I am about to create, there will be only two types of people, useful and useless. Muggles are classified as a useful one. In some cases, they might be even more important than wizards. As for you, do you know why I chose you?" Bellatrix frowned as she realized that the new lord that she was serving was different from that damn Voldemort who tricked her. He seemed to be more ambitious and did not care about people's origin. Although these ideas contradict what she believed all her entire life, Bellatrix was willing to try to change to better serve her new master. "I do not know, my lord," she replied. "The reason is that I need someone to do the dirty work that my already grey morality will not allow me to do. So, I do not need your pure-blood nonsense to get in the way of plans. As for your madness and craziness, it is one of the reasons that I chose you, but you have to keep a certain level of control of it. What I need is a mad dog that bites at my command, not one that bites everything and everyone without any sense of control." Bellatrix took a moment to process the information she received, then with a twinkle in her eyes. "No worry, my lord, I will be your most loyal and ferocious dog." "Good," replied Edward. "Now, here is your first task after learning the mechanized mind charm. I need you to create artificial obscurials for me." "Obscurial?" asked Bellatrix as she tried to remember the meaning of this term. After trying to remember for a while without any success, she said with a trembling voice, "My lord, I do not know what obscurials are, please punish me for my incompetence." Edward frowned before answering, "I am not Voldemort, and I will not punish you for your ignorance." After that, Edward took a few minutes to explain what an obscurus was. "My lord, how would we create such a thing artificially?" "Simple," responded Edward. "I need you to capture a bunch of orphan children with magical abilities between the ages 6 to 8 years old, then divide them into two groups. For the first group, you will adopt the persona of a mother figure to them. However, you will punish them every time that they use their magical powers, creating both physical and emotional trauma to them. By doing this, you will force them to start repressing their magical abilities, leading to obscurus forming from these children. Of course, to make sure that these children are often reprimanded for using their magic, you have to secretly create opportunities for them where they are forced to use their magic abilities. Then, you will accidentally catch them, and punish them for their actions. As for the second group, you will modify their memories and instill years of abuse into their mind due to their magical abilities. I want to see if an obscurial will be born that way and which process is quicker." "My lord, can I torture the children in the first group?" asked Bellatrix with a strange excitement in her voice. After frowning, Edward answered, "There is no need for that. All I need you to do is to be strict and reprimanded them for using their magical ability. Just like this." Then Edward placed all of Credence's memories of his mother in Bellatrix's head. "You just have to act like her." "As you wish," replied Bellatrix. "Remember what I said. I need your madness, but you have to be able to control, otherwise, you are useless to me." Bellatrix nodded her head. Edward then suddenly thought of something and added, "There should be a third controlling group. By gathering the negative emotions of people and mixing them with magical power, let's see if an obscurus can be born in that way. You can further divide this group into two, the negative emotions of adults and children, and see the result." Although he was a little guilty about these children, only a little. Since they will be fine after the experiment and he will erase their memories of the experience, they can still live normal lives. And he can get them adopted and provide them with a lavish lifestyle for the rest of their lives. Compared to their previous life as orphans, they would be much better. If there were any other options, he would not do so. But according to his theory, the obscurus might be the only power that can affect the power of law, thus the only power capable of hurting death in case something goes wrong. Edward was not the kind of person that liked to place his safety and that his family on the mood or decisions of others. Furthermore, the obscurus is not only for death. When he begins his travel across dimensions, he might encounter some very powerful beings that are hostile to him. With the power of the obscurus, hopefully, he can compete with them. If not, at least give him enough time to run away. After all these thoughts flashed across his mind, Edward then asked, "Do you have any questions?" asked Edward. After hesitating for a moment, Bellatrix replied, "My lord, I cannot use a complex charm like weaving false memories into someone else's mind, or absorb negative emotions. You do not need to worry about that, as I have many alchemy products to help you in your research. Additionally, you can learn," replied Edward. Then, he said out loud, "Siri, grant her temporary level 3 access to the library. Additionally, on my authority, grant her a diadem for the duration of her study." After Edward said these words, Bellatrix suddenly heard a voice speaking around her. She looked around, but could not find the origin of the voice. Granting Bellatrix Lestrange temporary level 3 authority. Processing. Access granted. Immediately after that, Bellatrix found a map inside her mind, and the map indicated what room she could enter with her permission and what resources were available to her based on her authority level. Although she did not understand many of these things, she marveled at all the rooms she had access to and was flabbergasted by the amount of room she was forbidden to enter due to her low-level access. Then, a look of yearning appeared on her face. As for Edward, he looked at Bellatrix, who was acting like a country bump who had seen a modern city for the first time, then he frowned. Siri, before she starts her magical study, used the temporal advantage of the Mind Palace spell to cram as much knowledge about modern Muggle society and scientists in her mind. "As you command, sir." Edward then nodded in satisfaction. With this method, Bellatrix can study and understand basic modern knowledge, mostly basic scientific knowledge, in a very short time, thus becoming a proper researcher that can help him. Of course, as a result of this, Bellatrix will spend the next month with headaches so intense and painful that it would drive any ordinary person mad. With the help of potions, the side effects will be eased, but the process will still be brutal. Nevertheless, Edward still has faith in her that she can take it, especially knowing that she was doing it to be more helpful to him. After settling Bellatrix, Edward proceeded to prepare for his next step, a step that will forever change the magical world. Next chapter title, Sensational Announcement. Chapter 70, Sensational Announcement. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstapi. A week passed quickly. A stadium that was used to hold international Quidditch match was full of wizards from all over the world. In the past week, news that the genius, Edward Bones, was going to make an announcement that will change the wizarding world has spread so rapidly that it astonished many people. However, the majority of people inside the stadium were not here because of the announcement, but because they received news that a very rare monster duel card will be given to one lucky participant. The rumors even said that it was one of the Egyptian god cards. Although many people knew that this was a ploy to get them to attend the event on such short notice, no one could resist the temptation. Of course, not everyone was here for the same reason. The stadium was divided into two: the ordinary people that sat in the seats that surrounded the field, and the people that had seats in the middle of the field. These people were the really important members of the wizarding world. They were members of the Wizengamot, Sacred 28 and other pure-blood families, a few minister of magic from countries like France, Germany, United States, Brazil, etc. Basically, important members of the International Conference of Wizards. Some important scholars have made contributions to the wizarding world in different fields. The majority of these people were Edward's pen pals that he often exchanged letters with. All of them showed up after Edward personally invited them. As for the others, they only came due to the reputation of this very gifted wizard that is said to have the potential to one day surpass Dumbledore. The entire stadium was quite noisy with so many people talking to one another. However, everyone soon quieted down once Edward slowly walked to the podium in the middle of the field. Despite so many eyes looking at him, he was quite calm as he smiled. He looked in the first row of his stadium where the teachers of Hogwarts were seated, along with his Aunt Amelia. He looked at the very excited Professor Flitwick and slightly nodded to him. "I know that many of you are here because of the promised Egyptian god cards. So, you do not need to worry. After this event is over, I guarantee that one of you will be the proud owner of Slifer the Sky Dragon. Edward's voice traveled throughout the entire stadium such that every single individual felt like they were having a one-to-one conversation with him. Many people thought that he was just using an amplifying charm, sonorous, but all the elite of the wizarding world were essentially here, so they could tell that this was a very advanced form of magic. This spell was essentially the one Voldemort used when he asked the students of Hogwarts to hand over Harry Potter before the Battle of Hogwarts in the Deathly Hallows movie. After Edward's words, while most of the elite were thinking about his use of charm, the other ordinary wizards started laughing as they were a little embarrassed. After waiting for a few seconds for the crowd to quiet down, Edward continued his presentation. "I am sure that the majority, if not all of you here, are aware of the three unforgivable curses: the Killing Curse, the Imperious Curse, and the Cruciatus Curse. Although the origin of these curses has long been lost in the annals of history, the amount of pain and suffering they have caused amongst us wizards is unforgettable. Whether it was during Grindelwald's rise to power or Voldemort's madness, many of us in this stadium has suffered at the hand of these curses. You may have a family or loved ones that had their wills twisted by the Imperious Curse, were mentally and physically tortured by the Cruciatus Curse, or killed defenselessly by the Killing Curse." Edward paused as he left. His words simmered for a bit, rendering the entire stadium into a somber mood. He was correct, as many people in this stadium have suffered a great deal of suffering because of these curses, especially the older generations that were alive for both Grindelwald and Voldemort's rise of power. Many of them have lost loved ones and close friends during their battle against the tyranny of these dark wizards. After waiting for his words to sink in, Edward continued, "There is no need to be saddened, as today, I have brought hope for all of you. From now on, we wizards will no longer fear the power of these unforgivable curses. We no longer have to worry about our mind being controlled, worry about our soul being tortured while being helpless, worry that we need to be Harry Potter to survive the Killing Curse. For today, I, Edward Bones, will announce the three counter curses that I have studied and created for them. From today on, the unforgivable curses will be nothing but ordinary dark arts spells." All the attending wizards were first shocked, then they all stood up and started applauding out loud. This time it was not just the crowd on the bleachers that applauded, but even the scholars and elites also did the same. Some people had tears on their faces, some people hugged their families. In general, the entire stadium was enveloped by a joyous mood. On the row right in front of Edward's stage, the teachers of Hogwarts stood up while also applauding. As a member of the Order of Phoenix, many of them have watched their friends killed during the war against Voldemort and his Death Eater while being helpless. So, they knew the importance of such a discovery. They only wished that such a discovery was made sooner. Maybe many of their friends would have survived. In his seat, Snape had a cold look on his face as usual as he looked at Edward on the stage. Despite his calm exterior, a sense of sadness could be seen flash across his eyes for a brief moment before being replaced by hope and excitement. Meanwhile, in Professor McGonagall's seat, she also stood up while clapping with a smile on her face. She leaned over the person next to her before whispering, "Albus, maybe we were wrong about the dark arts." Dumbledore, who was also clapping albeit with a calm look on his face, responds, "Maybe." However, his eyes never moved from Edward. In his mind, Edward's young figure was replaced by a charming and charismatic blonde wizard. "He looks just like you, Gellert. Is that a good thing or not?" thought the headmaster to himself. As for Edward, he waited until the crowd calmed down before starting explaining the spells that he created. Readkin the Readkin? So, after reading all the comments, many people have pointed out to me that this was my story and I can write it however I want. One of my character flaws is the fact that I want to please everybody despite fully knowing that is impossible. But I learned something valuable during this experience: know what I do, someone will not be happy. So, I might as well do what's best for me or what I want. Thus, instead of completely changing the obscurial plot and making Bellatrix do a completely different experiment, I will modify it a little to fit Edward's morally grey worldviews. So, if you guys want, you can check out the newly added plots in the previous chapter, but since things did not change that much, it won't affect your understanding of the story that much. Next chapter title: The Three Counter Curses. Chapter 71, The Three Counter Curses. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape_____________________________________________________________________________________________________ This curse is special amongst the other three as someone with an exceptional will can indeed wake up from it. To deal with this curse, I have come up with two solutions. One is a set of potions that can slowly strengthen the will of the users. With this potion, wizards will have a very high resistance to the Imperious Curse, making it very difficult for any wizards to control them. Another solution is a charm similar to a clemency that I called Presidium Animamia, or Protection of the Soul. This counter curse can protect the souls of wizards and prevent them from being controlled against their will. After saying these words, Edward waved his wand in the air, then an image appeared in the stadium. The image was similar to how Grindelwald showed all the wizards his vision of the future during the rally in Paris. In this image, Edward showed a vivid demonstration of how to properly practice this spell, from the pronunciation to wand movement, to things that people need to pay attention to. Many wizards were surprised as they did not expect that Edward would actually reveal this precious knowledge. Many people assumed that this was just a publicity stunt to show Edward's talents and accomplishments. They assumed that after the announcement, Edward would receive a bunch of rewards, but they never believed that he would just reveal the knowledge especially so easily, without asking for any remuneration. After the demonstration was over, Edward continued, "For anyone who did not understand or remember this magic in such a short time, there is no need to worry. After this event, everyone present here will receive a book containing all three counter curses. Additionally, stores belonging to the Bones family will have free books regarding this topic for anyone who wishes for one." Now, let's continue. The second counter curse is called Ecite Cruciatus. This charm allows wizards to temporarily cut off their pain receptors. As such, rendering the Cruciatus curse invalid. Following this, another demonstration appeared for the people in the crowd. Meanwhile, Edward was thinking about the Cruciatus curse. To him, this spell was the easiest to create a counter-curse for. At first, he thought this was a dark art that tortured a person's soul, but he was not completely right. The Cruciatus curse just stimulates pain receptors. Only when a wizard is powerful enough or twisted enough that he could use this curse to inflict pain directly to the mind or spirit, just Bellatrix did to the Longbottoms. So, all Edward had to do was create a spell that actually shut off the human body's pain receptors. As for the possible damage to the mind, his first counter-charm against the Imperious curse and even occlumency can help with that. After the second demonstration was finished, Edward then talked about the killing curse. Many people were waiting for this moment. Unlike the other two unforgivable curses, the killing curse was truly deadly. Throughout the history of the wizarding world, only one person managed to survive from it: Harry Potter. Unfortunately, few people knew how he managed to do so. As for the people who were aware, they knew that his method was unreproducible or required too much to do so, especially on a large scale. I know that many of you are waiting in anticipation for the last counter curse, so I won't let you wait for long, said Edward with a calming smile. This counter curse is called Suffragum Anchoris. After many years of study, I have discovered that the killing curse targets a very specific life force in the human body. This life force is the anchor that binds the soul to the body, hence the reason that people killed by this curse have no scars on their body, both internal and external. However, my counter curse strengthens that anchor, thus rendering the killing curse ineffective. After that, another demonstration started. This time, another person appeared alongside Edward. It was Professor Flitwick. After Edward placed the counter curse on himself, Professor Flitwick pointed his wand at him and said, "Avada Kedavra." A powerful green light flew from his wand and hit Edward directly. Many members of the audience gasped as they watched this occur. Fortunately, nothing happened to Edward. As a matter of fact, he was perfectly fine. So, with both excitement and reverence, all the 1,000 wizards in this stadium watched as Edward became the second person in wizarding history to survive the killing curse, and he did it effortlessly. The exciting part about this entire experience is the fact that from now on, Edward Bones and Harry Potter will not be the only ones. Soon, this kind of thing will become common in the wizarding world, making a lot of people excited by the very notion. After the crowd calmed down from the demonstration, Edward said with a little sadness in his voice, "Unfortunately, I have not been able to save a person that has already been killed by the curse. Nevertheless, I believe that one day, either me or any of you in the stadium, will discover a way to accomplish such an extraordinary feat." Many wizards became excited after hearing this. Many of them imagined what it would be like to stand in the adoring eyes of thousands of people, announcing their discovery that can fundamentally change the wizarding world. They would receive praise and glory for their ability just like Edward was. This situation was especially prevalent for the young wizards that are easily influenced. Edward had just turned into their new idol. Now, before the event is finished, I would like to thank two people personally, one being my Aunt Amelia Bones. For many years, she has been my pillar, supporting me in all my endeavors, motivating and encouraging me no matter the odds. Following Edward's words, Amelia slowly walked to the stage next to him and waved to the crowd. All the wizards once again stood up to applaud this wonderful woman who raised such a talented wizard, a wizard who was considered a gift to the entire wizarding world. The second person that I would like to thank is my charm teacher at Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick. During my journey to create these counter curses, many people doubted my motives. They labeled me like a dark wizard. However, not Professor Flitwick. He believed in me no matter the odds, even willing to bet his career and reputation on the line. Not to mention all the help he gave during the research process. None of these counter curses would exist today without his help. So, with a deep sense of pride in his face, Flitwick walked to the stage next to Edward and Amelia, while receiving a standing ovation from thousands of wizards. Today was one of Flitwick's proudest moments as a teacher. his favorite student changed the wizarding world by himself. After praising the people he should, Edward made one final announcement: I understand that these magical spells may be very difficult for some people to master. So, to help with this situation, the Bones family store will be selling alchemy items that have the same effect as these counter curses, and items that will make it easier for anyone to learn them by themselves. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Egyptian god cards will be announced in a few minutes. After that, Edward, Amelia, and Flitwick left the stage. Next chapter title, Gift Chapter 72, Gift. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there, and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstape___________________________________________. After leaving the stage, Edward separated with his aunt and Professor Flitwick to meet someone backstage. It was a middle-aged wizard dressed elegantly with a gentlemanlike atmosphere around him. Mr. Barnabas Cuff, said Edward as he stretched his hand for a handshake. Just call Barnabas, responded the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet while shaking Edward's hand, knowing that the person in front of him was actually the secret owner of the Daily Prophet, and could determine whether he held on to his job or not. In that case, Barnabas, have you brought the thing I asked for? Yes, sir, replied Barnabas, handing Edward a newspaper that was just printed a few minutes ago just for this occasion. Edward took it and first read the front page, Edward Bones Changes the Magical World. Then, there was a picture of him on the previous stage talking about the 3 counter curses. Taking a few minutes to read this paper that will be published throughout the British wizarding world tomorrow morning, Edward then said, change the picture to the one with my aunt and Professor Flitwick. Additionally, all the papers published from now will not focus on me, but on the Bones family. Make sure to always mention my aunt on a positive note, emphasize her all virtue and accomplishments in the magical world, but leave my cousin out of the spotlight. Quickly thinking about the meaning behind these actions, Cuff replied, as you wish, sir, but he did not say anything regarding the matter, and just went back to the Daily Prophet to change the news accordingly. As Edward watched Barnabas Cuff leaves, he slowly thought about how much the magical world will change from now with the release of these counter curses. Of course, these changes will not affect him in a negative way in any way possible. Wizards like him and Dumbledore do not care if someone has mastered these 3 counter curses. If any of them were to use the 3 unforgivable curses, these counter curses will not be of any much help. After pondering for a moment, Edward then approached someone else. He was finally going to do something that he has been putting off for some time now, ever since his return due to how busy he was. Edward walked into a dilapidated castle. In one of the rooms, he saw an old man who seemed to be waiting for him. Oh, time has not been kind to you, has it, Mr. Grindelwald? Said Edward slowly. No, they have not, replied Grindelwald calmly. Have you come for that contract? Correct, replied Edward as he watched the old man closely. I have to say, I'm surprised you did not try to do anything to the Bones family after I left. Not because of lack of trying. However, every time I got close to any of them, I could feel the power of the contract warning me. Even if I sent one of my acolytes, the same warning manifested itself. So, I just gave up. Edward just nodded, but did not say anything more. He took out the contract and acquired all of Grindelwald's knowledge since 1926. After that, he prepared to leave. However, Grindelwald suddenly said, I have to thank you. Oh, why is that? Because you showed me that my dream of freeing wizardkind is indeed possible, it's just that I went about it the wrong way. Edward turned around and looked at the man who was once feared as the greatest dark wizard that ever lived. In his eyes, he did not see any sadness or pity for his failure, but hope. "Did you have another vision of the future?" asked Edward calmly. "You can say that," replied Grindelwald. Then, he got up from the floor and went to the corner of the room. After tapping a specific spot, a small chamber appeared. Inside were 2 sealed beakers, one full, while the latter had a small amount of blood well relative to the other one. "This is my gift to you," said Grindelwald. "I know that you are studying bloodline, so these 2 vials contained both my blood and Dumbledore. Unfortunately, during our battle in 1945, this was the little amount I could gather. However, I managed to preserve its freshness for so many years using magic." Edward looked at the 2 vials of blood for a moment, then with a wave of his hand, they floated in front of him before placing them inside his pouch. As a matter of fact, he did not need Grindelwald's blood as he already acquired it in 1926 when he was imprisoned by Macusa. All Edward had to do was secretly control the person in charge of the prison to use a reasonable reason to draw Grindelwald's blood. As for the reason that he did not take his blood when he forced him to sign the contract, that's because he did not want to push Grindelwald too far and forced him to resist. After all, blood is the medium for countless dark magic. Edward's cautious nature always made sure to use the most efficient and easiest way to accomplish his goal. Nevertheless, he was still very interested in the headmaster's bloodline. From Credence to Aberforth, all the members of the Dumbledore family seemed very gifted wizards. As such, Edward has always been very curious about their bloodlines. Now that he got Albus Dumbledore's blood, he finally collected all the Dumbledore's blood including both Credence and Aberforth, which he secretly collected. Due to time constraints, he did not have time to study their bloodlines, but now that his initial plan for world domination had been set, he could finally return to his experiments. Right before leaving, Edward asked Grindelwald, "Why are you helping me?" After a brief pause, he said, "Because I want to see the world you are going to create with my own eyes." And even participated in creating it, secretly thought Grindelwald. Meanwhile, Edward could guess some of the thoughts of this old and powerful wizard, so he said, "You should be aware that might require you to give up everything including your soul and will." However, Grindelwald just smiled without saying anything. Nevertheless, Edward understood the meaning behind that smile. Grindelwald was willing to do so, but now was not the time. That's because Edward still had one major obstacle standing in front of his grand dreams and aspirations, Albus Dumbledore, just like Grindelwald did. Only after passing through that obstacle will Grindelwald be willing to offer his loyalty to Edward. Not only because this will show that Edward is a more powerful wizard than him by defeating the man who defeated him, but also because Edward's victory will prove that in some ways Grindelwald's ideas and philosophies were correct, it's just that he did not use the proper method to accomplish them. After comprehending Grindelwald's message, Edward smiled before operating away. He could not wait to experience the legendary battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald in 1945. Next chapter title, Suspicions, Chapter 73, Suspicions. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/PNCESTAPE___________________________________________. After receiving Grindelwald's memories, he spent the next few days going over his memories since he left in 1926, focusing more on his legendary battle with Dumbledore. And the battle was truly legendary. Even with the advantage of the Elder Wand, Grindelwald still lost due to lack of skill. Of course, this was not the main reason. One of the reasons that he lost the way he did was because of his prophetic ability. Before his battle, he foresaw that he was imprisoned and having a conversation with a person. However, he could not see the face of the person nor what he said, he only knew that he gave that person his and Dumbledore's blood and all his memories before they agreed. After that, Grindelwald was able to deduce his eventual downfall in the hand of his old lover, and the fact that the person in vision was probably Edward. After taking a long time to accept this fact, he eventually concluded that for his dream to come true, his purpose in life is to help Edward as much as possible. So, he used all his strength to battle Dumbledore to gather information, then he secretly collected the latter's blood. Finally, after his incarceration, he secretly conducted much magic research so that Edward could absorb them through memories. After reading through all the memories, Edward sighed as he thought to himself, I finally understood how this guy knew that I was studying bloodline in 1945. Additionally, I now know that prophecy seems to have little effect on me. Additionally, the research that Grindelwald made will be of great help to me. However, before I start using his research, I need to deal with the problem of the second limiter. After that, Edward started his research as there was still a month before school started. He was not yet willing to give up his job as a professor. After all, it is easier to influence these young minds of Great Britain as their professors. Scene break. Dumbledore was inside his office with a newspaper in his hand, seeming deep in thought. In front of his desk, there were also many newspapers lying there. Professor McGonagall entered the headmaster's office to hand Dumbledore a document. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, Albus, she yelled near the end. Minerva, you are here, replied the headmaster, who raised his head after hearing her roar. Albus, is everything all right? Ever since Edward's announcement a few weeks ago, you have been very distracted. After a brief pause, Dumbledore answered, I just feel that something is wrong, Minerva. What do you mean? Look at these newspapers, what do you see? Replied the headmaster. Professor McGonagall looked at all the newspapers and read some of the titles. Professor Flitwick became the third person to survive the killing curse, Potion Master became the fourth person to survive the killing curse, Bones family's new alchemy item are cheap and affordable to all wizard kind. Bones family, the new future of the magic world. Additionally, these newspapers were not just from Britain, but all over the world. She even saw one from the very reclusive or secluded magical country of China. All these articles talked about either Edward or Bones family in one way or another. But is there something wrong with that? Asked Professor McGonagall. They seem to want to promote their family name. If it was any person, I would think so. But Edward is different. After so many years of observing him, I know that he is different, everything he does has a purpose. What are you trying to say exactly, Albus? Dumbledore sighed before answering, I'm afraid that Edward has started his grand plan of world conquest and civilization building. Professor McGonagall frowned before asking, didn't you say during the interview, he told you that he was not planning on doing so? Did he lie? Given his character, not likely. So, what made him change his mind? Dumbledore paused for a moment. I received news from an old friend that he met Edward in 1926. Most likely, something happened there to change his mind. 1926? Asked Minerva with a frown on her serious face. He is messing with Time Turner? However, after seeing him a few weeks ago, he did not appear to age by more than 60 years. That's what makes me more worried. According to Nico, Edward has the recipe for the Philosopher's Stone. And it appears that he succeeded in crafting one of his own, thus attaining immortality. Adding his youth potion, maybe even eternal youth. The room instantly became quiet for a good half a minute. Then Minerva asked, so, what are you going to do? Dumbledore sighed as he looked through the window of his office, I do not know, Minerva. Part of me wants to see the world built by him, while another part fears that he will become lost in the pursuit of power. No, the pursuit of knowledge. Minerva did not say anything after hearing this as she too looked forward to what world Edward would build. She once had a conversation with him and he told him that transfiguration was probably one of the magic with the most potential despite the majority of wizards ignoring its value. According to Edward, the highest level of transfiguration that he envisioned is called matter manipulation. When Edward explained to her the concepts of atomic manipulation, subatomic manipulation, macro-quantum manipulation, and quantum manipulation, Minerva spent a great deal of time to have a basic understanding of these concepts. Then, she was fascinated and truly wondered whether transfiguration could truly reach such height described by Edward. After waking up from his wandering mind, Dumbledore then said, "Well, now is not the time to think about these things as I have no definite proof of anything. What I am currently most concerned about is Cornelius. The Minister of Magic? What does he have to do with all of this?" asked Minerva with a puzzled look on her face. "Based on recent events, I can deduce that Edward plans to increase the Bones family prestige, then have his Aunt Amelia run for the position of Minister of Magic. Like this, they will have the rightful right to control the British magical world. Nevertheless, I worry that Edward will not have the patience to wait for the next election, but use some unscrupulous method to achieve his goals." Minerva was not surprised by these words, nor did she think that Edward was not capable of doing such a thing. After years of knowing him, although she had to admit that Edward was her most talented student, she could see that he was the kind of person willing to bend the rules when necessary. "Do we need to warn Minister Fudge?" asked Minerva. "Yes, however, I fear that things may not go as easily as stated." Then the headmaster sighed before taking a parchment and writing a letter. Then, he had an owl deliver it to the Ministry of Magic. Next chapter title, The Secret of the Limiter Chapter 74, The Secret of the Limiter. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstape________________________________________________________________________________________________/ Dumbledore's owl flew to a specific destination before dropping the letter in a container, which also contained many letters. Following this, a person came to pick up the letter and dropped it in at a specific department of the Ministry of Magic. This department was responsible for checking any mail sent to Minister Fudge and ensured that these letters were not enchanted with powerful curses. The person checking the mail was a female wizard. She would take the mail, then use a specific spell to check whether a curse was placed on the letter. However, when she saw that it was a letter for Fudge from Dumbledore, she paused for a very quick moment, then proceeded to act normally. However, no one noticed how she actually took that specific letter and placed it in a specific compartment in her desk. Then, the letter disappeared. Scene break. Amelia Bones was in her office dealing with countless papers. It appeared that she was a little overwhelmed as she had so many people to communicate with, especially the past weeks. On her desk, there was a small lamp with blue flame. This lamp appeared to be something she used to decorate her office. Suddenly, the blue flame turned green and a letter appeared on her desk. Upon noticing this, Amelia frowned a little as she took the letter. "A letter from Dumbledore to Fudge," she muttered to herself. Immediately afterward, Amelia took a small mirror from her desk. With a wave of her hand, the mirror suddenly expanded. A few seconds later, a disheveled person appeared in the mirror. It was Edward. He looked like he had not slept for weeks, nor properly bathed himself. "Are you all right?" asked Amelia with worry on her face. "I'm fine, just too engrossed in my recent research. I know how you are now immortal, but please be more mindful of your body." "I will." Amelia nodded her head, then continued, "I will send you a letter that is magically sealed, see if you can open it." She then used the same lamp to send Dumbledore's letter to Edward, who had a similar lamp in his room. Using his wand, he opened the letter and read it. Did he already notice our action? Asked Amelia. It appeared so, replied Edward. So fast. The headmaster did not become the world's most powerful wizard simply because of his talent, the man is wise beyond measure. Amelia nodded her head as she agreed with this statement. So, do you need my help to deal with the situation? There is no need. I have learned a lot of things with the Muggle advisor that you acquired for me, so I can easily deal with this situation. After saying these words, Amelia sighed deeply before continuing, I cannot believe how complex Muggle politics and strategies are. Compared to the petty squabbles going on in the Ministry of Magic. Edward could guess her feelings. No matter how open-minded a wizard is, deep down, all of them still have some sort of superiority to Muggles just because they can create miracles with magic, while Muggles cannot. As a result, many wizards, even the ones that do not discriminate against Muggles, still believe that wizard society is more advanced than Muggles in many ways. So, his Aunt Amelia had her secret pride destroyed a few weeks ago when she met with the advisors that Edward got for her to help run the world in the future. As some of the most intelligent Muggles in the world from all possible fields, these guys did not even take an hour to discover so many things wrong with the laws of the wizarding world from different countries. According to their words, these laws were simply barbaric and an insult to their intelligence. Although Edward did not care about these things, his aunt, however, had her worldview destroyed and rebuilt in only a single day. Luckily for Amelia, she had Edward's diadem, allowing her to learn quickly and barely able to keep up with these geniuses. What do you want to do with the letter? Asked Edward. Since his aunt said that she could deal with the situation, he will not do anything. He was more than happy not to have to take action and continue his research. Can you reseal so that Fudge cannot notice that someone tampered with it? No problem, replied Edward, who proceeded to do so. Then, using the lamp, he sent the letter back to his aunt. There is one last thing that I need to make sure of, asked Amelia after receiving the letter. If Dumbledore decides to use force to stop our action, can you stop him? You do not need to worry about this, replied Edward nonchalantly, and Amelia was relieved by her nephew's confidence. That's good. On another note, are you still going back to Hogwarts as a teacher in a few days? Of course. Hogwarts will play a great role in our plans, replied Edward. Then, the two had a brief chat before ending their conversation. Immediately afterward, Amelia sent Dumbledore's letter back to its original place. The woman in charge of checking the letter for curses acted as nothing happened and secretly placed the letter on the pile that was labeled safe so that Minister Fudge could open them without worry. Although everything seemed normal after this event, this was not true. Soon afterward, a particular rumor soon spread throughout the entire ministry, to the point that it even reached Fudge's ear. Scene break. Edward finished the call with his aunt, then he started thinking to himself. He took out a contract and looked at it deeply. This was the contract that he was going to use to acquire Dumbledore's knowledge and memories. Since he already got both Grindelwald and Voldemort's memories, he did not really need Dumbledore's despite considering that the latter was more powerful and skilled than the two dark wizards. Nevertheless, Edward's greed for knowledge got the best of him, so he still wanted it. Adding to that, he spent so much effort to get that contract, of course, he was not willing to give up now. Unfortunately, now it is not the time, muttered Edward to himself. He had planned when his success rate would be the highest, the time when the headmaster was least likely to resist, thus not forcing him to resort to cruel means to get what he wanted. All right, let's get back to my research. I think I finally found the secret of the limiter, thought Edward as he went back to his laboratory, leaving the political things beside and focusing on his magic research. Next chapter title, Little Trouble Chapter 75, Little Trouble. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape_____________________________________________________________________. One thing that has been plaguing Edward for quite some time now was the limiter. According to his calculation, his life code modification should have allowed him to break 2 limiters at once, but it did not. After realizing that something was wrong, he experimented and discovered a mysterious power similar to Death's Law power on the Deathly Hallows that prevented the modification from breaking 2 limiters at once. Then, something caught Edward's attention regarding this matter from Nicholas Flamel's memories. After the great alchemist used his philosopher's stone to break his first limiter, he could not break the second one despite having other methods, for example, the practice method that Dumbledore mentioned to Edward during their conversation in his office. According to the memories Edward acquired, Nicholas Flamel soon noticed the side effects on the stone, so he did not want his wife to break the limiter using the same method as him. So, he spent years developing a method of slowly practicing to break the first limiter, by treating the magic core as a muscle. Through guided training of destruction and reconstruction, the limiter could be removed. Eventually, Pernell Flamel used that method to break that limiter, and Nicholas even taught Dumbledore this method. Although Edward does not know whether the headmaster used this method to break the limiter or another one. Back to the topic, after inventing this method, Nicholas Flamel thought that he could use this method to break the second limiter, but he failed. The great alchemist spent many years trying to find the reason for this failure, but it was to no avail. However, another person managed to break the second limiter, his wife Pernell. In her youth, she was also an ambitious witch. With the desire to stand on the same height as powerful wizards like Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin, she went against her husband's decision and warning and used the Philosopher's Stone to break the second limiter. As such, Pernell Flamel became one of the few wizards throughout history that broke the second limiter. Unfortunately for her, she soon suffered the same fate as her husband. The resentments of the soul inside the Philosopher's Stone affected her magical powers. By the time she was 300 years old, she was reduced to being able to only use magic power 25 times the adult wizard, which is the standard before breaking the first limiter. In the current time, she was reduced to an above-average wizard. After summarizing this knowledge about limiter, Edward first spent some time creating a potion that can break the limiter with the help of Snape. After that, he experimented with a different combination of breaking the limiter on different dark wizards. He had some of them use the practice method, then the potion method, body modification method, finally, the stone method. He focused on trying different combinations of methods. Since the practice method took time, Edward had to use the temporal power of his world gate and send these experimental subjects back in time while controlling them to spend years constantly practicing until they broke the limiter. Using this method of experimenting, Edward was even able to create a wizard who broke all 3 limiters, reaching the realm of legendary wizards like Merlin and Morgana. Of course, these experimental wizards only had a massive amount of magic power after breaking the limiters. Just like Dumbledore said to him, having a large amount of magic power meant nothing if you do not know how to use them. A person that did not break the limiter could easily beat someone who broke all 3 limiters if he or she was skilled enough with magic or spells. Nevertheless, these experimental wizards did not live long, as Edward did not allow such powerful and unstable people to stay in this world. As a matter of fact, these people would not live long even without Edward's interference. Breaking the limiters only allowed a wizard's magic power to grow on their own until they reach a certain level. It did not increase the magic powers of the wizard itself. An example was that with Edward's natural talent, he should have touched the threshold of the first limiter in his early 20s, which is very fast considering that Grindelwald's only reached that threshold in his early 30s. Most wizards do not even have the talent to reach that threshold in their entire life, while some can only reach it in their later years of life. Using potions, Edward quickened the process of his magic power, so he reached the standard when he was 17 years old. After breaking the first limiter, he also used a potion to have his magic power rapidly increase from 25 times of an adult wizard to 50 times, which is the threshold for the second limiter. Of course, he made sure that there were no side effects. So, the wizards used in his experiments were forced to have their magic powers increase in a very rude way that focused on efficiency instead of stability. So, even the ones that broke all three limiters were very unstable and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Nevertheless, Edward acquired a great deal of information regarding these limiters. For once, each limiter required one different method to break it, meaning if a wizard used the body modification method to break one limiter, he could not use it to break any of the other limiters. Second, in theory, any of the methods could be used to break any of the three limiters. For example, a person could, in theory, use the practice method to break the third limiter. Finally, and more importantly, a more powerful method is required to break the higher limiters. For example, if someone used the body modification method, then that person cannot use the practice or potion method to break the second and third limiter. However, if that person used the practice method to break the first limiter, he or she could use the potion method to break the second limiter, then the body modification to break the third limiter. As in Edward's case, since he used the body modification method to break the first limiter, then he cannot use both the practice and potion method to break the second limiter, he could only use the Philosopher's Stone. However, Edward knew that the stone method was the most powerful method that he currently possessed, so he was reserving it to break the third and final limiter. So, he needed another method to break the second limiter that was more powerful than body modification, but less powerful than the stone. Should I try Grindelwald's method of using one of the Deathly Hallows? No, that method relies on the power of law of the Deathly Hallows, and I do not trust death not to leave any backhand on these hallows, thought Edward to himself. Then he started walking back and forth. Then, I can only use that project to break the second limiter, then the Philosopher's Stone to break the last one, muttered Edward. Sigh, I would not have to go through all this trouble if my plan to replace the magic core with a Philosopher's Stone succeeded. Anyways, I should not be in too much of a hurry. According to my research, the third limiter or 100 times the magic power of an adult wizard is the highest level allowed in this Harry Potter universe. However, if I can find a way to replace the Philosopher's Stone with my magic core, then I should be able to bypass this law. After thinking about this, Edward prepared to go do his research. Then he suddenly remembered that his aunt mentioned days ago a little trouble that needed his help to resolve. However, he was so engrossed in his research that he forgot, and she did not want to bother him, so he did not even mention it during their recent talk. After sighing deeply, Edward took a proper shower, dressed nicely before operating back to Earth to deal with things properly. Next chapter title, The New Lord, Chapter 76, The New Lord. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess Edward was standing in front of a manor waiting for someone. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. After a few seconds of his arrival, another person appeared in front of him. Severus, how are things going? Asked Edward with a smile on his face. Everything is fine, replied Severus Snape with a look of suspicion on his face as he wondered what had gotten into Edward's today. What about the clones? A month ago, I finally created a potion that stabilized their DNA. The Muggle scientists were fascinated by this and claimed that they can develop new cloning technology by studying these clones. According to them, it won't be long before they could develop the technology to create perfect clones without any problem. Nevertheless, I still discover a problem. Oh, can you be more specific? Asked Edward with intrigue. I discovered that these clones have developed a brand new soul of their own. How intriguing! I will check it out when I have time, however, you do not need to worry as I can still remove these souls from their bodies when the time arrives. Snape nodded his head before continuing, I understand. So, why did you call me here? He did not believe for a moment that Edward just called him to chat or ask about the state of the clones. He could just stop by the laboratory to check the result. Edward did not immediately answer him, but walked next to the young potion master, patted his shoulder before saying, Severus, how have I treated you the past few years? Snape frowned as he had an ominous premonition. You have always been a person who keeps his words, so I have no complaints. True, replied Edward. Compared to the two other lords that you have served, I can be said to be the one much easier to get along with. Voldemort treated you like a servant and did not even keep his promise to you of not killing Lily. As for Dumbledore, he used emotional manipulation to keep you loyal to him, yet does not offer anything of value to you. Snape remained calm on the surface, but a great inner turmoil took place inside him. And it was not just because of Edward knowing all his secrets, but also because he discovered that his memories were being read, forcefully. He tried to use his occlumency to stop the invasion, but it was no use, so, he created false memories in his mind. But, that also did not work as these memories could easily be discovered and identified as false. It seems that I was right. After my body modification, my already powerful soul became even more mighty, thus increasing the power of spiritual magic like legilimency. Even a powerful occlumency master like Snape could no longer resist my power. Should I focus on spiritual magic like telepathy and psychokinesis? After all, I seem to be very gifted with this kind of magic? Forget it. As a wizard, I should control the power of the elements like flame, ice, and thunder. Then, bend space and time to my will. That's what a true wizard should be like in my mind. Forget about spiritual magic or using weapons to fight like those barbaric knights. What kind of wizard confronts his enemy head-on? These people should be ashamed to call wizards or magicians. However, I could use this newfound ability to my advantage. I wonder if I could read Dumbledore's mind to acquire all his knowledge? Forget it, use the contract first. If that does not work, use the torture. I can only use legilimency as a last resort. After all, Snape cannot compare to Dumbledore in terms of strength of the soul and mind. While all these thoughts were rapidly going through Edward's mind, Snape had a visibly disturbed look on his face. The reason being the fact that Edward placed a very memorable memory in his mind. In this memory, he saw how he spent years secretly protecting Harry Potter under the order of Dumbledore. Then, the Dark Lord was revived using dark magic and recalled all the Death Eaters to once again serve him. He became a double agent for Dumbledore to spy on the Dark Lord. The memories were not many or too small, but two of them caught his attention. One is when he is told by Dumbledore that Harry Potter, whom he was forced to protect for so long, had to die at the hands of the Dark Lord, essentially raising him like a pig to be slaughtered, which were the exact words his other self in the memory said to Dumbledore. The second memory was his own death at the hands of the Dark Lord. Despite being so loyal to him, he still killed him without hesitation, just because of the deathly hallow. Finally, in his dying breath, he told Harry Potter the truth about him and Lily, and how he was always protecting him all this time. After reviewing these memories, Snape took a few moments to calm himself down before asking with trembling words, "Is that your future?" "Yes," replied Edward calmly. Snape's hand trembled slightly, then used occlumency to keep his rampaging emotions under control. "Why are you showing me this?" Edward looked at him for a moment, then he said, "As Dumbledore already warned you, I'm about to create a new world order far more brilliant than any wizards throughout history could ever imagine. However, beforehand, I need to know where your allegiance lies." Severus Snape frowned after hearing this as he began to think about the situation. He knew that he could not hide his thoughts from Edward, so he did not try to fake his response, but thought deeply about the issue. "I have already served the Dark Lord, so there is no problem with serving Edward as long as he is powerful enough to prevent the previous master from getting his revenge. Additionally, Edward has allowed me to make amends for the mistakes of my past. So, Snape bowed to Edward while saying, I pledge my allegiance to the Lord. There is no need for all of this as I am not Voldemort, replied Edward as he lifted Snape from the bowing motion. The reason that I need your allegiance is because, in the world that I am about to create, I will need talented wizards like you. After saying those words, Edward paused for a moment before sighing, I have to say, I do not think people truly realize how talented of a wizard you are. Back in school, you could create spells of your own. I know many powerful and influential wizards, but the ones that can invent spells as powerful as yours can be counted on one hand, not to mention the fact you could do such a thing at such a young age. Then there is your potions talent. Being able to modify the potion book so easily is a level of talent that even I envy. If this was not the fact that you have suffered through so much psychological trauma throughout your youth, I could foresee that you could one day become a great wizard like Dumbledore and Voldemort. Snape was a little surprised that Edward had such a high evaluation of himself. As a person who dealt with Edward since he was in the 5th year, Snape knew how much of a talented wizard he actually was. He spent many nights awake thinking of the terrible consequences that the magical world would suffer from if one day Edward decided to become evil. At some point, he even wanted to warn Dumbledore to take action and prevent the rise of Edward. However, thinking about the possibility of one day seeing Lily again, he forced these thoughts deep in a corner of his mind. Thank you for the compliment, said Snape. Edward smiled, you do not need to worry about Voldemort. With me here, it is a question of whether I would allow him to resurrect. And even if he did, he would not pose much of a threat. Now, let's get back to business. Show me your dark mark. Without hesitation, Severus showed him his hand with the mark, and Edward used his wand to activate it, calling all the loyal Death Eaters of Voldemort for an assembly. Next chapter title, Loyalty Chapter 77, Loyalty. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/pnsastp____________________________________________________________________________ in front of a large manor wearing strange and creepy masks. At first, they were surprised at not seeing their lords, then they were relieved when they saw Severus waiting for them. With a motion of Snape's hand, all the Death Eaters removed their masks before following inside. There, they did not see Voldemort as expected, but Edward sitting in the main seat with Bellatrix standing next to him. Then, to these people's more surprise, Severus walked over and stood to Edward's left side. "Seat," said a commanding voice. Many people subconsciously did so, while a few wanted to say something. However, before they could do so, they felt an overwhelming fear taking over their body, their souls, so, they quietly sat down. "I know all of you were expecting your Dark Lord, unfortunately, he is still dead. Well, at least, still hovering between life and death, and using any means to live his miserable life." After saying this, Edward waved his hand, then an image of Voldemort's life in the forest of Albania manifested in front of everyone. All the Death Eaters watched how their lord had to possess animals, and eat raw animals to sustain his life. The process did not happen only once, but day after day. The only words that could describe the current Dark Lord now are, miserable beyond belief. Meanwhile, in the corner of his eyes, Edward noticed the disdainful sneer on Bellatrix's face and the surprise on the Death Eater's face. Then, he started to speak. "All of you here are wise and should be able to guess my purpose in summoning you here, so give me your answer straight." The whole room instantly became quiet as everyone was afraid to say anything. It was as if everyone was waiting for someone else to speak first. The silence lasted for a few minutes. As a matter of fact, Bellatrix wanted to say something, but Edward had already warned not to intervene during the meeting unless otherwise stated by him. When everything seemed to be about to last for a very long time, someone suddenly stood up and said, "My lord, I offer my allegiance." Edward nodded before saying, "Lucius, I always admire your Malfoy's family to know when the wind of changes approaches, and knowing which side to choose. You will not regret your decision." Lucius' face became happy and relieved at the same time. He sat down while giving his wife a thankful look. It was her who encouraged him to stand up and be the first to do so. As for the other Death Eaters, many of them had a look of regret on their faces for not being the first one. So, they quickly stood up and offered their undying loyalty. As a matter of fact, these people have long decided to follow Edward. After all, he is a very talented wizard and a member of a pure-blood family. With all his accomplishments, none of these people did believe that his accomplishment would be lower than the previous Dark Lord. The reason that they did not immediately swear their allegiance was that they wanted to see whether Edward would use threat or benefit to force them to follow him. That way, these Death Eaters would know what kind of lord he would be and how best to serve him. Unfortunately, they did not expect that the Malfoy family would betray this tacit understanding so quickly. Of course, not all the Death Eaters were willing to serve. Suddenly, more than 3 Death Eaters stood up and said at the same time, "Ava Kedavra." 3 green lights flashed from their wands and headed straight to Edward. Meanwhile, Bellatrix, who was on the side, wanted to act quickly and stand in front of her lord, but she discovered that she was incapable of moving. So, the 3 green lights hit Edward simultaneously, while all the Death Eaters gasped. However, nothing happened afterward. The killing curse hit Edward, but nothing happened. He was perfectly fine. The Death Eaters would be alright if he used the counter curses, but with just his magic resistance, he resisted 3 killing curses from 3 Death Eaters who survived the first Wizarding War. Meanwhile, Edward smiled after this attack, then looked at the 3 assailants. Suddenly, a blue flame started from the dark marks of these people, then burned their bodies into ash. "I wanted to give all of you the illusion of choice," said Edward calmly, but it seemed that it was unnecessary. After that, he took out his wand, waved it into the air, creating a strange ripple in the air. Following this, all the Death Eaters suddenly felt that the dark mark in their hands started moving, then it changed to the same design as the one in Bellatrix. Following this, all of them felt a terrifying pain in their souls. Soon, they discovered that the new mark was actually engraved in their souls. All of them could guess the meaning of this. After the experience was over, all of them had a look of fear on their faces. In this room, there were only 4 people who did not have the mark in their souls. Snape, Solile, who was Edward's sweetheart, however, her husband was not spared. "Thank you, my lord, for your benevolence," suddenly said Lucius, as he and his wife only had their mark on their hands changed. "Since you were wise enough to be the first to follow me, this is the best I can do for you," replied Edward calmly. He then looked at all the other people. "Now that your loyalty to me can no longer be questioned, let me make things clear on how things will be from now." Edward stood up, waved his hand, and a small metal plate appeared in front of everyone in the room. Then, he started walking around the room. "First of all, I do not like any of this nonsense talk about pure blood supremacy. I'm about to conquer this entire planet, and Muggle will play a great role in my rule, maybe even more important than wizards. In this new world order, a wizard's worth will not be based on his family or bloodline but based on their contribution to civilization. All of you can activate the alchemy item in front of you by using your wand and saying the word, Conversus I, and all the Death Eaters immediately followed the order. Then, a projection appeared, showing a number. Each person had a different number. Edward waved his wand, then a projection of a massive library. The number of books inside this library astonished all these Death Eaters, even Snape was not an exception. Nodding in satisfaction at their reaction, Edward continued, I'm not Voldemort who used fear and power to rule over you and never gave any benefit. This library contains all of my knowledge. In there, you will find the most powerful spells, the foulest of dark magic, the mystery of the soul, the way to improve bloodline, and even acquire immortality. The breath of all these Death Eaters became rapid after hearing this. Knowing Edward's reputation, they did not doubt his words, all they could think about was how they could get their hands on this knowledge, and Edward answered their questions. With a wave of his wand, a list appeared in front of them with numbers behind them. The list included things like bloodline modification, elixir of life, Ravenclaw's diadem, revival of loved one. Just by looking at the things in the list, information about their meaning was instantly placed in the minds of these Death Eaters. They all secretly gasped, wondering if this was some very elaborate prank. This is not a dream or prank. I am a person who believes that knowledge should be shared for more to be produced, and civilization can advance. As a person who advocates the law of equivalent exchange, this knowledge is not for free. The number in front of you represents something called reward point. It determines the amount of time you can spend in my library, the level of clearance of knowledge that you can get access to. As for the list in front, not only do you need a certain amount of reward points to acquire any of these things, but also, a certain level of loyalty to me is also required. Yesterday, I watched the new Marvel movie Shang-Chi and it was epic. As more new shows or movies are released, I become even more excited to write about Edward's adventures in the Marvel world. If anyone already watched it, tell me if you like it or not in the comments. But no spoilers. Next chapter title, Reward Point. Chapter 78, Reward Points. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess. Silence overcame the room, rapid breathing could be heard echoing like dogs salivating at tasty treats. The emotion known as greed could be seen in the eyes of these Death Eaters, especially with the mention of bloodline and immortality. All of them strongly believed in the idea of bloodline superiority. Now they discovered the magic that could prove their theory. As for immortality, their previous lord always exclaimed how he has conquered death by attaining immortality. Now, the very same opportunity was offered to them. While most of these Death Eaters were overwhelmed by greed, some of them managed to calm themselves down. Narcissa Malfoy raised her hand. After seeing this, Edward smiled before saying, "This is not Hogwarts, you do not need to raise your hand to ask a question. If you have something to say, do so." "My lord." "You can call me sir," said Edward. "That goes for all of you." "Sir, how is reward point determined? And can we acquire more points?" Finally, all the Death Eaters woke up from their power lust and focused on things that matter to them, the reward points. After a glance, everyone noticed that each family had a different number of points. Some very astute people quickly realized that the older and more powerful families, especially the Sacred 28, had more points. Of course, this was not absolute. Some families who were ancient, but currently declining, did not have many points. "Great question," said Edward with a satisfied smile. "I'm a person who values knowledge very much, so a few years ago, I visited your family's secret vaults and helped myself to all the books located there. The reward points you have now are based on the value that I believe your family's books are worth." Edward paused for a moment. Meanwhile, all the Death Eaters were greatly surprised that their new lord just admitted to theft like it was nothing at all. "As for how you can acquire more reward points, simply, by contributing more knowledge to me. The easiest and most efficient way is to design magic experiments of your own, then submit them to me for evaluation. Then, I will decide the number of points you deserve. If you do not know how to do a magic experiment, you can just submit an idea you have for the experiment, then I will guide you and fund your experiment. However, doing so will result in your points being reduced. Edward paused for a moment after saying, as he realized that these people might not know how to properly experiment. Forget about me guiding you on to properly set an experiment. All of you will have to go to training to learn how to do so. Edward decided to put all these Death Eaters through the same process as Bellatrix. That way, not only will they become proper experimenters, but also learn about Muggle technology and even reduce some of their misunderstandings about them. As for the pain these people will have to suffer by having a massive amount of knowledge cramped in their minds, he did not care. Since Bellatrix can survive, they should be able to do so as well. Besides, with him here, even if death wanted to take their souls, he can still prevent it. Another way to acquire point is to hand over to me lost knowledge, books, or magical artifacts that I do not have. Sir, suddenly said Lucius Malfoy. Can money be used to exchange points? Edward had a pensive look on his face after hearing that question, then he said, as an alchemist that can literally turn metal into gold, and as the future ruler of this planet, money will have little to no value to me. Nevertheless, I also understand that wealth can also be an advantage for many of you here, so I will allow it. Then, with a wave of his hand, the ratio of gallons to reward points was displayed in front of everyone. Many people secretly gasped at how high the ratio was. Not many people could afford to use their wealth to exchange for points. However, many people also figured out that the reason that Edward made the price so outrageous was to discourage people from using this method or abusing it. I am glad that your Malfoy family is so bold and not afraid to ask the right question, said Edward as he looked at both Lucius and Narcissa. Then, he waved his wand and added more points to them. An act that garnered the envy of many of the other families except for the Greengrass. Both Solisle and her husband Jameson could tell that their families had the second amount of points behind the Malfoy, and the reason for that is most likely due to Solisle's relationship with Edward. For the first time, Jameson was glad that his wife had a secret lover, and he hoped that she could use this fact to further increase the advantage of their family. Sir, there is still something that I would like to hand over, but I require my house elf to fetch from home if you do not mind, said Lucius. Edward motioned for him to proceed, then Lucius yelled out loud, Dobby. A house elf suddenly appeared on the table in front of Lucius, an act which made him angry, but he did not say anything. Go fetch the black book in my study. As you command, master. Dobby then disappeared, then returned a few seconds later with a black book in his hand. Lucius grabbed it from his hand while forcing him off the table. Sir, this is it. It was something that the previous Dark Low, I meant Voldemort, gave me to safekeep for him, said Lucius as he handed the book to Edward. With a wave of his hand, the book floated from Lucius and landed on him. This must the first Horcrux that Voldemort made. Horcrux. You can look for the information on the plate in front of you, there is a search option. All the Death Eaters immediately pointed their wand on the metal plate, then they learned that there is indeed a search option. As long as they thought about what they wanted to know, the information would show up. Following this, the information about Horcrux showed up. Horcrux, an alternate form of immortality that involves splitting the soul and attach it to an alchemy item with powerful magical power that served as a tether to the mortal world. As long as that item is not destroyed, then the owner is considered immortal. The maximum number of Horcrux that can be made is 7. History: this dark magic was created by an ancient Greek dark wizard named Herpo the Foul. But it was further improved by Tom Riddle, Voldemort. Warning: this kind of immortality is not recommended due to the side effects, which include change in appearance, splitting the soul is very painful, can lead to instability of the mind, can lead to the paranoia of people always discovering your Horcrux. Rewards point. All the Death Eaters sighed as they finally understood how their previous Dark Lords achieved his immortality. Nevertheless, despite the warnings at the end, many people were thinking about raising enough points to exchange the method for making Horcrux. After all, the other methods were too expensive. Some of them have heard about this kind of dark magic and wanted to check their family heritage to see if they still had a copy. So, I'm currently sick, so if you see me not updating for the next few days, then you know the reason. However, if I feel better then expect a normal release schedule. Next chapter title, Insidious Death Chapter 79, Insidious Death. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstapi. Edward took a brief moment to scan the diary, before placing it on a bag with extension charm. So far, he had most of Voldemort's Horcrux, including the diary, the Ravenclaw diadem, Hufflepuff's cup from Bellatrix, and even the Slytherin locket which he had his housel elf Momo steals from Creaker in the Black family house. The only one left is Harry Potter. As for Nagini, Voldemort only made this Horcrux 2 years later in 1994. After doing this, Edward looked at Dobby, then waved his hand to telekinetically bring his body in front of him and started analyzing him. "Sir, if my house elf offends you, I will punish him without hesitation," said Lucius, with his voice trembling a little. "There is no need, I just found your house elf special," replied Edward calmly as he took out his wand and used some sort of magic on Dobby, who had a terrified look on his face. "Special?" asked Lucius in confusion. "I have done a lot of research on house elves, and I discovered something fascinating," replied Edward while still analyzing the terrified Dobby. "A powerful wizards place bloodline magic on the entire race, enslaving their bodies and minds. Hence the reason that they are so loyal to wizards. No, it goes beyond this. As a result of such magic, all house elves even love the prospect of being enslaved except for this one. He has his own will, his ideas and beliefs. At first, I thought that his bloodline was special, hence the reason that he was different. But, no. It seemed that it is his soul that is unique." Meanwhile, Dobby was terrified as he felt that all his secrets were revealed, so he hurriedly said, "Dobby is always loyal to Master Lucius. Were you going to tell Harry Potter to stay away from me after experiencing what you say in this meeting?" asked Edward with a smile on his face. Becoming ever more terrified, Dobby lowered his head. As for Lucius, he was furious. If he was not in front of people, Merlin knows what he would have done to Dobby. Edward looked at him and said, "Give him a piece of clothing." Lucius was startled at first, but he did not say anything. Without hesitation, he took out his handkerchief and threw it at Dobby, who hurriedly caught it. "Now, little house elf, you are free. But, I still have to modify your memories for you not to intervene in my plans." After hearing this, Dobby became even more frightening. With the thought that he must warn Harry Potter, he snapped his finger to try to apparate. Unfortunately, to his horror, he discovered that his magic was invalid. So, he tried a few more times to no avail. Meanwhile, Edward just smiled and used his wand to modify this guy's memory. Then, with another wave of his wand, the house elf was teleported away. One of the Death Eaters raised his hand, then remembered Edward's previous word and lowered it. He said, "Sir, do we need to free our house elves too?" "In the future, you will have to, but not now. The only reason I freed him was that he is useful for my plans," replied Edward. "Now, do you have anything to say? If not, this meeting will soon end." "Sir, I have an idea for an experiment, but I do not know if it is probable," suddenly said Jamerson Greengrass. "Oh, go ahead. I was wondering what would happen if I place the soul of an animal inside a wizard." He did not say anything else besides looking at Edward and waiting for his answer. "Hey, that's an interesting idea. From what I know, even werewolves who are considered magical animals have a normal human soul. In such an experiment, you can first try ordinary animal souls, followed by magical animal souls. You can try it on Muggle prisoners and dark wizards. He then looked at Jamerson. Does your family has the fund for this experiment? There should be no problem. In that case, after going to proper training, you can set the experiment on your own. I'm looking forward to the result. Training, sir? Yes. All of you have to go through training to learn about basic Muggles knowledge and how to set up an experiment. I'm warning you now, this training will be very painful, and some of you might become sick for a while during the process. So, I need you all to create a schedule when appropriate for any of you. After all, we do not want the world to suddenly notice that a bunch of members of pure-blood families all suddenly become sick at the same time. Edward then looked at Snape. You are in charge of creating the schedule. As for you, Bellatrix, you have your own thing to attend to. As for me, I have a meeting with Death. A sudden flame enveloped Edward as he disappeared from the room. Meanwhile, all the Death Eaters felt relief after his departure. It was like a giant weight has been lifted off their shoulders. Then, they looked at the alchemy plate in front of them with delight. They could not wait to gain access to that vast library. Unfortunately for them, a loud cough from Snape woke them up from their thoughts. Although Severus was also excited as Edward granted him access to the library. And from what he observed, he had way more points than even the Malfoys, and he was even granted something called temporary level 3 access, while all the other Death Eaters only had level 1 access. According to Bellatrix's envious explanation, it meant that he would pay less for any knowledge, and had access to deeper secrets. Still, since Edward placed him in charge of creating the schedule for this so-called training, he would do his best to accomplish the task. As for Edward, he teleported to his manor on Earth, took out the Deathly Hallows, and contacted Death. What do you want, wizard? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Asked the tall and menacing god of death who looked exactly like a tall Dementor. I have a question I need to ask you, replied Edward with his usual calm demeanor. And why should I answer you? I do now owe you anything. Edward sighed. Okay, how about we lay our cards on the table? Do you think that I am stupid? What do you mean? You have been acting suspicious for quite some time now. Do you think I would not discover your plan? Once again, wizard, I do not know what you are talking about. Ignoring him, Edward started talking. I first started to suspect you after you agreed to make a deal with me regarding Voldemort's complete soul in exchange for knowledge regarding time, space, and dimensions. I mean, is Voldemort's soul so valuable? Edward looked deeply at Death despite his face covered by a hood. Then there is the information you gave me in 1926 about the cataclysm and the fate of the other gods of this universe. This kind of valuable information came too easily. With just my promise not to mess with time, you agreed so easily, there was nothing binding nor did you take any pre-inventive measures. You just believed me. I never once doubted your intelligence like you did mine. After all, you are a god, even if you were truly stupid, after living for so long, there is no way that you would remain that way. So, what exactly do you think my plan is? Asked Death with a great deal of intrigue and irritation in his voice. Feeling a little better, so here's today's chapter. If my body allows it, I might even release a chapter for my Naruto fanfic. Next title chapter, True Origin of the Deathly Hallows Chapter 80, True Origin of the Deathly Hallows. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstape. Isn't it obvious? Replied Edward. You probably wanted to use my ability to travel to another universe. If I guess correctly, you probably wish for me to acquire the knowledge necessary to activate the ley line nodes on this planet, thus slowly reversing this universe back to a high magical one. That way, you can benefit from it, and all the other dead gods can also have a chance at resurrection. Of course, Edward was not telling the truth, or he was partially lying. He guessed that Death planned to find a way to escape after this universe returned to a higher magical one. So what? Asked Death while releasing a powerful soul pressure that belongs to a true god. However, it only lasted for a brief moment. What I'm saying is, since I also want this universe to level up, so to speak, we are on the same side. We should work together, replied Edward with his usual calm demeanor and smile. After a brief silence, Death asked, "You said you came to ask me a question. What is it?" "I came to ask about the correcting force of fate. Is it going to affect my plans?" "You do not need to worry about that." "What do you mean?" asked Edward. "You are the kind of existence that is rejected by fate. Hence, the correcting force, as you called it, will stay away from you whenever you are involved in anything. This is also the reason that you cannot use any divination magic, and the reason that divination does not work on you." Edward frowned after hearing this, then he asked, "If what you said is true, how come Grindelwald had a prophecy about me?" "That's because you are too weak, so certain talented individuals can have a prophecy about you, but your face and identity would never be revealed in these prophecies. Additionally, if the prophecy is advantageous to you, then there is also a chance of it appearing, albeit very low possibility." Edward swore he heard a little annoyance from Death while stating the last part, but it could be just him hearing this. He nodded. "Well, it was nice working together, and I look forward to our next meeting," said Edward with a smile, then he left. Meanwhile, Death watched his departure, then sneered after he was gone. He did not believe any of this wizard's nonsense. If he was truly willing to work together with him, why didn't he ask the knowledge about space and time to complete his gate? After Edward's departure, Death started to think about the exchange. Once Edward revealed his plan, he wanted to use force to control him. Unfortunately, he could not. Looking at his body, Death could see countless invisible chains bounded him, and he cursed out loud. Of course, this was not the main reason he did not act. It was because he felt a faint threat from Edward. Unlike his previous encounters, he felt that this wizard had something that could threaten him. What's the reason? Could it be because he broke the first limiter? No, that does not make sense. Even if he broke all three of them and reached the ceiling of magical powers in this world, he would not be a threat to a being of law like myself. After thinking about this, Death started observing the world of the living. He could see everything that was happening, including all of Edward's secret development in the magical world. Then, it looked straight into the moon in the direction of Edward's laboratory. Unfortunately, he could not see anything due to the power of the invisibility cloak. "Damn those deathly hallows, why did I make those things?" muttered Death. "No, it's those Peveril brothers that I should curse. Back then, it used all the power of faith that it gathered over countless millennia to temporarily visit the mortal world. Then, it created the Hallows to lure the three most talented wizards at that time to use them to activate the power of law in those artifacts. It believed under the temptation of being the master of death, these three brothers would be lured to do his bidding. Unfortunately, the eldest brother died soon after that, the second brother was too enamored by the soul of his wife, and the third brother was very wary of death, so it used the cloak to hide all his life from him. On top of that, the powerful force of the universe that prevent death from escaping also acted. It placed a powerful curse on both the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone so that its members do not live long and are unable to help Death fulfilled his plan. Of course, the curse on the Resurrection Stone was also to prevent wizards from messing with the cycle of life and death. After thinking about all of this, Death became angrier. Then, there is that Dumbledore. I slowly guided him to eventually come in contact with all three Hallows, but even he resisted the temptation. Even the death of his loved ones could not change his decision. Then, there is that Harry Potter. After getting all three, he even destroyed one, while making sure that no one found the other. And, I know that in the books, Harry never broke the Elder Wand, but in this universe, he did. On top of all of this, ever since that Edward started messing with time, I can no longer observe the future. Maybe I should use his family to force him to do my bidding. No, no, this wizard is the kind of person that will go crazy without any restraint on him. Furthermore, I need to find the source of that threat I discovered from him. I have been patient for so many years, I can still wait for a while. Meanwhile, after he met with death, Edward teleported back to his laboratory. He walked to a room full of vials with memory. Then, with a wave of his wand, all these memories came to his mind. Every time he has a meeting with death, he has always been very careful. So, to make sure that death does not have the secret ability to read his mind without even him knowing, he would always place some sensitive memories away from his mind during their interaction. After that, Edward entered his mind palace and started updating the information he gathered about death. Today's entry read, "It seemed that I was correct." Besides my first encounter with death back in school where he showed genuine emotions, all the other times were very calculated, thus further raising his threat level. So I started doing some research on Warhammer 40K as a possible world for Edward to go to in the future. And man, this world is dark and scary. I look forward to one day maybe write about it. Next chapter title, One Last Thing Chapter 81, One Last Thing. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstapi. Back to a few weeks ago, after Edward gave Bellatrix permission to study Obscurus, a door opened, and Edward walked out while wearing a cloak. As soon he removed it, his body appeared inside his laboratory, and the cloak suddenly dissipated. It seems that the invisible cloak I made using the power of law from the Deathly Hallow cannot last long. This might cause a little trouble, muttered Edward, then he ignored it. If he did not need to remain invisible to Death's view, he would not go to such lengths. Ever since he started building his word gate, he sometimes felt an invisible gaze looking at him. At first, Edward thought that this was just the result of his paranoia, but as the number of times increased, he realized that it was not so. So, he placed countless anti-surveillance enchantments in his laboratory, but it was of no use. At that time, he did not know that death was a real existence, let alone the only god in this universe. So, after his first meeting with it, Edward realized who was spying on him. Thus, he planned countermeasures. Since death is not able to visit the physical world, and the afterlife existed in a separate dimension, death has to go through countless spaces and time to spy on him from there. Based on this assumption, he researched how to make the void of space around his laboratory in a state of constant turbulence, thus hindering any sight from far away. And when he managed to study the time turner, he also placed a temporal disturbance or turbulence. Of course, in order to accomplish these feats, he had to use a massive amount of magic power from the ley line nodes. This is one of the main reasons that he decided to move his laboratory and the gate on the moon. He did not want any powerful wizard to sense the massive amount of magical power he was using and became interested in his business. Then, after Edward met Harry Potter wandering in the hallways during Christmas break, he suddenly thought about using the invisible cloak to better hide himself and his experiments. However, he also feared that the cloak was useless to death after all, he made it himself. Luckily for him, after experimenting and testing, he realized that it was indeed effective. Of course, he did not stop using the previous method. Additionally, after breaking the first limiter, his soul became even more sensitive and it became much easier for him to sense death. Knowing this, the latter stopped so directly spying. As for Edward, he was not happy or suddenly become arrogant because of that fact, he knew perfectly well that the reason he could do so was more because death's power was very limited/restricted by something or someone. Back to the present, after Edward removed the invisible cloak, a temporal power appeared trying to age him by 67 years. Fortunately, his previous ring still worked and blocked the effect. After that, he went to an isolated room and removed something from his bag. It was a floating mass of blackness. This was the obscurus that Newt removed from the Sudanese girl back in 1926. Edward secretly went there to steal it. Let's see if my theory is correct and whether these experiments are worth it. He removed a piece of the law from the resurrection stone, controlled the obscurus based on his research on credence to try to destroy it. After very close observation, Edward muttered, "It does work, however, the process is slow that it is insignificant. In that case, what if I add this?" He took out a philosopher's stone and used the massive magic power within to fuel the obscurus. "It worked," said Edward with excitement. "Although it took more than 3 minutes to destroy such a small amount, it still works. As long as I have enough obscurus, and enough philosopher's stone or a large enough one, I can threaten death. I always thought that my path as a wizard would eventually lead me to control the laws of the world. But, this is not necessarily the only path. As long as the energy intensity is high enough, or as long as a force is powerful enough, they can destroy the power of law. It seems that I have been too heavily influenced by the cultivation novels of my past life." Scene break. After the meeting with Death, after updating the information about Death, he made sure that the only obscurus he had available was with him, along with a philosopher's stone. Then, he realized that there were only a few days before school started. With so much happening this summer, he lost track of time. However, he still had one last thing to do. He first went back to his manor on Earth, sent a letter to someone. After receiving a reply, he used the flow network to teleport somewhere. "Edward, my boy, what brings you to see me today? You know, now you are a world-renowned star in the magical world," asked Nicholas Flamel with a smile on his face. Nicholas and his wife attended Edward's announcement of the 3 counter curses after receiving an invitation. However, not wanting to be recognized or interacting with other people, they disguised themselves. "Haven't I always been famous?" replied Edward. "Not on this scale. Sit. I've made tea." After the two chatted for a while, Nicholas Flamel asked, "So, what brought you to see me today?" "I've come to ask for your help," replied Edward. "If there is something that even you cannot do, how can I help? Plus, I'm old and have no more energy for this kind of thing." Both Edward and Nicholas knew that they were not simply talking about an exchange of ideas. With Nicholas' wisdom, he could tell that Edward's invitation was to join his side and help him accompany his ambitions. Edward took a sip of his tea before saying, "Do not be so quick to reject me. I know that you and your wife have decided to move on to the afterlife, but have you truly lived long enough? You saw some of my memories, saw some of the things that I plan to achieve. As an alchemist, don't you want to take a part in this? Furthermore, as long as you decide to help me, I can easily solve the problem of you and your wife due to the Philosopher's Stone. Additionally, I can also promise long-lasting youth on top of immortality." Nicholas frowned after hearing this. He was not that tempted by lasting youth even if it would be nice. What made him hesitate was Edward's words regarding participating in creating some of the alchemy wonders that he saw in his memories. After seeing his hesitation, Edward did not further persuade him. He stood up, took out a document. "This is what I want you to help me with, to research on how to create a philosopher's stone using only emotions instead of souls. With your help and my suggestions, this project would only take a little amount of time before bearing fruit. And such an achievement is enough to change the civilization of wizards and advance it forward by centuries if nor more. If you decided to help, just send me a letter." After that, he left. A few days passed, and the first day of Edward's second year at Hogwarts as a professor finally arrived. While dressing up, he received a letter from an owl. The sender was Nicholas Flamel. After opening it, there was only one word, yes. So, Edward smiled after seeing it. So you guys seem to have misunderstood my words. I did not mean that Edward would go to the warmer world right after Harry Potter. If that was the case, he would just immediately run away. I'm talking about the future once he becomes stronger. As such, one day, Edward Bones will be the new God Emperor of mankind. So, please bow to your new ruler that will lead humanity in the fight against the Chaos Gods using knowledge and powers from many different universes and dimensions. Next chapter title, The Beginning of the Second Year. Chapter 82, The Beginning of the Second Year. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess Edward sat on the high table of the teachers, talking with everyone present. Because of his recent achievements, he was more famous than before, so many of his colleagues thought that he would not come back to teach. So, after seeing him, many had many questions, and Edward responded to all of them. And it was not just the teachers who were curious, but many of the students. After all, they spent the entire summer constantly hearing news about Edward in the newspaper. Well, it seems that my class will become more popular this year, muttered Edward. All the other teachers rolled their eyes after hearing this. Even many of them wanted to take his class given the option, let alone these easily influenced students. Finally, it was time for the sorting hat to do its job. All the teachers and students quiet down, providing Edward with a little breathing room. However, he received a mind-link communication invitation from Professor Flitwick. So, how does it feel to steal Dumbledore's title of the greatest wizard of the 20th century? Just like the headmaster does not care for such a title, I do not as well. But, you have to be at least a little proud of yourself, asked Phileas with a smirk in his voice. Of course, who does not like to be praised, replied Edward. Adding to that all the beautiful women of the magical world that have sent secret invitations to me over the past month, well, let's just say that celebrity life has been very kind to me. Professor Flitwick sighed as he said back, how many times I advised you to find a proper girl to marry. I am afraid that this will be the only time that you are disappointed in me, Professor. Flitwick sighed to himself but did not say anything. On a more serious note, do you have to do what you are doing? Unfortunately, yes, replied Edward. However, I can guarantee you that my method will be the most efficient and the one with the least resistance and casualties. Professor Flitwick was silent for a brief moment. Well, I already decided to side with you, there is no need to regret now. I can honestly tell you that you have made the right choice. And as I promised you before, I would never force you to do something that you did not wish to do. I know. So, how are you enjoying my library? A deep sigh ringed in Edward's mind after asking this question. I never expected that you have so much lost knowledge, that you have created so much new knowledge, and I keep wondering how much wizardkind would develop as a whole given access to all this knowledge. This is the reason that I'm doing what I'm doing. By sharing my knowledge in the hope that even more can be created, thus creating a perfect cycle that drives wizard civilization forwards. I agree with you on that, replied Professor Flitwick. However, I discover that I only have level 2 clearance. What about the higher levels? What exactly is there? However, Edward did not answer him, just smiled at him, so the professor did not mention the topic again. Currently, there are only 2 people with level 3 access, Bellatrix and Snape, and it is still temporary. And the reason for that is because he controls their lives. As for the Death Eaters, despite their loyalty they only have level 1 clearance. The only person with level 4 clearance in his library is his aunt and little Susan. But even she did not know this as she was too young. And that level of clearance does not only grant them access to his library but also has a safety protocol. As long as any one of them is in any form of trouble, a special alchemy item he gave them will send a signal to the world gate which will then activate all its powers to save their lives by teleporting them away. If that cannot be achieved, the gate is even designed to initiate a self-destruction sequence in an attempt to save their lives. After all, Edward only has one family, and the gate can still be rebuilt. In the future, Edward will grant people a higher level of clearances, but that is only when all his plans come to fruition and the entire planet is completely grasped in his hand. After finishing his talk with his favorite professor, Edward noticed that his cousin was not in a good mood, and she kept giving him angry glimpses. So, he initiated a mind-link communication with her. "Little Susan, what's wrong? I have not seen you for most of the entire summer. And you did not even send me a few letters." "Well, as you can see, me and Auntie Amelia have been very busy recently." "That's not an excuse to not even write a letter explaining the situation." "Well, you are right. How can I make it up to you?" "You cannot. How about I take you on a vacation during the Christmas break to any countries of your choosing?" replied Edward. "You mean that?" "Of course. I can accept your term if for the entire break." "I can only do 3 days." "I do not see any sincerity with your actions," complained Susan. "All right, for the entire break," added Edward helplessly. "That's more like it." "Okay, I will tell you another good news," said Edward. "This year, you can do your best to win the cup for the Hufflepuff's house, and I can guarantee that the headmaster will not intervene." "Really? In that case, this year's house cup belongs to our house." "I always warn you to not be too cocky, otherwise it is easier to make unintended mistakes," warned Edward. "I know." Then, the two chatted for a while about a lot of miscellaneous things before disconnecting the connection. By then, the sorting hat ceremony was over and it was time for everybody to eat their food. After a quick check, Edward realized that all the people from the books were still sorted in the same place as the canon timeline. However, there was still a major difference. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were at the Gryffindors' dinner table. With Edward taking Voldemort's diary and erasing Dobby's memory, the house elf had no reason to stop Harry from attending Hogwarts. So, he and Ron were not forced to use a flying car to arrive at school. "It seems that death did not lie to me. The correcting force of fate did not manifest as usual to place everything back to the original timeline." Next chapter title, Plans in Motion. Chapter 83, Plans in Motion. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstapi. After the dinner was over, Edward planned to go back to his room but was stopped midway by a student, Hermione Granger. "Professor Bones, congratulations on all your achievements. Who would have thought that studying the dark arts could have such benefit?" "Thank you, Miss Granger. So, how can I help you?" "Oh, first, I would like to thank you for the gift you gave me at the end of last year." "Gift? Oh, you mean the alchemy item that allowed you to practice magic at home without the Ministry of Magic knowing?" "Yes. I spent the entire summer constantly practicing as you told me to. Now, I can find my magic core on my own, and easily control my magic power." "Wonderful. Not every wizard your age can have the patience to do these boring practices every day, especially when the early advantages cannot be seen," said Edward approvingly. "So, is that the only reason you came to see me?" Hermione hesitated a bit before saying, "Professor, I would like to take your alchemy class this year." "Miss Granger, my class is only for the 3rd year and up." "I know this, but I would like to know if I could take the class this year." Edward was a little surprised by this request and he looked at her up and down. he could see a patient for knowledge like him, but hers was tamer and had no direction. Meanwhile, Hermione, taking Edward's silence for refusal, hurriedly explained, "During the summer, I've read all the books for the 2nd grade and 3rd grade. Although I could not understand some of the contents, I believe that my knowledge is enough to equal students in the 3rd year. Plus, Professor, didn't you say that you like to help talented students like me? With your help, I can quickly make up the knowledge that I need for your class." Edward was momentarily speechless. Since when were 12 years old so cunning? After pondering for a moment, he said, "I have no problem with you joining my class or helping you with your study. But for this kind of decision, you should probably contact Professor McGonagall to get her approval and deal with the issue of schedule." "No problem, Professor." Then she ran towards Professor McGonagall's office. Scene break: late at night, Edward slowly walked towards the 2nd floor girls' lavatory. As soon as he entered, the ghost named Myrtle was quite surprised. She opened her mouth to say something, but before she could say something, she saw Edward's eyes turn a weird grey color, then she fainted. When she wakes up in a few hours, she will not have any memories of the past hours, including seeing Edward. After dealing with her, he used Parseltongue to open the door to the Chamber of Secrets. With his flying ability, he easily reached the location where Salazar Slytherin's massive statue is located. He then used Parseltongue to control the basilisk. After seeing the large snake creature, Edward straight up looked at it in his eyes without being affected. He was testing the basilisk's magic on himself. He first used transfiguration to make a pair of glasses and test the effect. Soon, he concluded that this was able to dramatically reduce the effect of the spell. Then, he looked at it straight into the eyes while using his massive magic power to try to offset the effect of the spell on him. The result was quite effective. Following this, Edward took out an animal from his bag. It was a normal tiger. He then asked the basilisk to use his spell on it. Using his wand to check the petrified tiger, Edward used his wand to check the condition of the tiger. Interesting, the basilisk can absorb life energy from his victims. Could this be the reason it can live for so long? After that, he also checked the basilisk's body. It seems that it is true. By absorbing its victim's life energy to replenish his, it can increase his lifespan. However, this might not be the only reason for its long life. Anyway, after studying it, I should be able to not only discover its secret but create a basilisk of my own. The last time I tried to create one by hatching a chicken egg underneath a toad like Herpo the Fowl, it was a complete failure. After doing his initial examination of this powerful magical beast, Edward returned to his quarter. Scene break: Minister Fudge was walking back and forth in his office, worry oozing out of his pores. A while ago, Dumbledore sent him a letter warning him that the Bones family might be plotting to take his position of Minister of Magic from him. At first, he was deeply worried about the letter, but soon, a rumor rapidly spread throughout the entire Ministry of Magic, and that was the fact that Dumbledore was not happy about Fudge, and thus planning to run for office. After acquiring this news, he rushed to investigate it. Compared to Amelia Bones, who has never shown any desire for power, he was more worried about the possibility of Dumbledore running for his position. After all, the man's prestige in the magical world was overwhelming. So, Minister Fudge spent a great deal of time secretly investigating whether this news was correct or not. He secretly spied on all the people Dumbledore was close to him. However, recently, Fudge has discovered a disturbing fact. While he was guarding against Dumbledore, the prestige of the Bones family, Amelia to be precise, had reached an unimaginable level. Her level of support among both the ordinary wizard and the people of the Ministry of Magic. He knew that if she ran for the position, his chances of winning were close to nothing. And as shrewd as Fudge is, he guessed that the rumor about Dumbledore was nothing but a tactic to distract him. While Fudge was deep in thought, someone walked into his office. He reined in his thought to ask, "How is Dolores? Did you confirm anything?" A flash of cunningness flashed across her eyes as she said, "I'm sorry, Minister, but everyone seems to be acting normally. Is that so? Could it that you are being a little paranoid? After all, there is no evidence to prove that Amelia Bones is preparing to run for the position of Minister of Magic. You don't understand. I have an extraordinary sense of these kinds of things. Her recent actions are completely different from normal. It does not mean that she is planning to take your position. Then, what else could it mean? Dolores Umbridge became silent for a moment after hearing. So, what are your next step of action? After pondering for a moment, Fudge replied, in this situation, my best course of action is to have Dumbledore openly support it. However, given my recent actions, and the rising prestige of Edward Bones, my chances are still dimmed. After a deep sigh, Fudge started writing a letter to Dumbledore. He felt that all the progress he made this past summer was gone. During his first year as minister, he was not so confident. As such, he always asked the headmaster for advice. However, in his second year, he was planning on doing things on his own. But now, he was back to asking for help. Fudge lamented on how difficult it is for him as a minister of magic. Sorry I did not post a chapter yesterday. In the Patreon chapters, I reached the stage where Edward is ready to conquer the world, bring everybody together, have a time skip, complete his gate, and travel to other worlds. However, despite having an outline of the next step of the story, I could not find a proper way to write, especially since everything has to be reasonable. I swear at one point in time I almost wrote that Edward suddenly awakening a system that can grant him knowledge as long as he does some tasks. Now that I've taken a break, I finally have some ideas on how to write the next part of the story. Next chapter title, Rivalry Chapter 84, Rivalry. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstp_____________________________________. 2 days later, Edward was sitting in his office dealing with a few things. He first sent a package to the Flamels containing a potion that would deal with the side effects of long-term use of the Philosopher's Stone. The potion is designed to slowly release the grievances that entangled the magic power of the couples. Of course, with Edward's understanding of the soul, he could solve their problems instantly, but he did not do so. The reason being that Pernell Flamel used to be a wizard that broke the second limiter. Although Edward knew that having a large magic power was not equivalent to being powerful, and with all his magical skills, he could easily defeat her. Nevertheless, he did not want to take any risk. So, he opted to use a solution that would take time. Until he discovers a method to break his second limiter, the couples would have to wait. After dealing with this problem, he started planning things that he needed to accomplish during this school year. I should probably formally organize the dueling club. Having the students train to reach the level of Heart of the Card is a good way to train their will, making using magic much easier. While Edward was revising his teaching plans, Hermione ran into his office with excitement written all over her face. "Miss Granger, you need to calm down, otherwise you risk tripping and falling," replied Edward without raising his head from his desk. "I'm sorry, Professor. It's fine as long as you watch out for next time. So, what brings you to my office today?" Professor McGonagall agreed to my request after asking the headmaster. "Is that so? Then, what about the issue of schedule? That problem is also fixed too. Although I will have to take classes with other houses, in general, there is no major problem." Edward nodded as he understood her meaning. Most of Gryffindor's classes are with Slytherin, while most of Ravenclaw's classes are with Hufflepuff. Now, Hermione will have to take some classes with the Ravenclaw-Hufflepuff group. That means you will not have as many classes with your friends. Are you all right with that, Miss Granger? Asked Edward as he finally raised his head from his desk. It's only potion class and history of magic. That's fine. Did Professor McGonagall say anything else? Yes. She said that you have to ensure that I have the necessary skills to be able to keep up in your class. Edward nodded his head, then reached out to take out a book from a compartment in his desk before handing it to her. Professor, what is this? Look at it yourself. Hermione opened the book, then a little surprised flash across her eyes as some kind of information was transmitted into her mind. Then, she took out her wand and followed the directions in her mind. Soon, Hermione found herself in a strange classroom, and Professor Bones was in front of her explaining magic to her. It started from theory, followed by practice. He explained the meaning of the gestures, the incantations, the use of magic power, and even explained different ways that a spell can be used. Hermione was fascinated by how deep and detailed his explanation was, especially compared to the other professors. Soon after the lesson was done, she found herself still in the classroom. However, she felt a little lightheaded. How long has passed, Professor? A few minutes. Hermione was surprised as she spent more than an hour listening to that lesson. However, she figured it might be a result of this strange book. She looked at the outline which showed all the different lessons that she could learn. It involved charms, potions, transfiguration, and even lessons on magical animal care. There also was a small section regarding ancient runes. Suddenly seemed to think of something, Hermione asked, Professor, I remember seeing Susan Bones holding a book similar to this. Yes, she has many of them. How long has she been studying like this? Probably around 8 years old, replied Edward calmly. No wonder she knows so much about magic, thought Hermione. But now, I won't lose to her. Well, Professor, I have to go back. Thanks for all the help. Edward could see that she wanted to use the book as soon as possible, but he still warned her. Do not use the perception dilation of the book too much, otherwise it will give you a massive headache, making you unable to do anything for a few days. And if you further push yourself after the headaches, then your soul will be affected. Hermione was surprised by the severe warnings, so she took it to heart, so she nodded. However, she had a final question, Professor, after taking your class, would I be able to make alchemy items like this book? Of course, nodded Edward. Then, with a joyous smile on her face, Hermione left, and Edward went back to his teaching plan. However, a few hours later, someone else barged into his room. Little Susan, what's on your mind? Asked Edward, again without raising his head. I just saw Hermione Granger with an alchemy item just like mine. Did you give it to her? Yes. Why did you give her one? Because she is a very talented witch, and I would like to develop all her potential. Susan snorted before saying, I know you better than this, there must be another reason for doing this. Finally, Edward raised his head from his desk, looked at her with a smile. It's because I discovered recently that you have been a little too cocky because of your little achievements. So, I figure that having someone as talented if not more compete with you would ground you more. She is not more talented than me, rebutted Susan. Then prove it to me. Prove to me that while she has the same advantage as you, you can still win against her. Susan gritted her teeth after hearing this. If it was any other person, she would be confident. But she knows how talented Hermione was based on their competition last year. She knows that her overwhelming advantage over her opponent last year was due to all the advanced knowledge that she had access to at a young age. But now, this advantage was gone. Nevertheless, she would not back down from a fight. I will, said Susan before turning to leave the classroom. Meanwhile, Edward smiled as he said, by the way, Hermione just got permission from Professor McGonagall to attend my class a year in advance." Susan paused for a fleeting moment after hearing this before continuing her exit. However, her direction changed to Professor McGonagall's office. "If you guys have not already, you should go check out my Naruto fanfic. Although there are only 11 chapters, they are really good." Next chapter title, Year 2, First Class Chapter 85, Year 2, First Class. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess. Edward was standing in front of his class waiting for all his students to enter. As soon as they walked in, their eyes seemed to shine like anime characters after laying eyes on him. Once everybody was properly seated, Edward started class by first saying, "I know all of you are excited to have such a smart, handsome, talented, and famous teacher as me, but this is not the time for any shenanigans." The class laughed out. "I promised all of you that after class is over, if there is enough time, I will answer all the questions that you have. Understand?" The students nodded. "In that case, let's begin. Last semester, to get you guys interested in alchemy, I taught you the fun aspect of it. This semester, I will teach you the boring and tiring aspects of it." One student raised their hand. "Yes, Mr. Diggory." "Professor, last semester, I thought you said that we were going to learn amalgam enchantment." "That is correct, but there are many other steps needed beforehand. Let me give you a demonstration first." Edward then placed his wand on his temple to draw a silver-white string, then he waved into the air. Suddenly, a large image appeared in the classroom like a holographic device. In the image, Edward was in a heated room full of different machines. He was wearing loose clothes and many metals were in front of him. He took 2 of them, melt them separately before mixing them with different ratios to create a new alloy. After that, he then melts the new alloy again, placed it on a machine that shaped it in the form of a sword. After the sword cooled down, he hammered, then sharpened the edge, created a handle for it. And, as you can see, I have very little understanding of how swords and different alloys are made, how metals are processed, and so on, so bear with it." Once everything was done, he used an enchantment pen to write the word incendio on the finished swords. Unfortunately, after activating the enchantments, a massive fire appeared and instantly melted the sword. Then, Edward went to work again. He used different metals with different combinations, and sometimes, he even used some weird potion when created the magical alloy for the sword. However, the process failed each time. In the second attempt, the blade exploded into countless pieces. In the third attempt, the enchantment did not even work. In the fourth attempt, the fire could not be controlled, almost burning Edward's hand. It took at least 8 tries before he succeeded. As you can see, this semester, we will learn about different metals, both magical and non-magical, and their properties. How to mix them to get the best alloy for an alchemy item, which one has the best conductibility of magic, which is more durable, more ductile, etc. Through trial and error, you guys will have to learn the hard way how to make alchemy items from scratch. One student raised her hand and Edward identified her as one of the Muggle-born students in his class. "Yes, Ms. Klein." "Sir, why do you look like a Muggle blacksmith during the entire process? Why didn't you use any magic?" Of course, Ms. Klein was secretly complaining why the professor was not shirtless during the process, and many of the witches were thinking the same thing. After all of them were now 15 years old, reaching the age when their adolescent hormones were in full motion. Luckily, Edward did not have the habit of using legilimency on his students. "Great question. Let me show you guys another demonstration. Following this, another large image of Edward appeared in the class. This time, he was also forging a sword, but using magic. With a wave of his wand, the metals in his possession melted, then he mixed them to create the appropriate alloy. Then, he controlled the magical alloy to turn in the shape of the sword, used another spell to cool it down. Afterward, used another spell to remove the impurity from the metals, and a final one to sharpen the edges. Finally, he enchanted it with his pen. The entire process only took about an hour. As you can see, class, said Edward. Relying on magic to make an alchemy item required a great deal of strength and ability for spell casting, something that many of you in the classroom currently lack. So, throughout this semester, while you learn the old-fashioned way, I will also be teaching you some of the spells essential to an alchemist. Of course, this is not the main reason that I want you all to learn the ways of a blacksmith. It's because this method allows you to have a hands-on approach to the different metals. It allows you to personally experiment with different ores and learn about their properties through trial and error. The students nodded. However, they do not think that class would be as boring as the professor said if they have to do what he showed on these images. However, one student had a question. Yes, Mr. George Weasley. Professor, I'm Fred. No, you're not, replied Edward calmly. How do you know? I just know. What's your question, Mr. Weasley? I have two questions. One, is there an even better alchemy method than the one you just showed us? Secondly, where is our classroom going to get all these types of equipment to practice? Ambitious, aren't we, Mr. Weasley? Well, there is. Then, Edward showed them another image. This time, Edward engraved a few ancient runes on two different metals, then used his wand to activate them. Following this, the two metals turned into a goo-like substance before blending into a brand new ore. The process only took a few seconds. After that, Edward inscribed a few more runes before activating them. This time, the alloy instantly turned into a beautiful silver sword, glistening under the sun. For the last step, he placed enchantments on them. Just like that, in less than 15 minutes, an alchemy item was created. Professor, is that transfiguration? No, this kind of magic is called transmutation. What's the difference? How do I explain this for you guys to completely understand, said Edward as he paused for a moment. Okay, the material used to make the sword is called white silver. To make such a material, brown copper and ordinary silver need to be mixed together. Using transfiguration, I can directly turn the brown copper or ordinary silver into the white silver, or even directly into the sword. However, transmutation needs to use both raw materials to first make the white silver, then transform it into the sword. More importantly, transfiguration is not permanent, but transmutation is. But, Professor, I thought you said last year that you could turn base metal into gold, but only lasting for 6 months? And you also said that there was another grand alchemist who achieved a permanent change, said Fred Weasley. That's true. At the highest level, transmutation can barely reach the level of transfiguration. As for the permanent change of metals, that requires the Philosopher's Stone to achieve. And what is the Philosopher's Stone? Asked one student. Something that you will learn later on, but if any of you are curious, you are more than welcome to research it in the library, replied Edward calmly. Now, back to Mr. George's question. I have modified one of the Hogwarts classrooms to include many blacksmith equipments, and this will be our classroom from now on. Professor, can we see it? The new classroom? Sure, why not? He then used the same previous method to show them their future classroom. Although some people were secretly dissatisfied that they did not directly go there, there was nothing that they could do. In the classroom showed by Edward, there were many furnaces, ores lying everywhere, a powerful heat could be felt emanating inside. The size of the room was oddly too large as there was enough space for every student to have their equipment. Edward placed an extension charm in the classroom, hence the size. Now, as you can see, working in such an environment, accidents are prone to happen. As your professor, it is my job to guarantee your safety, but if an accident occurs because any of you decided not to follow the regulations, then I will kick you out of the classroom. After 3 repeated strikes, I will remove you from the entire course. Is that clear? Yes, Professor, responded all the students with a dignified look on their faces. Good. Now that we have a little time before the end of class, you can ask all the questions you were dying to ask me. Following this, all the students raised their hands. With a sigh, Edward picked one at random, and the rest of the class was spent with him answering questions about either his personal life or about his recent accomplishments during the summer. Next chapter title, Small Confrontation Chapter 86, Small Confrontation. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape_________________________________________________________________________________ after class, Edward waved for 3 students to stay behind, and they were Cedric Diggory and the Weasley twins. So, did you guys make good use of the alchemy items and books that I gave you last summer? Asked Edward while looking at them. Yes, Professor, quickly replied Cedric. Over the summer, I practiced non-stop until I could locate and wield my magic power and magic core. Additionally, my father sent his gratitude for the precious gifts. Edward nodded in satisfaction, then his gaze turned to the twins who looked like they had done something wrong. So, did you guys not practice? Oh no, we did, replied the two together. Then, why do you look so guilty? Well, at first, we did not practice due to how boring it was, said Fred. But, Percy was snooping in our room and he discovered the books and magical items, then he told our parents, continued George. After our mother discovered how precious such knowledge was, she was very thankful that you were willing to give it to us, so she forced us to practice. Professor, it was really hard and boring, but we did manage to find our magic powers and cores. Edward finally nodded in satisfaction. This does not explain the look on your faces. So, if you have something to say, do it now. Well, said Fred. Our mother was wondering whether we can use the books and alchemy items to help little Ginny and Ron to also discover their latent abilities. And even, let other members of the family use it as well. Edward could guess the gist of things based on their brief explanation. Mrs. Weasley probably feared that the gifts were meant only for the twins, so she did not want to overstep her boundary and let all the members of her family use them. So, she asked for her permission. And given Cedric's reaction, he might have faced a similar problem with his father. So, Edward said, since I gave these things, it is rightfully yours and you can do whatever you please with it. Edward has never been stingy with sharing knowledge. To him, knowledge about magic powers and magic cores should be taught at every magical school in the world as part of the first-year curriculum. In that case, we offer our gratitude, said Cedric and the twins. Edward just calmly nodded, then he took out 2 books from his desk. Before you go, these are for you, they should help you in your study. All 3 of them once again became surprised after opening the book and read the information sent into their minds. They thanked Edward one last time before leaving. Scene break. Hermione, Harry, and Ron were walking in the hallway heading to class. Harry asked, Hermione, where were you? I did not see you in potion class. I told you guys that my schedule is different now since I have to take alchemy class. Isn't that a class for 3rd years, asked Ron. I told you guys about me taking it ahead of time, didn't you hear a word I said? The two of them laughed a little embarrassed. Wanting to change the subject, Harry said, the strangest thing happened in class today. That's right. Snape was acting nice to Harry. Not acting nice, but more like he no longer targets me anymore. As far as I'm concerned, that's acting nice, muttered Ron. Harry, didn't you say that Snape also visited your house during the summer? Asked Hermione. Yes. He forced my aunt and uncle to give me a better room and make sure that they treated me properly. He even threatened to turn them into toads if they did something bad to me. No wonder you looked a little fatter than usual, said Ron. However, Harry ignored him as he continued, I honestly feel like Snape is up to something, but I do not know what. Do you guys have any ideas? Unfortunately, none of them did, and they soon reached their classroom. A few hours later, the trio walked out of their classroom. Well, that was bollocks, said Ron. Why did the school hire such an incompetent professor as Lockhart? Said Hermione in annoyance. I thought you were a big fan of his books, said Ron with a smirk. That's before I knew that he could not even cast a proper spell. Then, the three of them headed back to their house's lounge. Scene break. Edward was sitting in his office when he received a letter from the headmaster. So, he packed up his things and went to his office. After playing a little with Fox, he sat in front of the headmaster. So, to what do I owe this meeting? Asked Edward. Right to the point, I see, said Dumbledore. In that case, I will be direct. I know that the invisible cloak that you gave Harry Potter is not the original one, so I would like for you to return the real one. With a calm look on his face, he replied, Unfortunately, I cannot do so. Oh, and why is that? Recently, I have had a little confrontation with death, and I need the power of the Deathly Hallow to hide from his prying eyes. Dumbledore frowned after hearing this. As a person who once owned two of the Deathly Hallows, he sometimes could feel death's gaze and its temptation to gather all of them, the temptation that he might be able to see his sister again, and right the wrong of his past. So, he knew the power of such a godlike being. Isn't there any room for maneuver in this situation? Asked the headmaster. Unfortunately, no. However, I'm not an unreasonable person. I can compensate Potter for his life. And how would you do that? Edward looked at the headmaster's head before saying, Didn't you always have a suspicion that Voldemort was not dead? Or that the scar on Harry's head was not as simple as it seems? Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat, however, his face remained calm. What do you mean exactly? Voldemort survived by making Horcrux. And Harry Potter is an accidental one. Dumbledore's brow creased slightly after hearing this, then he placed a piece of candy in his mouth. Meanwhile, after a brief pause, Edward continued, As you can imagine, unless Potter is killed, Voldemort will forever exist. However, as a form of compensation, I can remove Voldemort's soul left in his body. The room became silent as the headmaster thought to himself. Is what you said true? I do not need to lie about something like this. In that case, I will get back to you later. No problem, replied Edward. Now that I'm here and finally remember, I would like to ask you, headmaster, to find a better teacher for the defense against the dark art class. Professor Lockhart is not competent enough for this job. I have my reason to hire Gilroy. Edward sighed, then he said, I understand that you might want to teach Harry Potter some profound lesson by having a person like Lockhart as a teacher, but it is not okay to waste these students an entire year of learning opportunity to do so. So, I'm not asking you to change professor as a suggestion or a concerned staff member of this school, but as one of the governors of Hogwarts. You have 1 month to find a qualified teacher, otherwise, the Board of Governors will intervene in the management of the school. Now, have a nice day, Professor. I will see you during dinner time. So, what I'm going to say might offend a lot of people, but I will say it anyway. I do not found Tonk's metamorphomagus ability to be important enough to be part of Edward's group. I mean, anyone who can use human body transfiguration is as useful as her, so she would most likely not be part of the inner group or harem. You've been warned. Next chapter title, Wizardkind Family Development Plan Chapter 87, Wizardkind Family Development Plan. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape________________________________. After Edward left, Dumbledore stayed in his office while thinking. A few minutes later, someone else came in. Albus, why did you call me? Minerva, I need you to send a letter to Lupin inviting him back to school. Invite him back for what? To be the new Dada professor. Dada, defense against the dark art. Oh, Albus, did you finally change your mind? From what happened in the last few classes, it is obvious that Lockhart is nothing but empty talk, replied Professor McGonagall. Well, the Hogwarts Board of Governors were not happy with my choice, so they asked me to change it, effective immediately. I thought the board rarely intervenes in the affairs of the school. Now that they are most likely under Edward's control, the situation should change permanently. Albus, did they fire you? Or plans to? The current situation does not seem that dire, but who knows what will happen in the future. Minerva was silent for a moment, then she asked, what about Lupin's condition? Will that be a problem? If it is, then Edward will solve it, replied Dumbledore calmly. What do you mean by this? If my guess is correct, his next major step is to control dark creatures like werewolves and vampires. Given how marginalized and discriminated these creatures are by society, as long as he invents a potion or spells that allow them to control their transformation, and promise them to be treated normally by society, they will give them their undying loyalty. Professor McGonagall did not know what to say, so she sighed and decided to go and contact Lupin. However, right before she left, Dumbledore asked her to send Harry Potter to his office. A few minutes later, Harry entered the headmaster's office, but he did not see anyone else, even Fawkes. Except for a snake that was glaring at him. Although Harry was scared at first, soon, he started to speak in a strange language, following which, the snake seemed to listen to a command and just laid curling on the floor. Soon afterward, Dumbledore walked in from somewhere. The Potter family and the Gaunt family never had any connection from what I know, so there is only one way for Harry to be a Parseltongue. Scene break. Edward was walking in the hallways with the caretaker, Argus Filch. He said, "Are you ready?" "I've been ready for my life." "But, are you sure that there won't be any problem?" Edward patted his shoulder and said, "You should believe in my reputation." Soon, the two of them arrived in a room in the castle. Inside was Headmaster Dumbledore, Vice-Headmistress Minerva, Minister of Magic Fudge, Amelia Bones, Crouch Sr., and Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet. As soon as the two of them arrived, everybody's gaze was directed at them, to be precise, directed at Filch. Taking a deep breath, the squib entered the room. Soon afterward, a potion was handed over to him. Without much hesitation, he drank the entire bottle despite how horrible it tasted. Then, he waited with bated breath. Time seemed to be passing too slow for him, however, he knew that he had to be patient. 5 minutes later, when he was about to be disappointed, a surge of energy blasted from his body. With the utmost elation, Filch started to wave his hand and transform a chair in the room into different animals, snacks, birds, mice, etc. He was like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Meanwhile, Rita Skeeter's eyes lit up after seeing this, so she started taking pictures. Then, she interrupted Filch by asking, "How do you feel being the first squib to awaken his magical abilities?" "It felt great. I can finally use magic just like these children." Then, Filch took Edward's hand and shook it firmly. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." "No problem. From now, there will be no more squibs in the magical world." Many of the people in the room sighed as they knew that once again, Edward Bones will change the magical world, for the better. After that, Rita asked him a few questions, then she asked Minister Fudge, "Minister, how do you feel about this discovery? Any plans on how to maximize the benefit of this potion?" Fudge straightened up his clothes, then answered, "Of course. I will personally oversee Mr. Bones' ceremony to award him a first-class Merlin medal. Although he already has many of them, I'm sure he won't mind a new one. Additionally, I ask that all squibs acquire this potion to awaken their magical abilities." Rita Skeeter nodded nonchalantly, then she walked to Amelia and asked, "Madam Amelia, the same question. I believe this invention is the perfect opportunity to raise the population of the wizarding world. Oh, could you please elaborate more? One of the reasons that many families are not having children is because they feared giving birth to squibs, but with this new potion, all families can be guaranteed to always give birth to wizards." "That is indeed true, but what about the other issues?" "The other main issue with the low birth rate in the wizarding world has to do with the financial situation of many families. The best way to solve this problem is for the Ministry of Magic to create special funds for all wizard families that will help raise their children until they turn into an adult. The more children have, the more money than they can receive from this fund. What Amelia and Edward want to do is pay some families to have as many children as possible, thus increasing the population of wizards." While this interview was going, Edward was communicating with Dumbledore on the side. "I have found a new professor for the Dada class, and he should be here in a few days," said Dumbledore. "Oh, and who would that be?" "His name is Remus Lupin. But I have a few concerns. If you are referring to his status as a werewolf, then I have a way to deal with it. And if you are also talking about the curse that Voldemort placed on the position, then I will also deal with it." Dumbledore glanced at Edward, then he answered, "In that case, I'm relieved." Soon afterward, the interview was finished, but some people were not happy. For example, Minister Fudge. His limelight was stolen by Amelia Bones, and he was not happy about it. So, after everyone left their separate ways, he stayed at Hogwarts to talk to Dumbledore. "So, it was brought to my attention that Cedric and the twins were not in the same year, and I'm sorry about the mistake. If it bothers anyone, then imagine that in this alternate universe, they do." Next chapter title, One More Problem Solved. Chapter 88, One More Problem Solved. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape___________________________________________________________________________ Inside Edward's classroom, Dumbledore, Minerva, Snape and Flitwick were waiting with a little anxiety on their faces. In front of them was Harry Potter, who was looking at everyone with a look of confusion on his face, wondering why these professors called him here. "Would there be any problems?" asked Dumbledore. "Besides a little pain, there should not be," replied Edward calmly. "Should?" asked Professor McGonagall. "Well, we are dealing with the soul after all, so I cannot say 100% guarantee," added Edward. He then took out his wand and pointed at Harry's scar. But he paused for a moment. Okay, I lied. This will hurt a lot. A white light flew from his wand and hit Harry's scar. Soon afterward, Edward found himself in a white room with no one in sight. He knew that he was in the soul space, a special dimension existing in the human body that holds the soul. He currently was in Harry Potter's soul space. And the reason that the entire place was entirely white was a form of self-protection. As one of the most important parts of the human body, of course, it has to be protected. Unfortunately, most people do not know nearly enough about the soul to enact their defense, so a subconscious one is usually developed on their own. Waving his wand, the scenery then suddenly changed. Edward found himself in a house with many rooms. In one of the main one, Harry Potter was sitting there talking to two other people, his mother and father. Edward knew that those were just projections. The real soul space is usually in the appearance of something that makes their owner very happy even if it is a fantasy. Without disturbing Harry and his family, Edward used a tracking spell to find any intruder or things that should not be here. Soon, in one of the very hidden rooms, he saw a small-looking baby Voldemort lying in a fetal position. With a wave of his wand, he started to remove it from its position, and of course, it resisted. Meanwhile, in the real world, Edward was just standing motionless with his eyes closed, and still in the position of his wand extending. As for Harry Potter, he fell to the ground after the first spell was cast. Luckily, he was caught by Dumbledore. At first, everything seemed peaceful and quiet, but Potter started screaming while holding his head like a pig that was about to be slaughtered, and this lasted for 5 minutes. The other professors had to cast a noise-cancelling charm on the room in order not to alert the other students. After 5 minutes, Edward opened his eyes, then a small light flew from Harry's body. Without pause, he took out a diamond and placed it inside. Meanwhile, Snape quickly checked the poor boy's condition. He's fine, just passed out because of the excessive pain. Then, he fed him a potion. Dumbledore then asked, "What about the other Horcruxes?" "In safe hands," replied Edward calmly. The headmaster paused for a moment, then he did not ask any more questions. As for Edward, he suddenly thought of something and he said, "While I still remember, let's deal with our other problems." He walked towards one other classroom, while the others followed out of curiosity. Soon, they arrived in front of the Dada classroom. Edward took out the previous diamond with Voldemort's soul and cast a spell. A green light came from the diamond and touched the floor. Suddenly, all the professors felt like Hogwarts Castle came alive, and Edward was connected to it. Of course, the person most surprised was Dumbledore. As the headmaster of the school, he has some special permission granted to him by the castle itself, hence the reason he can still apparate while inside. After the connection was established, Edward cast another spell. Following this, a mass of dark clouds suddenly came from the Dada classroom, and Edward took out a teapot and placed the cloud inside, before sealing it away. During the entire process, all the professors watched quietly with a little awe in their eyes. As intelligent as they are, some of them have heard of the curse that Voldemort once placed on the position of the defense against the dark arts. And now, Edward seemed to have removed it. As for how he did, they have no clues. The process is very simple once you know the source of the curse. Since Hogwarts Castle once belonged to Salazar Slytherin, he placed a charm on it that granted his descendants certain control or permission in the castle. As the true heir of Slytherin, Voldemort sacrificed his control in exchange for placing a powerful curse on the position of Dada. So, Edward used his soul to reinstate the control over the castle and removing the curse. Scene break. A large crowd was gathering in a dark alley. There were hundreds of them, and oddly enough, all of them were werewolves. Someone went to great lengths to invite the majority of werewolves that were on the dark side of the law in many magical communities across the world. Soon, someone appeared in the center of the dark alley where a small speaking stadium was located. It was Edward. And the majority, if not all of these werewolves, identified his identity. As soon as he appeared, he became the center of attention. Then, his voice ringed to all the people attending, "All of you here are outcasts of the magical world. For many of you, the reason for that is due to your choices and actions, while for some, it is simply a result of circumstances. But tonight, I will give all of you a chance to change your fate." He waved his hand, and 2 potions floated in the air, one blue and one red. The blue potion will allow you to freely control your transformation, and make it so that your bit does not infect anyone. With it, you will no longer be feared and cast out by the magical world, you can live an ordinary life. It only requires 1 dose and you will be set for the rest of your lives. Finally, the way to get this potion is to sign your name at the Ministry of Magic and one will be granted to you free of charge. The red potion is entirely different. After taking it, you will not only have the abilities of the blue one but also evolve. You will have the ability to turn into a half-wolf, half-human form. In that form, you will be 3 times stronger, faster, and more durable than the average wizard. Your claws will be able to slash metals, you will have an unnatural healing factor. More importantly, you can still use a wand and magic. Many of these werewolves' breathing became rapid as they were rapidly consumed by greed, they wanted to rush to that podium and drink that red potion. Ignoring their reactions, Edward continued, "Of course, as you can expect with something so extraordinary, the price is affordable to anyone. If you choose this red potion, you will have to give me your souls and wills, I will be your master for all eternity, and my words will be the absolute law from now. Now, make your choice." The dark alley became quiet after this as these werewolves contemplated a choice that can forever change their lives. Finally, one person raised her hand, but did not make a choice, but asked a question. "Mr. Bones, will the blue potion be available to other countries?" "Yes. However, I cannot guarantee whether it will still be free there. Nevertheless, your nationality does not matter. As long as you register with the British Ministry of Magic, you can still receive a free one." At this point, Amelia has already completely controlled the Ministry of Magic and Fudge is just a figurehead. And Edward's goal is to increase the population, so stealing from other countries through this little trick is a way to go. Following this, the alley once again became quiet with people pondering their choices. However, something unexpected occurred. Someone rushed to the podium towards Edward. With a glance, the latter identified the attacker as Fenrir Greyback. Edward could see greed in his eyes. Unfortunately for the werewolf, when he reached a few centimeters from Edward's body, the ground in the podium turned into countless chains that bound him. No matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of the chains. As for Edward, he opened his eyes and made a slurping motion. Immediately afterward, Fenrir started to become thin as a mummy as powerful energy came from his body and entered Edward's. After a few seconds, he turned into a dried mummy, and a white light flew out of his body. As Fenrir fell to the floor, he was oddly petrified. This dark magic was one Edward just invented by combining the Dementor's kiss with the basilisk's ability to absorb vitality. Nodding in satisfaction at his new curse, Edward raised his head and asked, "So, have any of you made your choice?" The majority of these werewolves chose the red potion. After all, they were used to living on the dark side of the law, and they knew the importance of power. So, Edward had them sign a magical contract before giving them the potion. As for the rest, they chose the blue potion. At first, many people thought that Edward would not be happy with their decision and go back on his words, or prevent them from leaving the area. But they were wrong. After they made their choice, a voucher was given to them to go to the Ministry of Magic and receive their potion. Meanwhile, after this event, Edward went to another meeting, this time with vampires. He offered them to pass laws that allow the wizarding world to sell blood acquired from muggles through blood donation. As for the second option, it was magical blood that was personally cultivated by himself. This blood contained magical powers in it, thus could increase their abilities once ingested. Scene break late at night, Dumbledore was reading a letter that was just sent by him. Afterward, he sighed as he muttered, "So, now, you are not even hiding your intentions." Then, he sent letters contacting all the members of the Order of Phoenix. Next chapter title, A Wizard? Chapter 89, A Wizard? If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/PNCS_________________________________________________________________ A week later, in a secret location, all the members of the Order of Phoenix assembled and were having a meeting. Dumbledore first introduced the situation of the werewolves and Edward's actions. "I think there is nothing wrong with his actions. Over the past few days, the werewolf potion has been distributed by the Ministry of Magic, and they have started a campaign for wizards to be more acceptable to werewolves and vampires," said Professor Flitwick. "It does not change the fact that he has an army of powerful dark wizards that are willing to do anything for him," replied Alastair Moody. "The way I see it, now these werewolves are under control and no longer deal with the dark side of the law. I know that he is your favorite student, Flitwick, but it does not change the fact that he is dangerous. Look out how these pure-blood families are acting recently. They have been supporting all the Bones family decisions. Do you think these people did this because of the goodness of their hearts? Most likely, they are under his control as well," replied Moody. "Would you prefer that they wait until Voldemort resurrects himself and they serve him instead?" asked Flitwick back. "Can any of you deny that Edward's action has not improved the magical world in just a short few months?" No one answered as he was right. In just a short time, the British magic world has greatly changed, and many members of the Order have benefited from these changes. An example is the Weasleys. With the new law that encourages families to give birth to more children, they received a large pension from the Ministry of Magic because they have so many children, thus dramatically improving their financial situation. The most recent example is Remus Lupin. As a werewolf who was excluded by society, the recent potion and laws have benefited him greatly. They provided him with a chance at a better life, a normal life. Additionally, the ministry has recently created many new jobs for wizards and improved the security of the country. In general, a new prosperous magical world is slowly developing in Britain." After the silence lasted for a moment, Dumbledore finally spoke, "I understand that many of you may have conflicted feelings towards Edward's action, and this is perfectly reasonable considering all the good that he accomplished. However, this does not change the fact that he is headed in a direction where he will acquire absolute power. And with this kind of power, it is very easy for a person to lose themselves. So, the objective of our order is to ensure that if that day truly comes, we will be ready to intervene and prevent the magical world from suffering another devastating war." The members of the order nodded in agreement with Dumbledore, except for Flitwick. He agreed that absolute power corrupts, but he did not think that this would happen to Edward. As the person in this room who knew him best, he knew that the only reason that Edward wanted to unify the magical world was that he believed that doing so will make it easier to pool all magical knowledge of the world together, then have as many people as possible study magic to push it forward. What the members of the order should be worried about was that Edward would become mad in his pursuit of knowledge someday, and conduct some taboo experiment. This was one of his greatest flaws. Flitwick also knew that his favorite student was aware of that flaw and planned for it. He plans to surround himself with good-natured people that can keep him in check when needed, so that one day, he does not go too far. Soon after, the Order of Phoenix meeting ended, waiting for the right time to activate. As for Flitwick, he did not tell Edward about this meeting as the latter promised him that he did not have to betray his past comrade. Furthermore, Flitwick knew that his favorite student probably had other ways of knowing what happened here. And with his current power, he might not even care about the Order of Phoenix. Scene break. Edward walked toward the room requirement with a sullen mood, and it was not because of the recent Order of the Phoenix meeting. It was very easy to spy on these people as his marauder map kept track of all these people, so when he noticed that they were all headed for one position, he guessed their intention. But he did not care. After entering the room of requirement, Helena was waiting for him. So, he looked at her, then sighed, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Edward then handed her the resurrection stone. Using the spell she was taught, she activated it. A white light came from the stone, and a few seconds later, an illusory image appeared in the room. The illusory figure was a beautiful woman with long black hair, dressed in 10th century clothes similar to Helena. She looked confused for a brief moment, then she said, "Helena? How come I'm in the world of the living?" After seeing the black stone, she seemed to have thought of something and said, "The power of law." Then Rowena Ravenclaw ignored the stone and looked at her daughter, while Edward headed to the next room to give them some privacy. 3 hours later, the two finished their talk and appeared in the room. Edward was waiting for them. He could see a brilliant golden light around both of their bodies, and he could guess the reason for it. So, he secretly sighed. He knew this would happen, so he was somewhat prepared. "You must be Edward, I have heard many good things about you. I would like to offer my sincere gratitude for giving our mother and daughter the chance to reunite once again." Edward smiled reluctantly before replying, "Since I promised her to find a way to resolve her resentment, then I will keep my words." Mrs. Ravenclaw nodded, "I understand you are a wizard pursuing knowledge as I did, and as much as I would like to have an exchange with you, many of my memories especially about magic are gone. So, I can only give you my sincere thanks. However, I have a feeling that we will meet each other again, one way or the other." Edward frowned as he started worrying after hearing this. "Are you worried about death doing something to us in the afterlife?" asked Ravenclaw. "Well, you do not need to. The restrictions placed on him are far more severe than you can imagine. This is the price that mortals have to pay from pursuing powers beyond their understanding." "Mortal?" asked Edward with great surprise. "Are you saying that Death used to be a wizard?" "That's correct. Albeit a very gifted one, but one nonetheless. Unfortunately, that is all I can remember. However, with this information, you should be able to discover more." Edward nodded his head, then thanked Ravenclaw for the information. Then, he watched as the two of them turned into golden lights, and travelled to the afterlife. Edward sighed as today, he lost a true confidant. So, he decided to break one of his rules and went drinking until he was wasted. Underscore 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 next chapter title, Resignation Chapter 90, Resignation. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princesstape________________________________________________________________________________________________________h "Are you all right? You don't look too good," asked Amelia. "I'm fine, I just recently lost a close friend. And it seemed that she meant more to me than I realized. Do you want to talk about it? I'm not that fragile. I know that men, in general, do not like to talk about their emotions," said Amelia. "But if you ever need someone to talk to, know that I'm always here." Edward paused for a moment, then he said, I know. So, what did you want to talk about? I just wanted to report that everything was going as planned, however, I wanted your opinion on something. Do tell. Recently, Dolores Umbridge has hinted that she wanted to switch sides and be loyal to us. So, do you think I should accept it? Edward was not surprised by her action given what he knew about her from the books and movies, so he pondered for a moment. She can be useful. Our reign must have a positive image. However, we will still need to do some dirty things in the shadows, so she can be in charge of that. And if we ever need someone to take the blame for something or be the bad guy, she would be perfect for that. Amelia sighed, that's exactly what the think tank said. Then, what's the problem? I just do not like her, replied Amelia with a stoic look on her face, making Edward speechless for a brief moment as he wondered whether his aunt just contacted him to complain. In that case, don't accept her loyalty, she is not that important to the overall plan, replied Edward nonchalantly. Since his aunt did not like Umbridge, then she does not have to accept her as one of their own. No, I will not let my personal feelings get in the way of our plans. With her help, the final step will go more smoothly. Well, do as you please. This situation does not have to be a chore for you. If you do not want to do it, just tell me. I know, added Amelia before ending the conversation. Scene break. Remus Lupin walked out of his class and headed to the Great Hall to grab a meal. In his way, he smiled as he heard the students praise his class and teaching method. He was quite popular in school after just a few days. Of course, he also knew that the reason that these students thought so highly of him was that their previous professors were truly horrible, at least based on what Lupin learned in the past few days. After entering the Great Hall, he saw a few professors already having their meals at the staff table. Ignoring the usual stares of Severus, Lupin went to sit in a specific spot. To be precise, it was the spot next to Edward. Remus Lupin, he said as he introduced himself. Edward Bones, replied the latter as he shook Lupin's hand. Many of my students have a lot of praise for you. Well, it seems that I have some advantage over their previous professors. That's true, so what can I do for you? Asked Edward directly. Lowering his voice, Lupin whispered, First of all, I would like to thank you for all you have done for werewolves in the magical world. No problem. Nevertheless, I was wondering if there was a way to completely get rid of being a werewolf. I mean, not just control the changes, but turning into an ordinary wizard. Although a little surprised by this question, Edward answered, It's possible after extensive study. He lied. Edward could reverse the werewolf bloodline through the life code. However, if he did that, not many of the werewolves would be willing to serve him, and he needed to form an elite force only devoted to him. However, I'm currently very busy and do not have time for that. But it should be possible in the future. Lupin hurriedly nodded, as long as the possibility exists, then it's fine. Then he started eating his food in a happy mood. However, the peaceful mood did not last long. Soon afterward, Amelia Bones with many aurors following her walked into the Great Hall, to the surprise of everyone present. She first saluted Dumbledore, then looked at the students and asked, Who is Ron Weasley? Please raise your hand. On the Gryffindor's table, all the students looked at Ron, who was trembling as he thought that he was about to be arrested. Nevertheless, he still raised his hand. Amelia and the aurors walked to him. She asked, I understand that you have a pet rat by the name of Scabbers. Where is it? Before Ron could process what was going on, the rat in his pocket jumped out and tried to make a run for it. However, the aurors were ready and a spell hit him. Soon after that, under the shocking gaze of everyone watching, the rat turned into an ugly man. The aurors instantly used magic to lock him in place. Meanwhile, with a calm demeanor on her face, Amelia Bones said, Peter Pettigrew, you are under arrest for your betrayal of the Potter's family, thus leading to their death. Additionally, for your crime of using dark magic and killing 12 muggles." "I didn't do it, I'm innocent," screamed Peter. "It was Sirius Black did it." "There is no need to quibble, Mr. Pettigrew," said Amelia. "We have already investigated the whole situation and know that Sirius Black was not the secret keeper of the Potters, but was changed at the last minute to you, thus is innocent. After you stand trial in front of Wizengamot and are found guilty, Mr. Black will be released immediately and paid remuneration for his unjust incarceration." Meanwhile, most of the teachers at the staff table had shocked looks on their faces. Even Dumbledore had a difficult time hiding his surprise. "I should have known that Sirius was incapable of doing such a thing," said Lupin. "Wormtail, how could you betray James and Lily like this? They were your friends." "I'm innocent, please believe me," replied Peter adamantly. He then looked at Dumbledore and said, "Professor, you know me. You can vouch for me." "Peter, I need you to look me straight into the eyes and tell me that you did not do it," asked Dumbledore, trying to suppress his emotions. Unfortunately, Peter Pettigrew did not dare to look at the headmaster. During the entire event, only 2 people remained calmed, Edward and Snape. However, the potion master was secretly holding his wand, ready to attack at any moment. It took him a great deal of restraint to not use a killing curse on Peter Pettigrew. Soon after that, Peter Pettigrew was escorted out of Hogwarts, the teachers left to deal with the aftermath, and Dumbledore called Harry to his office. Peter Pettigrew became sensational news in the British magical world as it was constantly publicised in the newspaper. With sufficient evidence, Wormtail was sentenced to imprisonment in Azkaban. Edward designed a special item for him to prevent him from turning into an animagus and escaping. Sirius Black was released and his name was cleared of all the wrongdoings. More importantly, due to negligence regarding this case, Minister Fudge resigned from his position of minister, and Amelia, while running unopposed, was quickly elected for the position. With countless loyal followers, the support of 95% of British wizards, Edward managed to take over the British magical world without shedding a single drop of blood. The first step of his worldwide conquest ended. And so, I planned a lot more before Fudge left office. For example, Edward used a muggle flower known as Devil Breath to control him and made him resign. Then, Dumbledore would check Fudge to see whether he was under control or dark magic was used on him. Then, he would have Snape checked whether any kind of potion was used on Fudge. But they would not find anything, as Muggle knowledge was a blindside for even a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore. But, I realized that this was unnecessary, and decided to quicken the pace of the story, so these things were removed. Next chapter title, Foundation of Civilization, Chapter 91, Foundation of Civilization. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel, Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess_tape_______________________________________________________________________________________________________h after Amelia came into office, with complete control of the entire ministry, she can pass any laws that she wanted. And her first goal was to get rid of many of the old laws and regulations. However, she also knew that she could not rush such a thing. So, she approached the entire situation with care and decided to take things slow. After all, technically speaking, she held the position until she decided to retire, or someone gave valid reasons for her retirement. Just like, it was already Christmas break of 1992. And Edward did not do much research during most of the semester as he was studying genetic to prepare for his next magical study. The only thing he accomplished was studying the basilisks and managing to create one of his own. Even the werewolf potions were created by Snape and Damocles Belby, who was the inventor of the wolfsbane potion. On the first day after the break, Edward received a letter from someone. With elated breath, he used the flow powder to arrive at his destination. In front of a French fireplace, Edward saw a beautiful young woman smiling and waiting for her. At first, he was surprised and almost instinctively wanted to flirt with her, then he remembered who she was. "I have to say, Miss Pernell, you are even more beautiful than I imagined," said Edward with his usual charming voice. "Thank you for the compliment. It's unfortunate that not only am I taken, but also a few hundred years too old for you," replied Mrs. Flamel. "It's a shame indeed." Then Edward turned his head to see a handsome middle-aged French man also waiting for him. "Now I understand how you were able to marry such a beautiful wife. It seems that you were also a handsome lad in your youth, Mr. Flamel. Call me Nicholas." Edward could see that the grand alchemist was not used to his newfound youth. Most likely, if it was not that his wife was so young, he would have preferred to choose an older look similar to Dumbledore. After engaging in small and casual talk for a few minutes, the group finally entered a laboratory. There, Nicholas showed Edward a great stone. Without hesitation, he started analyzing it. "You did it so quickly." "A philosopher's stone made with emotions instead of souls," said Edward, unable to contain the joy in his voice. "Well, you already gave the general blueprint, so it was not that easy. There is no need to be humble. This invention will forever change wizarding civilization, and you will be credited for it." Nicholas Flamel's old eyes burned with a vivid flame, before returning to calm. Then, he smiled. "So, is there anything to report?" "Well, as you theorized, this stone cannot create the elixir of immortality. However, it can still be used to prolong life, but nothing compared to the real stone." Edward nodded, then said, "Let's call the one made of emotion the lesser stone." "All right. Additionally, I always felt that the lesser stone was completely different from greater stone." "It's understandable," replied Edward. "Previously, I believed that the greater stone was just really condensed magic powers being by souls. But I was not completely correct. The soul and the magic power are combined to form an unknown change. Most likely, we have not come even close to understand the abilities of that stone. As for the lesser stone, emotions are only a small part of the soul, so it must lacking abilities. However, it does not matter as its powers are more than enough." Edward paused slightly as he observed the green stone. "With it, we can ignore Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration and make food out of nothing. As such, no wizard or muggle will ever suffer from hunger on this planet. Based on the elixir of immortality, we can cure most if not all maladies on this planet. We can create any metals both magical and non-magical through transmutation. Using this stone as a medium, it is possible to integrate both magic and technology together, driving our civilization forward into both an interstellar and interdimensional era. On top of that, the stone is a clean and renewable resource. As long as magical powers still exist in the ley line nodes and humans have emotions, they can be manufactured in large quantities. The greater stone is considered a perfect material, so it can last forever on its own. As for the lesser stone, it should be able to last a few centuries. This small stone is the foundation of any powerful civilization." The Flamels marveled at Edward's words. Although they knew that he had great ambitions and would accomplish them someday, they did not think that someday would be so soon. And, more importantly, that they would play such a great role in the process. Nicholas sighed deeply as he was glad that he accepted Edward's invitation. The only downside was that he wished his old friend, Albus, would see things his way and changed his mind. After everybody calmed down, Edward asked, "Was there any side effect to the people who had their emotions absorbed during the process?" "No," replied Nicholas. "As long as not too much was absorbed, they were perfectly fine. Furthermore, we did not just use the emotions of one person, but many at the same time." Nodding his head, Edward continued asking, what about the control group that used only dark emotions to make the stone? Pernell then showed him a dark green stone before explaining, so, far beside the change in color, and an increase in power when using dark magic when using the stone, there was not much difference. Can you show me the data? No problem, she answered before giving him a piece of paper with a comparison of the two stones. Edward nodded after reviewing them. Just like when he first tested the stone after creating the first one, the dark green one could augment any dark magic compared to the normal one. Following this, Edward did a few basic tests with the stone to make sure that everything was all right, then he gave the Flamels their next assignment that they could help him with. Nicholas took a document from Edward's hand, opened it, and read the title, Project Magician. Although surprised by the silly title, he kept on going. However, the more he read, the more shocked he became. Edward, are you serious? What is it, dear? Asked Pernell, who took the document and quickly read through it. You actually want to find a way for muggles to use magic? It should be possible, said Edward calmly. Theoretically, as long as we find a way for muggles to create an artificial magic core, then it's true, said Nicholas. But, you should know that things would not be so simple. I do not need for all muggles to be able to use magic. However, even if it's only 10% of them, with a population of 7 billion, that's still more than all the current wizard population on this planet. If I want to create a magical civilization, the population will be an issue. And if I have to wait for the natural way for more wizards to be born, it will take me too long, and I do not want to wait. So, this is the best approach. The Flamel couple looked at one another and nodded, we will do our best. You can contact me if you have any issues. Then, Edward bid them goodbye as he returned home. He first sent little Susan a letter telling her that he will have to cancel on his promise, but he will make it up to her later. Then he entered his laboratory for his experiment. Next chapter title, Cogradil Chapter 92, Cogradil. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/pnsstape_. After dealing with the Flamels couple issues, Edward started his research. He placed his crown on his head to increase his intelligence, then officially begin. He first entered a room full of eggs of different sizes and shapes. These were dragon eggs. Today, his goal was to create a real dragon, just like he said to the Gryffindor trio in Hagrid's hut. To achieve this goal, Edward did not start directly with trying to purify the dragon's bloodline, but instead, focused on the body aspect of the life code. One thing that Edward noticed recently was that he had overlooked the importance of that aspect on the life code. Whether it was the soul, bloodline, or body, DNA, they were all connected one way or another. So, Edward spent the past few months studying genetic, and he had a few accomplishments. For once, he discovered a magic gene which was the connection between the bloodline and body aspect of the life code. And, according to my research, J.K. Rowling admitted that there is a magic gene. Those born with the gene active were wizards and witches, and those without it are muggles and squibs. After this discovery, his understanding of the life code once again increased. So, he begins his experiment with this. Using a combination of alchemy items and the scientific method, he edited the gene of many dragons to induce biological atavism on these magical beasts, hoping to return to their ancestral form. After doing this, he teleported these eggs into a special room designed with the exact environment needed for them to hatch. Tubes were inserted inside them. Then, the eggs disappeared for a split moment before returning. Immediately afterward, they started to hatch. Some of them did not break their shell, some of them died immediately afterward, while the surviving ones started to grow at an abnormal rate. In just a few seconds, the surviving dragons grew to adult size. The reason for that was because Edward did not want to waste time on this experiment, so he used the power of the gate. By sending these eggs to 5 years in the past and bringing them back to the present, they rapidly age by that amount. He then used the tubes attached to their bodies to provide them with the necessary nutrients for their growth. After checking the surviving dragons, Edward quickly how they were different from normal dragons in this universe. For once, they had 4 legs and wings, unlike the normal dragons in this universe that only has 2 legs, and their wings are their 4th limbs. Following this, Edward did a quick check on this new breed of dragons and summarized the difference between them. For once, they are way more intelligent than ordinary dragons. If ordinary dragons had the intelligence of 5 to 8 years old, these were 8 to 12. Additionally, their scales were more magic resistant, they were 54 to 83% larger, and the amount of magic power in their bodies far exceed the usual standard. Their bloodline mutated and became even more powerful as a result of this experiment. Unfortunately, this was not the result that Edward was looking for. Nevertheless, this was just the first step in his experiment. After that, he repeated the first step once again, thus creating more of this new breed of dragons. With the result of the first trial, the success rate became higher and the process faster and easier. And with each success, his understanding afterward, Edward had those new dragons breed with one another. With the power of the World Gate, the female dragon's pregnancy was instant, and the growth of these baby dragons was also instant. Of course, there were a few casualties during the process. After all, the power of time is not easily messed with. After that, he had these new dragons inbred to keep their bloodline pure. With the power of time, he only spent a day to bred these creatures for countless generations, until a dragon with the purest bloodline was born. Unfortunately for him, due to the generation of inbreeding, he was a little crazy and infertile after being born. Edward had experience dealing with craziness due to bloodline because of Bellatrix, so he could fix that problem, but he could not do anything about infertility. But, he did not care about that as his plan was going all right. Edward walked into a room with a basin full of blood. Many ancient runes were engraved all over the basin, and a philosopher's stone was in the middle, connecting all these enchantments. This pool of blood was the bloodline of all the new dragons for countless generations. After they gave birth to the next generation, Edward would draw their bloodline from their bodies and stored it here. As for the enchantments, it was to purify the blood. These enchantments were based on the principle of purifying metals in alchemy but designed for bloodlines. The essence of them was basically, the philosopher's stone will use its massive and pure energy to destroy anything that is deemed weak or unnecessary in this blood, leaving only the best genetic material. After activating them, the blood in the pool lit up, then slowly started to reduce inside. 3 days later, a glowing red sphere was floating on top of the philosopher's stone. It looked both like a solid and a liquid. After analyzing the red liquid and recording the information about it, Edward fed it to the only remaining dragon with the purest of bloodlines. Immediately afterward, a cocoon enveloped its body, turning it into a giant egg. Edward spent the next few hours with elation as he slowly felt the life growing inside the giant egg. But something occurred the following day. A weird mental wave emitted from the egg. After using his mind to feel it, he received a message: "I need energy." "Already have the mental capacity to communicate," muttered Edward with a satisfied smile. So, he placed the giant egg in the middle of a ley line node and watched as it absorbed the magical power inside to grow. A few days later, the egg was larger and taller than the basilisk by a few times. Cracks started to appear from it, and soon, beautiful and majestic creatures with 2 horns and wide wingspan appeared. The creature roared in the sky as it said, "My name Kogradil, the Thunder Dragon King, and the last of my kind. Oddly though, he was speaking in a strange language, but anyone who heard him would instantly understand his meaning. After saying this, a special signal emanated from his body. This signal was not even detected by any of Edward's instruments, let alone him. It bypassed all the enchantments in his laboratory on the moon and spread throughout the entire universe. No one on Earth noticed that signal except for Death. In the dimension of the afterlife, Death looked at the moon as he muttered, "A real dragon? What exactly is that wizard doing in there?" Meanwhile, after Cogradil declared his existence, he looked down at Edward and said, "Human, thank you for all your help in bringing the dragon race back to this world. Before El left, I can grant you any wishes that are within my ability." With a calm look on his face, Edward said, "Enough with your nonsense, kneel." Immediately, a powerful force deep in Cogradil's soul and bloodline acted and forced him to bow his head, and lay on the ground. "If you can become smaller, do so," ordered Edward. Then, the Dragon King did so, reducing his size to that of a normal Hungarian horntail. "That's better," said Edward in satisfaction. "Human, what have you done to me?" roared Cogradil. "I have spent so much energy creating you, do you think it was for nothing? During the entire process, I have placed so many restrictions in your soul and bloodline for countless generations. So, you belong to me. I know this is a little late, but did anyone watch this week's episode of Marvel's What If? Ultron was a badass and crazy villain. This kind of battle reached the level of craziness in the comics. Next chapter title, Bloodline Inheritance Chapter 93, Bloodline Inheritance. If you are interested in reading 10 chapters ahead, go check out my Patreon with the link https://www.patreon.com/lazysagedeo, or just type in my writer's name in the website. The plot is getting exciting there and you guys can support me in any way you can. Additionally, go read my other novel Journey of the Fate-Destroying Emperor and the Otsutsuki Clan, A Legacy of Blood and Destruction. It's a Naruto fanfic with an evil MC born in the Otsutsuki Clan. Join the Discord, https://discord.gg/princess___________________________________________. After getting Cogradil under control, Edward then asked, "So, what ability do you have that differentiates you from other dragons?" The Dragon King scoffed at him and did not answer. However, Edward did not mind as he said, "You can either cooperate with me, or I force you to do, your choice." After a brief pause, the dragon opened his mouth and used a dragon breath attack. However, what came of his mouth was not fire, but condensed thunder. "Well, that's new," said Edward. "No wonder you called yourself the Thunder Dragon King. Do not insult me, human wizard. I'm a Dragon King because of how noble my bloodline is. So, the dragon race is hierarchical one based on the purity of bloodline." Cogradil did not answer him, and Edward did not mind. He then did a full body check on this dragon, and he discovered that he broke through the second limiter, thus had a magic power 75 times that of an ordinary wizard. "How fascinating," said Edward. "Your magic power is concentrated in all the parts of your body, all your muscles, bones, and scale. Although I've seen this phenomenon in magical beasts like basilisks and phoenix, nothing compares to you. Can these beasts you mentioned be compared to me?" said Cogradil. "And what do you mean by magic power? Are you talking about mana?" "Mana? Was that the name of magic power in ancient times?" Edward was used to the name mana as it is usually associated with magic in his past life. But now, the term showed up in the Harry Potter universe. And, from now on, magic power will be addressed as mana. "That's correct," replied the proud dragon. Edward nodded before continuing, "If my theory is correct, you should have a bloodline inheritance. Now, let me take a look at it." He placed the diadem on his head, placed his head on the dragon's head, and activated the bloodline contract that he placed on its ancestors. Soon afterward, a large amount of information entered his head. Using the diadem, he processed it extremely quickly. "Dragon chant magic," muttered Edward, then he waved his hand said, "Incendio." A small jet of fire appeared in his left hand. Then, he said, "Diffe." A small fireball appeared in his right hand. Interesting, using the same amount of mana, a charm using the dragon language is 3 to 5 times stronger than a regular one. However, what is the reason? Aguamenti. DLO. Edward then conjured 2 different sizes of clean, drinkable water. I see. Incantations are used to mobilize the mana inside a wizard's magic core. Hence, once a wizard can freely control his mana, he can use silent casting. However, the dragon language seems to be able to mobilize mana at a higher frequency, making each spell more powerful and efficient. Not to mention that the complex nature of the language makes it more suitable for magic. Additionally, this type of magic makes it easier to use charms that require emotions or imagination. However, logically speaking, the devil language that I used in my contract should also have some magical powers that I'm not aware of, especially when it comes to soul-related magic. I should look more into it. Now, there is the concept that magic operates at a different frequency. I noticed this phenomenon when studying house elves. Since their magic operates at a different frequency, it made that most anti-apparition enchantments useless to them, hence the reason that they can apparate in Hogwarts. I never placed too much emphasis on that, but now, it seems that I should study this more thoroughly. Edward knew that his understanding of magic will dramatically increase after thoroughly studying dragon chant magic, but now was not the time for this. He still had another purpose for creating the dragon. Meanwhile, Cogradil was internally greatly surprised at how quickly Edward was able to use dragon magic, and how quickly he figured out its essence. In his memories, many humans have had the opportunity to study dragon magic, but few could do so, let alone master it or figure its essence. After using a tremendous amount of willpower to stop his research, Edward decided to accomplish his original goal. He placed his hand on Cogradil's body and he said, "Fusion." Suddenly, the dragon was absorbed into Edward's body. Soon, afterward, Edward grew to more than 10 meters, golden scales appeared all over his body, his fingers turned into claws, and 2 pairs of wings grew from his back. A large mirror appeared in front of him and he looked at his new body. Half-dragon? Dragon blood warrior? Well, it does not matter. Let's see if my theory is correct. After checking his body, he muttered with elation, "I was right. The second limiter is removed." However, he paused for a moment, before entering his soul space. There, he saw a giant dragon looking down on him. "Now, you will pay for your insolence, human wizard," said the soul of the Dragon King, before launching towards Edward. The latter, however, just gave him a random look before a gigantic cage appeared and imprisoned the dragon. "Impossible! How can your soul be so powerful?" Ignoring him, Edward regained consciousness, and he finished testing his new body and abilities. The advantage of dragon and human. Wait, the magic veins of this form are perfect for humans. By studying it and replicating it, it could not increase the power of the human wizard, but also allow them to use magic without a wand more easily. "Dream on," said Cogradil directly through the soul. "How can regular human wizards support to have such a detailed and complex magic vein? Without the proper amount of mana, it would be impossible." "True, but I can still create a less complex version. And as wizards grow and become more powerful, they can further modify their veins until they reached this level." After doing all kinds of tests on the dragon, Edward separated from him and returned to his normal body. He first checked his magic core and his second limiter was still open. However, he did not have the complex magic veins that he had on while in Dragon Warrior mode. However, it did not matter. Now that he knew the pathways of the magical veins, he could modify his body to be just like that, and his mana was enough for the operation. Speaking of mana, Now that he broke his second limiter, he now had another method, superior bloodline body fusion, and it was higher than even his body modification. With enough potion, he can soon reach the same amount of mana as Kogradal. Then, all he has to do is use the Philosopher's Stone to break the last limiter. After doing all his tests, Edward looked at the Thunder Dragon King and said, "I'm curious, logically speaking, I should be able to access all your memories and understanding of magic through the bloodline inheritance, but all I got was the dragon language and how to use it." "Humph, you overestimated yourself. Throughout the history of our dragon clan, many people wanted to acquire our magic, but they all failed. You should be proud to be even able to acquire our language." "I see, so your ancestor placed safety to prevent other races to acquire your inheritance. Interesting, I'll have to study this at a later time. Now, let's talk about what to call you." "My name is Kogradal," roared the dragon. "I know, but from now on, I will call you ________________________ Next chapter title, The Power of Love,